Chapter 2781. It was unrealistic to train an artifact refiner himself. Not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required the accumulation of time. Maybe it would take decades or even centuries. High Heaven Palace had just been established. So how could it have so much time to train an experienced artifact refiner? If the sect was on the right track in the future, it would be possible to train an artifact refiner himself. But for now, Hua Qingxi obviously also considered this issue and asked, "Palace Master, why don't we recruit an artifact refiner? Anyway, the sect doesn't lack source crystals now. Just name the price, and someone will come." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll leave this matter to you." "Palace Master, I have a candidate in mind." Nan Gate Dajuan suddenly interjected. "If it's that person, the trivial mountain ripple diagram is nothing." "Oh, you know an artifact refiner?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "In that case, invite him over. If this matter is successful, High Heaven Palace will not treat him unfairly." Nan Gate Dajuan laughed awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, "This person is strong and his artifact refining skills are also very good, but he is a little troublesome. If I go alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to invite him." "So arrogant?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You are also an array master, who would dare not give you face." Nan Gate Dajuan scratched his face and said, "Actually, I'm very approachable." Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. They had known each other for a long time, so she had some understanding of Nan Gate Dajuan's nature. It was also because the High Heaven Palace had shown great financial resources and strength, as well as Yang Kai's example of destroying the Seeking Passion sect, that they were able to suppress Nan Gate Dajuan, an array master. Otherwise, if it were someone else or another sect, Nan Gate Dajuan would have taught them what it meant to be arrogant and haughty. Any artifact, refiner, alchemist, or array master with a little bit of skill, which one of them wasn't arrogant? Only the Palace Master, an Emperor Realm alchemist, usually didn't show off. He was an anomaly. "Then let the Chief Steward accompany you." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Okay." Hua Qingxi nodded. "The South Gate Great Army said embarrassedly, I feel that this matter must be handled by you, Palace Master." Yang Kai was amused. "This Palace Master has a myriad of affairs to attend to every day and is busy with official business. Where would I have the time to run around?" Hua Qingxi's face was also filled with anger. "I'm still the Chief Steward of the High Heaven Palace. Who would dare to look down on him? Could that person be an Emperor weaponsmith?" The Southern Gate Army's expression turned solemn as they nodded slightly. Yang Kai's expression shook as he asked in surprise, "An Emperor weaponsmith? Not bad. So, Palace Master, it's best that you make a trip there personally to show your sincerity." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, his eyes turning. "If that's the case, indeed it's worth a trip. However, Dejun, in your opinion, can this Emperor weaponsmith be used by our High Heaven Palace?" The South Gate Army's expression suddenly became strange. "Palace Master, do you mean to recruit this guy into the sect?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded matter-of-factly. "From what you've said, this Emperor weaponsmith should be someone who doesn't belong to any sect. My High Heaven Palace is currently lacking talents in this area. It's rare to meet someone like this. How can we miss this opportunity?" "Oh." The South Gate Army suddenly felt a little awkward. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Palace Master, if it's a short-term cooperation, then this Emperor weaponsmith will definitely help us. Once this person works with me to set up Mountain Ripple Map, I will chase him away. That person is indeed a very good choice, but if you want to keep him in Towering Palace, I don't recommend it." Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's said that people of the same trade are enemies. You're an array master, and he's a weaponsmith. Both of you are proficient in different territories. There shouldn't be any conflicts, right?" "That's not the problem. It's just that, AI Palace Master, if you see what that person looks like, you'll know what I mean. Regarding this Emperor weaponsmith, The South Gate Army seemed to be quite afraid and didn't explain it in detail. Yang Kai asked too many questions and just wanted to let Yang Kai see it for himself. He didn't want his words to cause Yang Kai to have preconceived notions. However, since there was an emperor weaponsmith who was like a wild crane, Yang Kai could only follow the South Gate Army on this trip. Fortunately, there wasn't anything urgent to do recently. By the way, is there still no news from Zhuqing? Before leaving, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, "Is Palace Master worried about her? If you are, I'll ask Monster King to go and look for her." No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. He casually threw a jade slip and said without turning his head, "This is the Star Soul Palace's decision on your punishment. Take a look." Hua Qingxi was shocked and reached out to take it. Her divine sense invaded it and checked it. Soon, her nervous expression disappeared and was replaced by a smile. The decision on her punishment in the jade slip was very simple. Hua Qingxi was still a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, but the Star Soul Palace would not interfere with her freedom. In other words, she could go wherever she wanted, and it didn't matter even if she never returned to the Star Soul Palace. Although it was just a simple jade slip and not an official document of the Star Soul Palace, the jade slip contained Princess Lan Sun's soul brand. With this jade slip in hand, even if Hua Qingxi still had the status of a disciple of the Star Soul Palace, it was equivalent to leaving the Star Soul Palace, and she would no longer have to worry about it in the future. This was the result of the discussion between Yang Kai and Lan Sun a few days ago. Although Lan Sun was the daughter of the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace and had a higher status than even the elders in the Star Soul Palace, Hua Qingxi was now a master in the Emperor realm. Even Lan Sun did not have the right to expel her at will. She gave Yang Kai face, and since she could not expel Hua Qingxi from the Star Soul Palace, she would no longer restrict her freedom. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the South Gate Army threw out an object which suddenly grew in midair and turned into the shape of a small boat. He smiled and said, "Palace Master, please." Yang Kai glanced at the flying boat and raised his brow. "This thing is pretty good." This was obviously a flight-type artifact, and it was an Emperor artifact at that. Pretty good was more than enough to describe it. There weren't many Emperor artifact, flight-type artifacts in the entire star boundary, and they were worth at least tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. The fact that the South Gate Army could have one showed how rich they were. The South Gate Army gave a hollow laugh. "I won it from a bet. I can't afford this thing." "Is there such a good thing?" Yang Kai clicked his tongue in amazement and stepped up to the flying boat. This flying boat didn't look big to the naked eye, only about 10 meters in length, and could only accommodate 3 to 5 people standing side by side. However, when Yang Kai raised his foot, the South Gate Army suddenly formed a seal. A vortex-like passage immediately appeared above the flying boat. Yang Kai stepped into the vortex, and his vision suddenly changed. He was stunned in place. What he saw was no longer a simple flying boat. The interior space was actually incomparably large. There was a large hall in front of him that could accommodate at least a few dozen people without feeling crowded. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that there were a few extremely luxurious rooms inside. There was even a staircase on the side, winding upwards. The interior of the flying boat had 2 levels of space. It was clearly a huge ship with multiple towers. The South Gate Army's figure appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "You won this treasure from a bet?" Previously, Yang Kai thought that this was just a simple flying boat artifact and estimated that it was worth tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. But now it seemed that this thing was worth at least hundreds of millions, perhaps even more. "I was just lucky." The South Gate Army laughed dryly, his expression a little unnatural. Obviously, he didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so he stretched out his hand and said, "Palace Master, you can find a place to rest. It's not far or near, and will take about 3 days to get there. Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded and walked up the stairs to the second floor, where he randomly found a room, pushed the door open, and glanced around. He found that this room was luxuriously decorated, but also exquisitely. There was a sculpture of a monkey's head standing on one side, shading its eyes with its hand as it looked into the distance. It was a lifelike sculpture. Yang Kai frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that this monkey looked a little familiar. At that moment, the flying boat buzzed and sped up. Its speed went from slow to fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was no slower than a third-layer Emperor Realm Master rushing at full speed. This made Yang Kai sigh even more. This was a good thing. He flew onto his bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Along the way, the flying boat was extremely smooth and didn't even feel the slightest vibration. No one dared to block the way and rob them. But then again, with how fast this flying ship was, perhaps only a third-layer Emperor Realm Master would be able to stop it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the flying boat suddenly slowed down a lot. Then it buzzed and came to a stop. Yang Kai opened his eyes and heard a knock on the door. Yang Kai got up and opened the door, only to see the Southgate army standing outside. He said, "We're almost there, Palace Master. We'll need to fly the rest of the way." "Are there any barriers blocking the flying boat?" Yang Kai asked. "That's not it." The Southgate army smiled awkwardly and explained, "It's just that we can't let that guy see this flying boat. Otherwise it'll be a little troublesome." He didn't explain clearly, so Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions and disembarked with the Southgate army. Immediately, the sound of the rising and falling waves could be heard. The sea breeze that carried a slight, fishy smell could be felt, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking up, the sky was clear as if it had been washed clean. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. After flying all the way, they actually arrived at the sea. "That person lives on an island?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Yes," the Southgate army nodded and led the way this way. The two immediately flew away. Although the Southgate army had the Emperor Realm's cultivation, he wasn't good at fighting and his Emperor Chi wasn't very pure, so his speed wasn't very fast. Yang Kai followed behind him unhurriedly. Looking down, the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, some sea beasts would show up, which was quite interesting. After an hour, they suddenly heard the sound of seabirds. Yang Kai immediately understood that they should be arriving soon. In this vast sea, there were only a few islands where these ordinary birds would appear. Chapter 2782. Sure enough, after a short while, an island that was neither big nor small appeared before their eyes. It could be said to be a kind of visual enjoyment for an island with green mountains and clear waters to suddenly appear in this boundless sea. The island wasn't very big, only a few dozen acres in size. On the beach, the waves were breaking and birds were flying. Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army landed. Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked at the Southern Gate army strangely. "Isn't that Grand Master from no sect? Why are there so many people on this island?" When he scanned the island with his divine sense just now, he clearly found traces of people on this island. There were at least 20 people, and there were even 5 or 6 people from the Emperor Realm among them. If it weren't for so many people from the Emperor Realm, Yang Kai would have thought that this island was the base of some small sect. However, no small sect could have so many people from the Emperor Realm. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the Southern Gate army was about to explain when a stream of light suddenly rushed over. Obviously, it had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army and came to investigate. "Palace Master, don't say anything later. I'll deal with it." The Southern Gate army hurriedly sent a message, as if he was afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this trip was a little strange. The stream of light dissipated, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man who was exuding a second-order Emperor Realm cultivation. The man glanced at Yang Kai and the Southern Gate army and asked casually, "Who are you?" He didn't care too much about 2 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. so he wasn't too vigilant. When he asked the question, there was a faint trace of arrogance on his face. The Southern Gate Army immediately gritted his teeth and replied, "We're here to collect debts." Debts? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the Southern Gate Army, only to find that he had a serious and resentful look on his face, as if he was a creditor. "What's going on?" Yang Kai was full of doubts, but he couldn't ask clearly. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. "So you're a kindred spirit? How much does that guy owe you?" The Southern Gate Army did not even need to think. 5 million high-grade source crystals. What about you? The middle-aged man snorted. 20 million. If I find him, I'll definitely skin him alive. How despicable. The South Gate Army nodded in agreement. Pulling out his tendons and flaying his skin is too easy. If he falls into my hands, I will definitely let him taste all the torture in the world. Huh. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. Very good, the army at the South Gate asked. Are the people here all here to collect debts? Not bad. The middle-aged man nodded and said, We've also reached an agreement. If we can find that bastard, we'll stall him immediately and then warn him. The rest of the people immediately rushed over and made it impossible for that guy to escape. Since the two of you are also here to collect debts, then I'll count you in. However, I have to remind you that there seems to be an extremely brilliant array formation on this island. Don't let go of anything suspicious. Thank you. Dajuin cupped his fists. It doesn't matter. We're all victims. We should help each other, the middle-aged man replied politely. He gave the army at the South Gate a few more words before turning around and flying off into the distance. The army at the South Gate watched him leave, then winked at young Kai before quietly moving to the other side of the island. What's going on with that artifact refining Grandmaster? Yang Kai asked. So many people are here to collect debts. How much money does he owe? Who knows? The army at the South Gate had a look of disappointment on his face. Yang Kai clicked his tongue and said, Seeing how skilled you are in dealing with it, you seem to have expected this scene long ago. The army at the South Gate said with a bitter face, That's why that guy is so hateful. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Yang Kai asked curiously, Isn't he an artifact refining Grandmaster? Shouldn't a few Emperor artifacts be enough to pay off the debt? The army at the South Gate sighed. No matter how many Emperor artifacts he refines, he can't afford to gamble. This Grandmaster actually gambles? Yang Kai said in shock. More than that, he's simply addicted to gambling. That's fine, but he loses every time he gambles, the army at the South Gate said with a look of disdain. That's why I said this guy is a bit troublesome. Yang Kai was suddenly startled and asked, That flying boat Emperor artifact, don't tell me you won it from this Grandmaster? The army at the South Gate blushed and said, I was forced to do it. It wasn't my will. With just a few words, Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this Emperor artifact refiner he had never met before. TSK, this guy is really strange. He actually gambled with a flying Emperor artifact worth hundreds of millions of gold coins and lost. No wonder so many debtors are blocking his door. Although he's an Emperor artifact refiner, his life is really miserable. While talking, the two arrived at a mountain wall. The army at the South Gate sneakily released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he suddenly took out a token and waved it. A ripple immediately appeared on a stone wall of the mountain wall, revealing a passage big enough for one person to enter and exit. The army at the South Gate hurriedly rushed in and called out to Yang Kai at the same time. After Yang Kai entered, he closed the entrance. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the army at the South Gate took the initiative to explain, I helped her arrange this spirit array. Without this illusion array, she would have nowhere to hide. You have a good relationship. Yang Kai chuckled. Palace Master, don't compare me to her. The army at the south gate had a look of disdain on his face. If others know that I know her, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. Is it that serious? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. South Gate Dajuan poured out his grievances and said, "Palace lord, you haven't experienced her shamelessness. Back then, I helped her pay off a lot of debts. Those creditors came to me one by one. Even now, I still remember it vividly." As he said this, he actually shivered. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. It seemed that this Emperor Artifact Master had left a lot of psychological trauma in the army at the South Gate. They walked all the way inside. After walking for several incense sticks worth of time, the front suddenly opened up. A huge karst cave appeared in their field of vision. There was nothing in the karst cave, but there were many forks in all directions. They didn't know where they led. "Palace Master, please wait a moment." After the army at the South Gate said this, he turned his head and looked at the forks. After a short while, his eyes locked onto one of the forks, and he coughed lightly. "Little Marquis, come out." No one responded, only the voice of the army at the South Gate echoing in the karst cave. "Come out, do you think I can't see you?" The army at the South Gate's face darkened, and he shouted, "Don't come over, or I'll die before you." Suddenly a woman's voice sounded, but it was extremely weak, as if she had suffered a serious injury, and her words were full of self-abandonment. A woman. Yang Kai was stunned. Previously, when Nan Men Dejun introduced this Emperor Artifact Master, his face was full of disdain and disgust, and his words were like, "This guy is a bastard." Yang Kai thought it was a man, but he didn't expect it to be a woman. This came as a surprise to Yang Kai, but he soon relaxed. It wasn't as if he had never met a female artifact refiner before. Yang Yen was a top artifact refiner and spirit array grandmaster. The army at the South Gate's face darkened, and he angrily said, "Idiot! Can't you recognize my voice?" The woman hidden in the forks was silent for a moment, but Yang Kai clearly felt a pair of eyes observing this place. A moment later, a figure wrapped in a breeze rushed over and stood not far away. "Dejun, it's you!" The woman cried out in surprise. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that although this woman's appearance wasn't enough to cause the downfall of a nation, she was still quite extraordinary. She wore a long floral dress that gave her a cute and playful appearance, but her figure was full of maturity. However, for some unknown reason, her expression was somewhat dispirited. The woman was very happy to meet an old friend after a long separation, and after a short pause, she rushed straight towards the army at the South Gate. "What are you doing?" The army at the South Gate was obviously prepared. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on her head, his emperor chi surging, firmly fixing her in place. The woman smiled flatteringly and said coquettishly, "Dejun." Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his body, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. "How dare you be so presumptuous?" The army at the South Gate shouted angrily, his emperor chi surging in his palm as he tried to push her away. The woman resisted the pressure and took a few steps forward, rushing into the arms of the army at the South Gate. She turned around and lightly landed on a smooth stone not far away, giggling. "My ring." The army at the South Gate's face was dark as he touched his empty middle finger. When he looked up, he saw that the woman was holding the ring in her hand and waving it at him as if she was showing it off. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Everything happened too quickly. Although he didn't see it too clearly, he still vaguely caught a trace of it. This Emperor Artifact Master was really fast. Even though the army at the South Gate was prepared, she still managed to snatch away his space ring in an instant. Was she really an artifact refiner? "Give it back." The army at the South Gate reached out to the woman with a cold face. The woman pouted her rosy lips and wiped away the soul imprint on the South Gate Dajuan's ring. After searching for a while, she laughed and took out a few jars of wine from the ring. She said happily, "I knew you were the best to me." Saying so, she lay down on her side, tore open the seal, and poured the wine into her mouth. The space ring, however, was silently bounced back to her. The army at the south gate took it with a sullen face, not saying a word. Only the sound of gulping wine could be heard coming from the cave. Yan Kai rubbed his forehead and suddenly felt a headache coming on. Before, when he learned that this Emperor Artifact Master was a gambling addict, Yan Kai did not feel much. But now that he saw her acting like a veteran drunkard, he even felt like leaving. Damn it, another woman who was drinking. Gao Shueting's actions a few days ago after drinking had cast an indelible shadow over Yan Kai's heart. Now that he saw this woman drinking, he could not help but recall the tragic experience of that day. His heart was beating like a drum. Chapter 2783. After downing several jars of wine, the woman let out a loud burp. With a comfortable expression, she wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth and let out a long sigh. I'm finally alive! The dispirited look on her face was swept away and replaced with a rosy glow. There were still 2 jars left, but she didn't drink them and instead put them away in her space ring as if they were precious. Raising her head, she asked, Dejun, are you here to save me? Southern Gate Dejun smiled coldly. What do you think? Then, when will our wedding be held? The woman asked. Scram. The woman curled her lips and muttered something under her breath. Looking at her mouth, it seemed like she was cursing, but in the blink of an eye, she looked at Yan Kai and asked Southern Gate Dejun with a smile. Who is this little brother? He has a good figure. Do you have money? Do you have wine? Don't be presumptuous. Southern Gate Dejun coldly snorted. This is my High Heaven Palace's palace master, you stupid woman. Quickly come and greet him. High Heaven Palace? The woman tilted her head and thought for a moment before giggling. I've never heard of it. Where did it come from? Southern Gate Dejun quickly said, It doesn't matter whether you've heard of it or not. What's important is that this king is now the chief array master of High Heaven Palace. The woman's cheeky grin instantly froze on her face as she stared at the Southern Gate army in astonishment, then glanced at Yan Kai before stepping forward and reaching out to touch the Southern Gate army's head. What are you doing? Southern Gate Dejun vigilantly took a step back. Are you sick? The woman asked curiously. You're the one who's sick. Southern Gate Dejun angrily rebuked. Your whole family is sick. The woman giggled, turned around, and landed on the shiny stone, then said condescendingly, Since you're not sick, why did you join a sect? Didn't you always look down on those big and small sects before? Since I joined High Heaven Palace, I naturally have my reasons. Southern Gate Dejun hesitated for a moment before replying. The woman's face suddenly became serious. She had known Southern Gate Dejun for many years, from when they were still weak. They had cooperated many times and grown step by step to where they were today. It could be said that they knew each other very well. She was very clear about the attitude of the Southern Gate army towards those sects. If the Southern Gate army wanted to join any sect, it could be said that they could choose any sect in the entire star boundary. Even the sects of the great emperors were no exception. But in fact, the last time she saw the Southgate army, he was still alone. Now, she suddenly heard that this guy had joined a sect called the High Heaven Palace. The woman was extremely surprised. Palace Master of High Heaven Palace? He was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. So how powerful could the sect he founded be? What was so special about it that could attract people like the Southern Gate army? The woman tilted her head and carefully examined Yan Kai. It was as if she wanted to see a flower from him. Yan Kai looked back at her with a smile, but deep down he was worried. He thought to himself, should I just go back? Such an unreliable Emperor Artifact Master? Even if I did recruit her into the High Heaven Palace, it wouldn't be a good thing. After a while, the woman clenched her fist and hammered her palm, with a look of realization. She looked at the Southern Gate army in surprise. Dejun, after knowing each other for so many years, I finally know that you don't like women. No wonder you didn't want to marry me. You. The Southern Gate Army was furious. He pointed at the woman and said with a trembling finger, "Stupid woman!" He turned to look at the ashen-faced Yang Kai and said anxiously, "Palace Master, this woman is crazy. Don't pay attention to her. Who are you scolding?" The woman glared at him. Yang Kai took a step forward and said indifferently, "I heard from Dejun that Sir is a top-notch Emperor artifact master." This young master came with great sincerity and expectations, but now it seems 'tis K. What do you mean by 'tis K? The woman was unhappy. She rushed in front of Yang Kai and glared at him. She reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's collar and said angrily, "Explain yourself or you'll get it." "Let go." The Southern Gate Army was startled and quickly shouted. He wasn't worried about Yang Kai. He was just afraid that Yang Kai would be angry and the woman wouldn't have a good time. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so even if the woman was strong, she was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him and looked at the woman with disdain. He sneered, "Since you are a Grandmaster, you should act like one. I don't see a trace of a Grandmaster's demeanor on you. Instead, you look like a common woman. To be honest, this young master is very disappointed." The woman let go of his collar and sneered, "What a joke! Do you think that a so-called Grandmaster must be sanctimonious and serious? This old lady was born like this." Yang Kai chuckled. "So, you think you are a Grandmaster?" The woman coldly snorted. "I don't dare to say anything else. But when it comes to artifact refining, no one can surpass me in this world." Such big words. Be careful not to bite your tongue. The woman sneered, her confidence overflowing in her words. "Anyone can talk, but I don't know what will happen when it comes to fighting. You want to fight?" The woman glared at Yang Kai. Seeing his provocative look, she immediately became angry and said, Good. Elder sister will let you die with understanding." She stretched out her hand and said to the Southern Gate Army, "Bring some materials." The Southern Gate Army glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. At this time, he also understood what Yang Kai was planning. He obviously wanted to see the woman's artifact refining skills, so his words were so vicious. The woman did not fail to see Yang Kai's intentions, but being questioned in her own territory, she was naturally angry. Knowing that Yang Kai was using words to provoke her, she could only go with the flow. Seeing Yang Kai nod in agreement, the Southern Gate Army asked, "What materials do you want?" "Anything." Only then did Southgate Dejun start searching through his space ring. During this period of time, as the chief array master of Towering Palace, he had been busy with the matters of array formations. Setting up array formations required a large amount of materials, so there was a lot of materials in his space ring. Finding N or the size of a human head, he threw it to the woman. Yang Kai glanced at it and recognized that it was a piece of red feather corundum, which was famous for its toughness. When refining an artifact, if mixed with it, it could improve the toughness of the artifact. However, because of this, red feather corundum could only be used as an additive material, not as the main body of an artifact. But now that the Southern Gate Army had chosen such a piece of or and no other materials, obviously he also intended to let the woman show off her skills. "Open your eyes and look carefully, little brother, and don't blink." The woman took the red feather corundum and smiled coldly at Yang Kai. Her 5 fingers danced flexibly, and the head-sized red feather corundum rotated in her hand in an instant. The woman did not rush to refine, but instead took out a jar of wine and drank a big mouthful. After putting away the wine jar, the woman opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of wine. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, a burst of fire burst out, and the temperature in the cave rose sharply. The fire was not a normal color, but a faint white. It should be a special kind of heaven and earth flame. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Whether it was an artifact, refiner, or alchemist, the requirements for flames were extremely high. Having an excellent flame could often improve the efficiency and quality of alchemy and artifact refining. When the woman made this move, Yang Kai could see that she must be really skilled. Not to mention that she didn't even take out an artifact refining furnace. Obviously, she was going to refine in the air. This kind of refinement had extremely high requirements for the refiner. Ordinary people simply could not do it. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the woman's control over this flame had reached a transcendent level. The spirit wine flame directly wrapped around Qi Yugang stone. Not a bit more, not a bit less, not a bit more, not a bit more, not a bit more. In the high temperature, the head-sized red feather corundum stone melted quickly. The woman held it with one of her jade-like hands, and her 5 fingers moved nimbly. Drops of impurities were removed, and the red feather corundum stone continued to shrink. Just like when refining pills, one had to condense the medicinal liquid. When refining tools, one had to first remove the impurities. This was the most basic step, and also the step that tested the skills of alchemists and tool refiners the most. It would directly affect the quality of the final product. Yang Kai released his divine sense and carefully examined the situation of Akabane adamantium. The result was astonishing. After spending about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the woman actually removed all the impurities from the red feather adamantium stone, leaving not a trace behind. In this segment, she had already achieved perfection. Just this alone showed that she was worthy of the title of Grandmaster. Yang Kai showed a look of approval. Because of the various actions of this woman, his prejudice against her was slightly reduced. As long as she had real skills, some of the problems in life were not unbearable. After an incense stick worth of time, the head-sized red feather corundum stone had turned into a ball of pure mineral liquid the size of a fist. The woman raised her head and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. "Little brother, it's not too late to beg for mercy. As long as you can give me a few million source crystals, this elder sister will be merciful enough to forgive you for your previous rudeness." "Huh." Yang Kai sneered. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I hate stubborn men like you the most." The woman grit her teeth as she spoke to Yang Kai, her hands not stopping for a moment. The fingers of her small hand that was holding the mineral liquid continued to move, forming a series of seals and branding them into the mineral liquid. At the same time, the white flame in her hand also fluctuated between high and low, obviously trying to control the temperature of the flame. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the mineral liquid was slowly elongated, gradually taking the shape of a sword. With the passage of time and the woman's movements, the appearance of the long sword became clearer and clearer. The edge of the sword flashed with a sharp, cold light, and a complex pattern appeared on the hilt. This refining process was a bit boring, and there was no particularly thrilling scene, but whether it was Yang Kai or the Southgate army, they all watched intently. About an hour later, the woman suddenly grabbed the wine jar again and drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time, the strange flame suddenly disappeared, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and bursts of light appeared on the long sword. "Finish." The woman threw the long sword into the air, and after it fell straight down, it was firmly inserted in the ground, more than a foot into the ground. Chapter 2784. The ground of this cave was extremely hard, but now the red feather steel sword was able to sink a foot into the ground due to the inertia of falling from the air, which was enough to show how sharp this sword was. What was even more remarkable was that this sword was refined from a piece of red feather steel stone without any other materials, so although its toughness was good, it was definitely not known for its sharpness. This point alone allowed Yang Kai to have a general evaluation of this woman's artifact refining skills. Reaching out, the scarlet feather steel sword landed firmly in Yang Kai's palm. When Yang Kai pushed his emperor Qi, the sword hummed and vibrated. With a shake of his hand, the long sword actually formed a wave-like trajectory as soft as a rope. Dao, source, grade, low rank. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly. "Ha ha ha ha." The woman stood on top of the rock, opened her arms, and laughed wildly. All of you will submit to this old lady's magical and great artifact, refining skills. The Southern Gate Army's face went black. Palace Master, why don't we just go back now? If the Southern Gate Army had made such a suggestion before this woman began her artifact refining, Yong-kai might have just gone with the flow. But after seeing this woman's artifact refining skills, he had other plans. Although the woman in front of him looked extremely unreliable, she was very capable. Moreover, she wasn't just an ordinary person. Little brother, are you convinced now? The woman looked at Yong-kai triumphantly, with a look of worship on her face. Not bad. Yong-kai nodded slightly. Not bad. The woman's expression became fierce as she said, slowly, not wrong. Such a miraculous method was actually exchanged for a mere not bad evaluation? The woman's face turned cold as she waved her hand like she was swatting a fly. Go, 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 go. You are not welcome here. Get as far away as you can. Originally, seeing that this boy was a guest brought by the Southern Gate Army, the woman had to give him some face, otherwise she would not have deliberately shown her artifact refining skills. But now, Yong-kai's indifferent evaluation made her burn with anger, so she directly tried to drive him away. She no longer had the slightest interest in talking to him. She hated this kind of guy who didn't know how to appreciate and pretended to know. Yong-kai smiled. Not bad indeed. The woman's expression turned cold, and she said indifferently, Little brother, be careful that trouble comes from careless talk. Don't look at me like this. I only need to say a word, and you will die without a burial ground. South Gate Dajuan chuckled and said, Little Marquis, your words are too big. Be careful that you won't be able to clean up the mess. The woman snorted, I'm an emperor weaponsmith. If I really wanted to kill someone, would I be afraid that no one would do it for me? Don't look at how those fellows outside are jealous of this old lady's debt collection. If this old lady really wants to negotiate with them, they can all become hired thugs. The South Gate Great Army said indifferently, The palace lord is a pill emperor. The woman looked at Yong-kai in surprise, then tilted her head to look at South Gate Dajuan, as if she could see traces of lying on his face, but the result made her extremely disappointed. South Gate Dajuan's face was serious, and his expression was solemn. Furthermore, based on her understanding of the South Gate Army, he would never lie about something like this. Pill Emperor? So young? The woman was a little frightened. However, she still stubbornly said, So what? Emperor Weaponsmith, Emperor Pill Emperor, everyone is about the same. Thinking about it, it was funny. This nameless island actually gathered an Emperor Weaponsmith, an Emperor Pill Emperor, and an Emperor Array Emperor. Such a lineup could be said to be terrifying. Most likely, any sect that saw this would have their eyes lit up and would try to rope them in at all costs. Yong-kai said, Grandmaster Ho, right? It seems that Grandmaster Ho is very dissatisfied with this young master's evaluation. The woman snorted. Whatever, I'm not related to you in any way. How you evaluate is your own business. If this young master says it's not bad, that's because I've seen better weaponsmiths. As soon as these words came out, the woman immediately jumped up and cursed. Nonsense. How can there be a better weaponsmith in this world than this old lady? In the Tao of weaponsmithing, this old lady is #1 in the world. She turned to glare at South Gate Great Army and gritted her teeth. Can I beat this kid? South Gate Great Army shook his head and said, What #1? In any territory, no one dared to claim to be #1 in the world. Perhaps the wondrous Pill Great Emperors could boast so much in the Tao of alchemy. But this woman obviously did not have such weight. You don't believe me, Grandmaster Ho? Yong-kai's mouth hooked up, revealing a subtle smile. The woman snorted. Since you say so, then take me to find a better weaponsmith. This old lady wants to see who's stronger and who's weaker. Yong-kai shook his head and said, I don't know where she is now. The woman curled her lips with a look of disdain. obviously thinking that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. But Yang Kai changed the topic. If I can prove that there is someone in this world who is better than you in weaponsmithing, then what? What's the harm in marrying you? The woman sneered as she tugged at her floral dress, puffed out her chest, and said, "This old lady has face, breasts, and figure. Even now I am still a virgin, so don't say you don't like me." Yang Kai glanced at South Gate Great Army, who stretched out his hand and put a helpless expression on his face. Obviously, he had long since learned about this woman's shamelessness. "Good." Yang Kai nodded before taking out an object from his space ring and tossing it to the woman. "Then please take a look at this, Grandmaster Ho." The woman reached out and caught it, glanced over it, and sneered disdainfully. "An Origin Grade artifact? Where did this toy come from? Oh, it's a battleship." An Origin Grade artifact was something only an Origin returning realm cultivator could use. For someone at her level, it was indeed a toy that had no use at all. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "The simpler and lower the grade of an object, the better one's ability to refine it. Isn't that so?" The woman frowned slightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view in a rare moment. "You're right." Just like cooking, what tested a chef's foundation was not some expensive dish, but the simplest stir-fried potato shreds. HM? The woman's expression suddenly became serious, and the contempt in her eyes disappeared, replaced by caution and surprise. She turned the small battleship over and over in her hand, her divine sense surging, apparently to investigate its internal structure. "Palace Master, do you really intend to recruit this woman into High Heaven Palace?" South Gate Great Army quietly asked. "You've seen what kind of virtue she has. If she really enters High Heaven Palace, who knows what kind of trouble she'll cause? She's eccentric and does whatever she wants. It's just that she hasn't met anyone who can subdue her. Is Palace Master confident in subduing her?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "If I want to subdue her, the only way is to defeat her in her territory. I don't have that ability." Oh. In this regard, South Gate Great Army deeply understood. The reason why he agreed to join High Heaven Palace was not because Yang Kai was sincere, nor was it because Yang Kai was good to him, but because there was something in High Heaven Palace that interested him in his territory that he could not decipher. This was the main reason. "Although I don't have this ability, others do." Yang Kai showed a mysterious smile. "This is an Origin Grade ship?" South Gate Great Army frowned, realizing the crux of the problem. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and no longer said anything. An Origin Grade ship for Yang Kai was far too low of a grade, but it was a battleship personally refined by Yang Inflammation, something Yang Kai had brought from Shadowed Star. Yang Inflammation's artifact refining skills were something Yang Kai had deeply experienced. If this Grandmaster Ho's artifact refining skills were even better than Yang Inflammation's, then Yang Kai would naturally have nothing to say. However, Yang Kai felt that this was unlikely. This could be seen from the dignified expression on the woman's face at the moment. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. A trivial Origin Grade ship, in the eyes of Yang Kai and Southgate Great Army, was just a low-grade artifact, but in the eyes of this woman it was an extremely exquisite artifact. Time passed slowly, and the cave remained silent. The woman's expression became more and more dignified, a fine layer of sweat oozing from her forehead. This detail shocked and horrified Southgate Great Army. The woman's reaction was obviously because this Origin Grade ship had given her a great shock. Although the Southgate Great Army did not acknowledge her claim to be the world's #1 artifact refiner, they subconsciously felt that in terms of artifact refining, there was basically no one in the entire star boundary who could match her. But now it seemed that in this world, there was always a mountain higher than the other, who had refined this Origin Grade ship, and where had the Palace Master obtained it? How could it have such a magical effect? "Activate it!" The woman suddenly raised her head and ordered Yang Kai, her tone not polite at all. Yang Kai didn't pay her any mind and simply formed a seal with his hand, causing the palm-sized battleship to immediately swell up to 15 meters in length and pitch black in color. Yang Kai opened the hatch again, and the woman entered the battleship in a flash. From the looks of it, she would need to carefully inspect the ship from inside out. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply waited outside with the South Gate Great Army. By this time, Yang Kai was already 80% sure that this was the case, so it all depended on whether the woman admitted it or not. Half an hour later, the woman suddenly walked out of the battleship with a dull look on her face. She was like a walking corpse, like a young girl who had been brutally ravaged by dozens of burly men. Even her footsteps were stiff and mechanical. Only her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Her lips gently opened and closed, but no one knew what she was muttering. Yang Kai and the South Gate Great Army glanced at each other and tactfully chose not to disturb her. 1 hour, 2 hours, half a day, one night, after a full 2 days, the woman suddenly changed. Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she suddenly jumped up and clapped her hands. "Ha ha ha, I understand, so that's how it is." She had actually gained something. Seeing this, the South Gate Great Army breathed a long sigh of relief. 2 days ago, he had been very worried. Although after so many years of being together, this woman had often done some infuriating things, in the end, they were still old friends. Seeing this woman's demonic appearance, the South Gate Great Army was really worried that she would become the demon race. But now, it seemed that he had been worried for nothing. This allowed the South Gate Great Army to feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a little angry. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. With this woman's previous actions, it was likely that she would live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brightly as the sun and moon. So what was the point in worrying about her? Chapter 2785. How is it? Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. "Oh." The woman scratched her head, turned her eyes to the side, and said with a hollow laugh, "This battleship is really good, ha ha ha." Southgate Army Commander smiled and said, "Little Ho, do you still remember what you said before?" The woman glared at him fiercely before putting on a stubborn posture and looking at Yang Kai. She said, "All right, although I have some small flaws in my character." "Small flaws?" Southgate Army Commander's forehead bulged. "But I also have my advantages. My biggest advantage is that I accept defeat." The woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "Since that's the case, when will we get married?" "There's no need to get married." Yang Kai raised his hand and refused. Grandmaster Ho is a Grandmaster Artifact Refining. This young master came here mainly to invite you to the High Heaven Palace as the Chief Artifact Refiner. I hope, Grandmaster, Ho won't take offense if I offended you before. The woman covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother really knows how to talk. Her face suddenly became serious as she said, "Let's be clear, it was you who didn't want me to fulfill the agreement, not me. My reputation cannot be tarnished." "Army Commander can testify," Yang Kai smiled and added. "The premise is that Grandmaster Ho is willing to return to the High Heaven Palace with me." When the woman heard this, her expression became serious. She tilted her head and cast a glance at the army at the South Gate. After careful consideration, she said, "If it weren't for the army, no matter how many benefits your towering palace has, I wouldn't have considered it. But since Army Commander has already joined, let's join in the fun. I won't let Grandmaster Ho down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Don't be in such a hurry." The woman raised her hand and said, "Before that, I have a condition." Yang Kai frowned and nodded. "Speak." The woman turned around and came to the back of the rock. She lifted her leg and pressed her floral dress to her waist. She stepped on the rock with one foot, leaving half of her body exposed, but she didn't care. It was unknown when a dice cup appeared in his hand. He shook it in a daze for a while. A series of crackling sounds came from the dice cup. After a moment, he covered the rock. He roared, "Let's make a bet." The stake is this battle arc. That's your condition? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. That's right. The woman nodded. Yang Kai was speechless. He had heard from the soldiers at the south gate that Master Ho was a gambling addict, but he had never had the chance to learn from him. He did not expect him to do something like this before he left. This origin-grade boat refined by Yang Yin should be extremely attractive to her. That was why she wanted to use Yang Kai as a stake. All right, Yang Kai naturally didn't have a problem. It was just a gamble. If I win, so what? What's your bet? I have something to compensate you. The woman snorted and shouted, big or small? Yang Kai glanced at the Southgate army, who said, Palace Master can bet as much as you want. You don't have to worry about her doing anything. This girl is extremely serious when it comes to gambling. She won't go back on her word. Then let's bet big, Yang Kai said casually. In any case, winning or losing didn't matter. Even if he lost, it was just a matter of losing an origin-grade boat. The Southgate army quietly took out a space ring, threw it on the rock, and said, I'll bet big too. The woman sneered at the Southgate army, be careful not to lose everything. Don't worry, I can beat you with my eyes closed. Come, place your bets. Open. Ah. A moment later, the woman's left hand grabbed her right wrist and shook it vigorously. Her eyes were filled with pain, as if she had killed her father. Cut off my hand. How can it be big? The Southgate army calmly took back the space ring and said, Little Marquis, you owe me a total of 50 million source crystals. Keep the tab. The woman glared at him angrily before looking at Yang Kai. Sighing, she said, Since you've lost, I'll give you something. While speaking, she reached into her clothes, grabbed something, and tossed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it without any warning, but after taking a closer look, he almost had a nosebleed. The woman chuckled. Our corset. It's still warm. Yang Kai's face darkened. What do I need this for? The woman said meaningfully, Who knows? Yang Kai sighed and was about to return the exquisite corset to the other party when he suddenly frowned. He stretched out his hand and shook off the corset, spreading it on his palm to examine it carefully. The woman was planning to laugh at Yang Kai, but when she saw him like this, her heart skipped a beat and she quietly sent a message to the Southgate army. Army, is our palace master a novice? Won't he eat me if I tease him like this? You. The Southgate army smiled contemptuously. What's wrong with me? The woman suddenly became unhappy. Yang Kai, on the other hand, saw a clue and looked up at the woman in amazement, asking in surprise, Are you Master Monkey? The woman was stunned for a moment before blinking. Yes, my surname is Ho, and my name is you. So you are Master Monkey. Yang Kai laughed and pointed to the monkey head symbol on the corset. Ho Yu understood what he was talking about and smiled slightly. So you were talking about this? Yes, I am the elusive artifact, refining Grandmaster, Master Monkey. It's you. Yang Kai's eyes widened, but then he nodded slightly and said, I should have known. On the airship of the Southgate army, Yang Kai saw a monkey head sculpture. At that time, he vaguely felt that he had seen it before, but before he had time to think about it, he was interrupted. At this moment, seeing the monkey head symbol on the corset again, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he took Qinyu to an auction in Maplewood City a few days ago, he bought her a flowing cloud butterfly hairpin, which costs a lot of high-rank source crystals. The flowing cloud butterfly hairpin had a monkey head symbol on it. According to Qinyu at that time, Master Monkey was a very mysterious artifact, refining Grandmaster, and no one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. However, the artifacts refined by Master Monkey were all high quality and could be sold at a high price. Master Monkey's name was well known in the southern region. However, no one would have expected that Master Monkey's true identity was actually a woman. Moreover, she was a strange woman who liked to drink, gamble, and lose every time she gambled. This was really a pleasant surprise. Originally, Hou Yu's artifact refining skills were extremely good, and with the addition of Master Monkey's name, High Heaven Palace had profited greatly this time. Now, High Heaven Palace had gathered Emperor Alchemists, Emperor Array Masters, Emperor Artifact Masters, and even dabbled in the Tao of puppetry. With 3 monster kings in charge and a space array connecting the territory, it was easy to imagine that no one could stop the rise of the sect. Yang Kai was in a good mood and waved his hand. This origin grade boat is a gift to you. In any case, for me, it's just a token of remembrance. Really? Hou Yu was overjoyed, and a smile spread across her face as she bowed to Yang Kai and said gently, "Then this mistress thanks Palace Master for the gift." Yang Kai was not used to her suddenly acting like this. In the blink of an eye, Hou Yu returned to her usual self and rushed to the origin grade boat, opening her arms and hugging it as if she was holding a peerless treasure. Yang Kai removed the soul brand, and Hou Yu refined it again before putting it away solemnly. "Palace Master, if there is a chance in the future, I hope you can introduce me to the person who refined this battle boat." Hou Yu walked back and said with a solemn expression, "There will be a chance." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Do you have anything else to pack? If not, let's go." Hou Yu sneered, "I don't have anything on me." Years of gambling had caused her to lose almost all of her family's property. Although she was an Emperor Artifact Master, she was actually very poor. "Then let's go," Yang Kai said. "Please don't resist." Saying so, Yang Kai wrapped them in his space principles and Emperor Qi, and with a single thought, they disappeared from the cave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them reappeared above the island. The Southgate army was already prepared, so they did not feel anything, but Hou Yu was taken aback and asked in amazement, "Spatial teleportation?" In an instant, they had teleported from the cave to this place, breaking through many barriers and spirit arrays. Hou Yu did not feel any trace of Yang Kai using an artifact at all, so there was only one explanation for this. "Palace Master, are you proficient in space principles?" "Our Palace Master's divine technique is vast. You will be amazed in the future." The Southgate army grinned meaningfully. Hou Yu's heart trembled as he secretly rejoiced that he did not confront Yang Kai head-on before. Otherwise, his strength would not be enough. They were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how terrifying would an opponent proficient in space principles be? "Not good." Hou Yu's pretty face suddenly turned pale as she urged Yang Kai, "Let's go, or it will be too late." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was worried about and said, "In the future, my High Heaven Palace's name will shake the world, and as the chief artifact refiner of my High Heaven Palace, you will not be able to hide it. Instead of letting these people come to High Heaven Palace and ruin my High Heaven Palace's reputation in the future, it is better to pay off your debts now." "Palace Master." Hou Yu showed a moved expression, but Yang Kai's next words shattered her feelings completely. "All the repayment today will be deducted from your future monthly salary. Stinking woman, you finally came out. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." At the same time, a stream of light flew over from the distance, and at the same time, a warning whistle rang out in all directions. A moment later, a figure appeared from the stream of light. It was the middle-aged man Yang Kai and the Southgate army met when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. This man's second-order Emperor Realm aura was extremely powerful and unstoppable, and his divine sense was locked onto Hou Yu, making it clear that he would not allow her to escape. He pounced forward and stretched out his hand to grab Hou Yu. An astonishing pressure descended like a mountain, and Hou Yu could not help but turn pale. Even the Southgate army's figures swayed. Both of them were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so facing an angry Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was naturally difficult. Ing Qifeng even found it difficult to breathe. Chapter 2786. Facing the middle-aged man's terrifying attack, Yang Kai took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, The pressure weighing down on Ho-Yu and the Southern Gate army instantly melted like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai gently pointed his finger forward. It seemed simple, but it was in accordance with the principles of the great Tao. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he hurriedly clenched his fist and pushed his Emperor Qi to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. With a soft poochie sound, the middle-aged man's aura instantly deflated, like a deflated balloon. He couldn't help but take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. His aura was steady, and as the sea breeze blew, his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Ho-Yu was stunned as he stared at Yang Kai's back in a daze. For a moment, Yang Kai looked like a celestial being. Am I seeing things? How can a First-Order Emperor Realm Master be so powerful? Ho-Yu and the Southern Gate Army were also First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. But under the suppression of this attack, they found it extremely difficult to breathe. However, this High Heaven Palace Master was able to repel them with a single finger. You! The middle-aged man was also shocked. In that instant, what he saw was not a finger, but a sharp blade slashing towards him. The aura of death enveloped his body, making it impossible for him to dodge or block. Just when he thought he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die, the other party easily broke through his defenses and only forced him to retreat. He didn't really kill him, nor did he even hurt him. All he did was cause his aura to become slightly chaotic. Are you in cahoots? The middle-aged man recognized Yang Kai and the Southern Gate Army at this moment. He had seen these two when they first arrived on the island 2 days ago. At that time, the other person said that they were here to collect a debt, and he naively believed him. But now, it seemed that these two were not here to collect a debt, but were clearly accomplices of that hateful woman. If they were ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't need to worry about them, but he had just taken Yang Kai's finger and witnessed Yang Kai's strength. He was very wary of them. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and fought, he might not be his opponent. As his mind raced, the middle-aged man regained his composure and shouted, "No matter what. Today, you can either return the money or pay with your life." Oh. As soon as he finished speaking, figures rushed over from all directions and gathered around the middle-aged man. Those people had all stayed on the island the entire time. They were looking for Ho-Yu to collect their debts. There were more than 20 of them, 5 of which were from the Emperor Realm, other than the middle-aged man, who was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. The remaining 4 were all First-Order Emperors. With so many people standing by his side, the fear in the middle-aged man's heart lessened slightly. He alone was not a match for that young man. But with so many people, how could he not be a match for him? A fierce tiger does not fight against a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. No matter how strong the other party is, he can't beat one person. As soon as these people appeared, they all looked at Ho-Yu with hatred and anger. It was as if they had some sort of irreconcilable enmity with her. However, they didn't speak casually. It was obvious that they were following the lead of the middle-aged man. "Friend, this woman owes us a lot of source crystals. If you insist on sheltering her, don't blame us for not giving you face." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Is everyone here?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and swept his gaze across the crowd before landing on the middle-aged man again. He said calmly, "Debts must be repaid. What she owes you, I will pay it back for her." "You paid it back for her?" The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, he asked, "Do you know how much she owes?" "I'll pay as much as she owes," Yang Kai said lightly. Ho-Yu gulped and quietly poked the Southern Gate Army, asking, "Is our palace master very rich?" The Southern Gate Army glanced at her and sneered. "What does it have to do with you? Anyway, Palace Master will pay off your debt this time and deduct it from your monthly salary. I guess you will have to stay in High Heaven Palace for the rest of your life." Ho-Yu heard this. Her pretty face suddenly changed as she grabbed the Southern Gate Army's arm and said, "Army, you can't abandon me. I joined the High Heaven Palace because of you. If you want to leave in the future, you can't go alone. You must take me with you." The Southern Gate Army continued to sneer and pulled his arm out. On the other side, hearing Yang Kai's bold words, everyone had different reactions. Some looked happy, while others looked skeptical. After all, the amount of debt owed by this woman was not small, but this young man actually said that he would pay it back. Did he have the financial resources to do so? Those were not low-rank or mid-rank source crystals, but tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Even the High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace would not be able to bear such a debt easily. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" The middle-aged man frowned and looked at Yang Kai. With such amazing strength and the courage to boast so shamelessly, "You can't be a nobody, right?" "It's just paying back the debt. Why are you asking so much?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Southern Gate Army said, "This is the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Yang Kai. You should be familiar with him, right?" "What? The High Heaven Palace's Palace Master?" "The High Heaven Palace that destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and took over the nest of a magpie? I heard that the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master is a young man, and his cultivation is indeed at the First Order Emperor realm. It seems..." "See!" Hearing the Southern Gate Army's introduction, the group of people was shocked. While gasping, they began to look at Yang Kai again. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. It turned out that this was the High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, who had been the talk of the town in the Northern Territory recently. The destruction of the Seeking Passion sect had caused an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. Although the High Heaven Palace had just been established, its name was like the sun in the sky. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, so anyone with a little bit of information would be familiar with this name. To be able to destroy a deep-rooted behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of the High Heaven Palace could be imagined. It was rumored that there were 3 monster kings in the High Heaven Palace, and even the Seeking Passion sect's sect master, Feng Xian, was destroyed with a snap of his fingers. But now, it seemed that High Firmament Palace didn't just rely on the 3 monster kings to succeed. This seemingly young palace master wasn't easy to deal with either. With just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation, he was able to easily suppress Yang Kai. Even in the entire star boundary, there weren't many people who could do this. Fortunately, the conflict between them wasn't too deep, otherwise there would be no place for Yang Kai in the Northern Territory in the future. Thinking so, the middle-aged man's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. Please forgive my rudeness." Seeing him like this, the others also hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted him, not daring to underestimate him in the slightest. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Xiao Ho is a member of my High Heaven Palace. She has caused trouble for everyone during this time. N, how many source crystals does she owe you? Everyone, please give me a price. This palace master will help her pay it all." Everyone suddenly looked at each other in dismay. Before they knew Yang Kai's identity, it was reasonable to doubt whether he had the ability to pay back the money. But now that they knew that he was the High Heaven Palace's palace master, they had a headache whether to collect the debt or not. After all, these debts were gambling debts, not serious transactions. If they offended the High Heaven Palace because of this matter, they were afraid that the gains would not make up for the losses. But if they didn't accept it, they would be unwilling. This was not a small number. So, although Yang Kai was very sincere in wanting to pay back the money for Hoyu, no one spoke up. Yang Kai observed them carefully, so how could he not know what they were afraid of? With a thought, he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I remember that Xiao Ho owes Your Excellency 2,000 high-rank source crystals, right?" Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and admitted. This was what he had told Yang Kai and the Southgate Army 2 days ago. "Then please count. The number is correct." Yang Kai casually tossed a space ring to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out and caught it. After sweeping it with his divine sense, he confirmed that the number was correct. With things having reached this point, he could only say, "It is indeed 20 million." With this opening, the rest of the people no longer hesitated, and one by one reported the number of source crystals, how you owed them, or the forces behind her. The minimum was 1 or 2 million high-rank source crystals, while the maximum was tens of millions. More than 20 people. Yang Kai spent a total of 70 million high-rank source crystals to pay it all back. After receiving the money they owed, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Among them, the earliest ones had been here for a year, but they had not been able to find any trace of Hoyu, let alone get back the money they owed. But now that happiness had suddenly fallen from the sky, they were all overjoyed. Getting back the money they owed meant that they no longer had to suffer here. The money has been paid back. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd indifferently. This palace master has a small matter to attend to now and hopes that you can help. The middle-aged man leading the group wore a solemn expression and cupped his fists. Palace Master Yang is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask. The rest of the people also echoed in unison. Yang Kai smiled and said, "After you return, please spread a message for me. If any sect or person gambles with Xiao Ho again in the future, High Heaven Palace will not let them off easily." Everyone was shocked, and Hoyu even shouted exaggeratedly, "Palace Master, just kill me." If this news were to spread, how could she gamble with others in the future? Suddenly, she regretted joining this bullshit High Heaven Palace. Now, even her greatest pleasure had been ruthlessly deprived of, causing Hoyu to feel a sense of despair. Damn it! The middle-aged man obviously breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "This matter is easy to handle. Palace Master Yang can rest assured. We did not know that this madam was a member of High Heaven Palace. If we had known earlier, there is no need to mention the past again." Yang Kai waved his hand. Having no intention of continuing to exchange pleasantries with these people, he turned to Hoyu and the Southern Gate Army and said, "Let's go." The Southern Gate Army immediately threw out the Emperor artifact flying ship, and the three of them entered it one by one, soon turning into a stream of light and flying towards High Heaven Palace. "Do you want to gamble?" Inside the ship, Yang Kai looked at Hoyu, who looked like a frosted eggplant, and asked. Hoyu raised his head and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Pay back the 70 million high-rank source crystals first," Yang Kai grinned. "It won't take long, just 100 years. Hoyu's eyes rolled back, and he instantly fainted to the ground. Chapter 2787. 3 days later, the three of them returned to High Heaven Palace. During this period, Hoyu tried to escape many times, but she was caught by Yang Kai every time. She didn't have the slightest temper. "I don't believe you can watch me for 100 years. When you're not careful, I'll have plenty of chances to escape." Hoyu sneered in her heart. Unfortunately, this wishful thinking was ruthlessly shattered after returning to High Heaven Palace for an incense stick's worth of time. Monster King. And there are 3 of them. Hoyu looked at the 3 terrifying existences in front of her who were rolling demonic chi and exuding a terrifying aura. Her face was filled with shock. She didn't know that High Heaven Palace had such a heritage. After all, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How many masters could there be in High Heaven Palace? Along the way, she didn't have the chance to ask about the High Heaven Palace in detail. Now that she was here, she was shocked. With 3 monster kings in charge, their heritage was not ordinary. No top sect in the Northern Territory could compare to them. "This is my High Heaven Palace's newly recruited Chief Artifact Refiner." Yang Kai introduced Hoyu to the 3 monster kings. "Just call her Xiao Ho." Xiao Ho is a lively and active person. But this young master hopes that she can be more stable in High Heaven Palace, so Ing Fei immediately said, Young Master Yang, rest assured. The three of us will take turns watching her. We definitely won't let her cause any trouble. Shi Lei and Xia Wei also expressed their positions. Hou Yu's face suddenly became extremely pale. She couldn't help but take a few steps back and cried out, "How can this be?" Being watched by 3 monster kings in turn, how could she live in the future? If that was really the case, forget about escaping. She might not even have the slightest bit of personal freedom. That's good. Yang Kai nodded gently. He said to Ying Fei, "Take her to the chief steward and register her name. Then arrange a place for her to stay." "Yes," Ying Fei replied, extending his hand towards Hou Yu. "Miss Hou, please." "I don't want to." Hou Yu clenched his teeth and turned to run. Ying Fei glanced at Yang Kai, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ying Fei sneered. He turned into a stream of light and chased after her. In the blink of an eye, he caught Hou Yu and lifted her up like a chick. Then he flew into the distance at a moderate speed. Shi Lei and Xia Wei looked at each other and slowly hurried over. From afar, Hou Yu's cursing voice could be heard before it gradually faded away. Yang Kai took out his communication compass and left a message for Hua Qingxi. Then he looked at the Southgate army and said, "About the mountain ripple map. Get it done as soon as possible. Don't worry, Palace Lord. With little Marquis help, the mountain ripple diagram won't be a problem. Also, tell the head chief to refine a flight-type artifact for me after I'm done with the mountain ripple diagram. I want it to be big and good, so there's no need to worry about the cost." Yes, the matter of the chief refiner had also been settled. Yang Kai was in a good mood. After a while, he returned to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. On Lingjian Peak, Yang Kai had just stood still when his expression suddenly changed. He looked to the side and saw that in the valley over there a sneaky and dark little beast was curiously looking at this side. Its eyes were rolling around as if it was looking for something. However, because the place where the space array was located was hidden by Yang Kai with the power of the Lingjian Peak, in the eyes of the little beast, there was nothing special about this place. Yang Kai chuckled softly and recognized that this little beast was the one he had met in the wine jar before. It looked strange and somewhat like a puppy. It should be the native monster beast of Lingjian Peak. It was just that its strength was not strong. Anyway, Yang Kai did not feel any fluctuations of power from it. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. When his figure suddenly appeared, the little beast was obviously startled and crept back a few times vigilantly. Its round eyes stared at Yang Kai, flashing a trace of human-like vigilance. However, after recognizing Yang Kai, that trace of vigilance quickly disappeared. Instead, it stuck out its tongue and kept panting, as if it was acting coquettishly to please him. Yang Kai found it interesting. He reached out and grabbed it, touched its head, and sneered, "Are you lost? This is not a place where you can casually come." Although the level of the birds and beasts on Lingjian Peak was not too high, many of them could not be resisted by this little beast. Especially in this valley, there were still many powerful monster beasts. If it was really encountered by those powerful monster beasts, he was afraid that it would be swallowed in one bite. In fact, Yang Kai was also very curious. How did such a black, dog-like little beast survive in Lingjian Peak? After being touched by Yang Kai's hand, the little black dog showed a trace of joy. Its eyes narrowed, and it quietly climbed on Yang Kai's hand, motionless. Gently shaking his head, his figure flickered, and he appeared outside Lingjian Hall. Bending down, Yang Kai placed the little black dog down, but he didn't expect that the little guy would actually cling onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. Yang Kai was suddenly happy. He bent his finger and flicked it on the little black dog's forehead. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The little black dog, which had been calm and well-behaved, opened its mouth without warning and bit Yang Kai's finger. One man and one beast, for eyes looked at each other. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Immediately after, Yang Kai furrowed his brow because a trace of pain was transmitted to him from his finger. At the same time, a trace of violent power suddenly shook his dantian. His face changed, and before he could think, the little black dog actually ran away with its tail between its legs without looking back. Its mouth was still whimpering, as if it had been greatly frightened. Yang Kai raised his hand and examined it in front of his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Under the little black dog's bite, his finger was actually bitten open. There were several clear teeth marks that went deep into his bone, and golden blood quickly flowed out. Was it bitten open? How was this possible? Yang Kai's physical fitness was strong. Even in the Emperor realm, it could be said to be the best. Except for some gifted monster clan, Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in terms of physical fitness. Not to mention a little beast that looked unremarkable. Even if he was bitten by someone in the Emperor realm, under the condition that he did not use his strength, his skin and flesh would not be bitten open. But in fact, the little black dog did so. It looked like it was just a casual bite, and it did not even use much strength. How could its little teeth be so sharp? Yang Kai frowned, and his expression was strange. He vaguely felt that the little black dog was not ordinary. What shocked Yang Kai the most was that after the little black dog bit his finger, the ancient demonic chi that had been sealed in the dantian shook. One must know that the ancient demonic chi had always been sealed by the Tsangshu's gold and silver powers, and was extremely stable. For so long, Yang Kai had not felt any abnormalities. But today it was unexpectedly triggered, and it was triggered by a little black dog. What was going on? Carefully examining the seal on his dantian, Yang Kai determined that there were no hidden dangers. That little riot just now seemed to be a sudden event, but with such a coincidence, Yang Kai couldn't help but associate it with the little black dog. He swept out his divine thoughts and soon found the little black dog in a cave not far away. At this moment, it was hiding more than 100 feet underground, and for some reason, it had fallen asleep. It was unknown what frightened it in its sleep, but its body was trembling. It had bitten someone, but it still pretended to be hurt. Yang Kai was speechless. He wanted to catch it back and check it carefully, but now he could only give up. What's going on? A cold shout came. Yang Kai looked up and saw Gao Shui Ting suddenly appear on the Lingjian peak. Her beautiful eyes swept around as if she was looking for something, and she asked, "What happened here just now?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a blank face, "What do you mean?" Gao Shui said, "I felt a familiar energy fluctuation, a very annoying energy fluctuation. Is there anything unusual here?" "What's unusual?" Yang Kai denied flatly. "I was just experimenting with my new divine technique." He had to admit that Gao Shui perception was extremely sharp. The ancient demon chi in his dantian had only moved for a moment, and had already been withdrawn, but she had not noticed it. In the past, when Yang Kai was first eroded by the demonic chi and became the demon race, he had fought against 3 opponents: Gao Shui, Chen Wenhao of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Feng Ming of the Orthodoxy Temple. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Tao Source realm. Facing the 3 great emperors, he was under a lot of pressure. In the end, he had to use his trump card after becoming the demon race to escape. Even now, Yang Kai did not dare to confess to Gao Shui. If she knew that he was the demon from back then, God knows if Gao Shui would chop him with her sword. "Is that so?" Gao Shui frowned slightly. Obviously, her doubts had not disappeared. If Yang Kai was just experimenting with the divine technique, she would definitely not feel disgusted. But the energy fluctuation just now made her instinctively feel disgusted. It was just that the energy fluctuation lasted too short, and it disappeared before she could feel it clearly, so she could not remember where she had encountered it. Of course, Yang Kai's back was also covered in cold sweat, but his face was serious as he changed the topic. "Senior Sister Gao, Purple Bamboo Peak is very far from here. How did you get here so quickly?" Gao Shui said, "I was just passing by. I just came from the Temple Master." After a pause, she continued, "But then again, where have you been hiding? Why couldn't I find you when I came here the day before yesterday?" "I was still in the Northern Territory the day before yesterday, so of course you couldn't find me." Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai replied, "I went into secluded cultivation for a while." Gao Shueting looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai's evasive answer made her a little suspicious. But since Yang Kai did not want to talk about it, she did not want to get to the bottom of it. She just nodded and said, "Then do as you please. I'll take my leave first." "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai raised his hand and called out to her, "Is there anything else?" Gao Shueting paused and asked. Yang Kai said, "Senior Sister Gao, Shueting seems to be in a hurry and you look worried. Did you encounter some trouble? Maybe I can help you." Gao Shueting said lightly, "This is a secret of the temple. You're just a guest elder, so you're not qualified to know too much." "Well, if you're willing, Senior Sister, don't say any more." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Yang Kai was already forced to become a guest elder of the temple, so how could he remove the word guest? After all, he was also a temple master. "By the way, I'm going to go out soon. Go if you want, no one will keep you." Gao Shueting's voice came, and she disappeared. Chapter 2788. Brother Yang. In the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch, Kong Si Ran walked in with a beaming face and cupped his fists enthusiastically. Yang Kai got up and returned the greeting. "Brother Kong!" "Sit down and talk. You and I are not outsiders." Kong Si Ran gestured, then turned around and saw a maidservant serving excellent tea outside the door. After closing the door, Kong Si Ran said, "Brother Yang, did you come here to pick up the goods?" The 2-month deadline is almost up. How are your preparations?" Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Brother Yang's business is big, so President Liu is naturally working hard. Space spirit crystals and space spirit jades have been prepared." Saying so, he took out a space ring and put it on the table before pushing it towards Yang Kai. "These goods are worth a total of 40 million high-rank source crystals. Brother Yang, please check them." "No need." Yang Kai shook his head. If it was someone else doing this business, Yang Kai might have really checked to see if these goods were enough. But since it was Kong Si Ran, there was no need to do so. Kong Si Ran definitely wouldn't cheat him. In fact, the space spirit crystals and space spirit jades worth 40 million high-rank source crystals needed to be transferred from the major branches in the Southern Territory within 2 months. It took a lot of effort, and a lot of manpower and financial resources were consumed during this period. Of course, with Lu Qi's full operation and Kong Si Ran's constant monitoring, they finally managed to gather enough. There was still some left, but they were all given to Yang Kai by Kong Si Ran. Compared to such a big business deal, these additional goods were not worth mentioning. "How much do I have to pay?" Yang Kai asked. Brother Yang previously paid a deposit of 10 million, and the other 2 12th Order monster cores are worth 13 million, so Brother Yang still needs to pay 17 million high-rank source crystals, Kong Si Ran reported. In addition, Vice President Liu said that if Brother Yang doesn't pay in source crystals, it's fine if he takes the 12th Order monster cores. Yang Kai grinned. "That's a good plan, President Liu. I'll pay in source crystals." Although he had a lot of monster cores, he couldn't take them out casually. Once there were too many 12th Order monster cores circulating on the market, the price would affect the market. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't do something like digging his own grave. As for the source crystals, he could even pay off Ho Yu's 70 million gambling debt. What was 17 million to him? Soon, after completing the transaction, Kong Si Ran took out a document, and the two of them left their soul marks on each other, indicating that this transaction had been successfully completed. Yang Kai said, "I'll have to trouble Brother Kong to continue purchasing space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for me. Help me send it to Azure Sun Temple." "No problem." Kong Si Ran nodded. Speaking of which, congratulations to Yang Kai for his promotion to the position of Elder of Azure Sun Temple. Just an honored guest elder, Yang Kai shook his head. Kong Si Ran said, the Chamber of Commerce also received an invitation last time, but this Kong was busy with space spirit crystals and space spirit jades and couldn't get away. I'm ashamed that I couldn't go and congratulate you. Brother Kong, don't be so polite. Let's not talk about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The transaction was completed, so the two chatted casually for a while. After asking about Kong Si Ran's recent situation, Yang Kai learned that he was now like a fish in water in the branch in Maplewood City. Originally, he only had the cultivation of the first order Dao source realm. He couldn't sit in the position of branch manager no matter what. However, because he was very familiar with Maplewood City, he was given an important position. However, before encountering Yang Kai's business, he had already reached the end of his career as a steward. It wouldn't be long before he was transferred out of Maplewood City, a place that was overflowing with wealth. At that time, he might even be sent to some remote place. But Yang Kai's huge business deal allowed him to turn over a new leaf, and he was highly valued by Lu Qie transaction worth 40 million. Who could be so generous? Not to mention, Yang Kai also promised to bring 2 12th Order Monster Beast Monster Cores to Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce every 6 months. This was a long-term business deal. Because of this, Kong Si Ran's position as a branch manager couldn't be replaced. After all, Yang Kai gave face to Kong Si Ran. That was why he made such an agreement with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Now, among the several branch managers, Lu Qi looked at Kong Si Ran in a new light, and many big customers were appointed to him, especially after the branch manager named Gu Hong left Maplewood City. All the customers that belonged to Gu Hong were taken over by Kong Si Ran. Now, Kong Si Ran was the #1 manager of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's branch. Then, Gu Hong left Maplewood City. Yang Kai was a little surprised, thinking that it was no wonder he didn't see him on this trip. Yes, since Brother Yang came last time, he took the initiative to ask to be transferred out of Maplewood City. President Lu naturally had no reason to refuse, so he immediately waved his hand and let him go. Kong Si Ran grinned from ear to ear. Originally, the competition between him and Gu Hong was fierce, and he had no hope of winning. But in the end, he had the last laugh, and Gu Hong, who had the absolute advantage, took the initiative to leave. He probably felt that there was no possibility of him staying. This is all thanks to Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran kept thanking him, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's credit. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly felt that he had grasped something, so he asked, what was the situation when Gu Hong left? Kong Si Ran didn't know why he asked this, but he still thought for a while and said he was in a hurry, and he seemed to be in a bad mood, as if a disaster was about to befall him. That scoundrel. Yang Kai slapped his thigh and coldly snorted. What's wrong? Kong Si Ran was startled. Yang Kai sneered. I understand why he suddenly asked to be transferred out of Maplewood City. He was afraid that I would come to settle accounts with him. Kong Si Ran asked suspiciously, how did Gu Hong offend Brother Yang? Yang Kai said, what kind of crime is selling a customer's information in the Chamber of Commerce? Kong Si Ran was shocked when he heard this, and said solemnly, this is a serious crime, and if it is verified, he will be executed immediately. What does Brother Yang mean? Yang Kai continued, after participating in the auction in Maplewood City, I was stopped by the sect master of Broken Mountain Sect, Lu Dongzheng, when I was leaving the city. At that time, I found it strange. How did this guy know where I was going? Furthermore, he was able to accurately intercept me. Now, it seems that someone is behind this. What? Lu Dong was killed by Brother Yang? Kong Si Ran was taken aback. Kong Si Ran was aware of the news of Lu Dongzheng's death. After all, he was the sect master of a sect and a big client of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran would naturally pay attention to this matter, especially after he took over Gu Hong's client. Lu Dong was originally Gu Hong's customer, and since Kongsi Ran took over, he naturally had to pay him a visit. But when he went to Broken Mountain Sect, he learned that Ludong's natal light had gone out, and he had obviously died an unnatural death. After Ludong's death, Broken Mountain Sect also scattered, and its thousands of disciples went their separate ways. After inquiring about the time, Kongsi Ran learned that Ludong died after the auction. Not many people knew about this matter, and Kongsi Ran did not know who killed Ludong, but now he understood that it was Yang Kai who did it. Although his cultivation was not high, as the manager of Violet's Source Chamber of Commerce, his mind was extremely sharp, and from Yang Kai's words, he was able to guess the truth of the matter. Obviously, after the auction, Gu Hong had revealed Yang Kai's whereabouts to Lu Dongjung, and then Lu Dongjung had wanted to intercept and kill him, but his skill was inferior and he had been killed instead. Yang Kai and Lu Dong had a grudge, and Kongsi Ran knew about it. The reason why Gu Hong targeted Yang Kai was even simpler. He was competing with Kongsi Ran for the position of manager, and when he saw that Kongsi Ran's position was stable because of Yang Kai, he naturally became anxious. Thinking so, Kongsi Ran said with a sullen face, "This matter is of great importance. Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. I have to report this to President Liu." Yang Kai said, "Forget it. Since Lu Dong is dead and Gu Hong has taken the initiative to transfer, this matter ends here. There is no need to trouble President Liu." A trivial Gu Hong was nothing in his eyes, so there was no need for him to make such a big fuss. Kongsi Ran said, "Brother Yang, you don't know, the Chamber of Commerce values its reputation the most. Without it, the Chamber of Commerce would be finished. Gu Hong dared to privately leak information about our customers, which is absolutely unacceptable to the Chamber of Commerce. If we let him go this time, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause next time." Since he mentioned the Chamber of Commerce's reputation, Yang Kai could not stop him, so he said, "But there is no real evidence." Kongsi Ran said, "There is no need for evidence. This matter is obvious. I believe President Liu can see it." Saying so, he walked out. It could be seen that Kongsi Ran was not trying to take advantage of the situation. Although the competition between him and Gu Hong had been quite unpleasant, Kongsi Ran was not a narrow-minded person. His actions were obviously for the sake of Purple Source Chamber of Commerce. A piece of rat's droppings could occasionally spoil a pot of porridge. After a short while, Kongsi Ran returned. As for Gu Hong's fate and Lu Qi's punishment, Kongsi Ran did not say, and Yang Kai did not ask. Kongsi Ran only expressed a slight apology on behalf of Lu Qi and said that if Yang Kai wanted to buy anything from the Chamber of Commerce in the future, he would give him a 10% discount. Obviously, this was Lu Qi's hush money. Gu Hong's actions were a disgrace to the Chamber of Commerce, so naturally it could not be spread outside. A 10% discount was very generous, especially since Yang Kai's business with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was extremely large. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said goodbye and left. He went straight to Spirit Lake City. Halfway there, he took out the Elder Jade plate and imprinted a message to Xiaosheng. When Yang Kai arrived at Spirit Lake Palace, Xiaosheng was already standing there with a smile. When he saw Yang Kai, he waved enthusiastically. Yang Kai walked over, and Xiaosheng directly put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior Brother Yang, congratulations on becoming an elder of our temple." Yang Kai said, "Brother, don't laugh at me. How is this a joke? This is a great thing for you and the temple." Xiaosheng patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "I heard that you have seen 2 of the temple's 3 great taboos." It would have been better if Xiaosheng did not mention this, but when Xiaosheng mentioned this, Yang Kai could not help but think of Gao Shueting's heroic figure when she was drunk, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. Xiaosheng laughed. "It's good to get used to it. It's good to get used to it." Chapter 2789. Xiaosheng warmly welcomed Yang Kai into his room. After the two sat down, Yang Kai asked about Bian Yuqing's situation. That woman successfully broke through to the Emperor realm half a month ago. The commotion she caused that day was not small, Xia Sheng's expression turned solemn. Broke through to the Emperor realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. This news was both expected and unexpected. Originally, according to Bian Yuqing's aptitude, even if she could enter the heaven-grade, secluded area of the Spirit Lake Palace to cultivate for 2 months, the possibility of her breaking through was very small. After all, her talent in the martial Dao was not very good, and she had been wasting so many years in the Dao source realm. Her spirit had long been worn away, and she had lost the will to improve. So how could she make a breakthrough? If nothing unexpected happened, the third order Dao source realm would be the peak of her life. However, Ko Wu's death had greatly stimulated her, and with the help of Yang Kai, as well as the large number of source crystals and emperor pills he had given her before he left, it was only natural that she would be able to make a breakthrough. In any case, this was a happy event, and it meant that the High Heaven Palace had gained another Emperor Realm Master. The Spirit Lake Palace had been established for many years, and countless cultivators had broken through their shackles here, prying into deeper mysteries of the realm. But there were not many who broke through to the Emperor Realm here. The commotion caused by Bian Yuqing's breakthrough that day shook the entire Spirit Lake City, especially the cultivator who had been waiting in line to enter the Spirit Lake Palace. All of them seemed to have seen new hope and were full of enthusiasm, waiting for their turn to enter the Spirit Lake Palace's secluded area to cultivate. She has been stabilizing her cultivation for the past half a month, so she should be able to come out in a few days. Xia Sheng smiled faintly. As one of the 3 great deacons of the Spirit Lake Palace, he naturally knew Bian Yuqing's situation like the back of his hand, not to mention that Bian Yuqing was brought here by Yang Kai, so he would more or less take care of her. That's good, Yang Kai nodded happily. Junior brother, did anything happen recently? Xia Sheng suddenly changed the topic and asked. Yang Kai said, I need to go to Star Soul Palace. What orders does Big Brother have? Go to Star Soul Palace. Xia Sheng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask why Yang Kai was going to Star Soul Palace. After pondering for a moment, he asked, How long will it take? 1 to 2 months will do. If that's the case, he grinned and said, I want to ask Junior Brother for a favor. I don't know if Junior Brother is free. Hey, brother, please speak. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Xia Sheng didn't say what it was. Instead, he turned to look at the room behind him. He said, Little Blossom, come out. You know Junior Brother Yang, so don't hide anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman in a palace dress walked out of the room. She was wearing a long dress that wrapped around her exquisite body. There was a smile on her face that made people's hearts ripple. Her eyes were watery, and she seemed to want to say something. Palace Master Hua. Yang Kai looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared in surprise. This woman was the Palace Master of 100 Flower Palace, Hua Yulu. He had met her in Azure Sun Temple a few days ago. He didn't expect to meet her again here. That day, Hua Yulu also inquired about Xia Sheng. It seemed that she came directly to Spirit Lake Palace after leaving Azure Sun Temple. Although Yang Kai had noticed that there was another person's aura in the room before, since she was hiding, he didn't investigate further. Now that he saw the real person, he was shocked. He couldn't help but be surprised. There seemed to be some adultery between this man and woman. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became meaningful. Hua Yulu seemed a little embarrassed, her cheeks blushing slightly. She walked closer and bowed, softly saying, This concubine greets Elder Yang. Palace Master Hua is too polite. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his head. Not to mention that Hua Yulu's cultivation was similar to his, and she was a palace master. Just based on the unclear relationship between her and Xia Sheng, Yang Kai couldn't accept her courtesy. Yang Kai turned to look at Xia Sheng and said, Brother, you said you wanted my help. Is it related to Palace Master Hua? Xia Sheng smiled slightly, yes. It is indeed related to little Hua. He looked up at Hua Yulu and said, Little Hua, you tell me yourself. Hua Yulu nodded slightly and opened her red lips, slowly saying, "It's like this 3 months ago. When I went to the southern swamp to look for herbs, I accidentally found an ancient cave mansion. An ancient cave mansion." Yang Kai was surprised when he heard this. Hua Yulu nodded. "It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. That cave mansion has been around for a long time, and it exudes an extremely ancient aura. I don't know who left it behind. This concubine and 2 other people took the risk and went in to investigate. Although we tried our best to break through a few layers of old restrictions and obtain some benefits, in the end, we were stopped in front of an even more powerful restriction. We couldn't enter." "Why are there 2 other people?" Yang Kai frowned. Hua Yulu said, "Although the southern swamp is full of dangers, there are also many opportunities. It is said that the southern swamp is the place where the ancient cultivator rose and gathered, so there are many good things hidden there. Moreover, the special environment there can also produce some peerless spirit herbs. Many experts will explore the southern swamp." When that ancient cave mansion appeared, there was a small commotion. If it wasn't for that, this concubine wouldn't have discovered it. The other 2 people were also attracted. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this, vaguely understanding the situation at that time. Hua Yulu continued. Among the other 2 people, one of them knew a little about restrictions and formations. According to that person's speculation, the restriction that blocked our way couldn't be broken through even if the 3 of us worked together, so we could only seek help from others. Therefore, the 3 of us agreed to find a helper each and meet in the southern swamp half a year later. "And you found Brother Xia?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Yulu smiled bitterly. "Although this concubine knows many people in the Emperor realm, there are not many that I can truly trust." It was not uncommon for a cultivator to forget righteousness in the face of profit and kill others to steal their treasures on the path of cultivation. When it came to finding people to cooperate in an exploration, it was natural to find people that were trustworthy. Otherwise, if they randomly found someone, they might die an unnatural death. Xiaosheng said, "Junior brother Yang, this brother really can't leave. The temple sent me here for a full 3 years. Before the time is up, I can't go anywhere. Otherwise, there would be no need to trouble junior brother. It's not a big deal. We're just going to explore an ancient cave mansion." Yang Kai waved his hand and looked at Hua Yulu. "It's just, are you familiar with the other 2? Can you trust them?" Hua Yulu replied, "I'm not familiar with them. It was the first time we met, but they were both first-order Emperor Realm masters. As for whether I trust them or not, since it was the first time we met, how could I trust them? However, I don't trust them, and they certainly won't trust me." So, when we separated, the 3 of us each made a great heart demon oath, swearing not to casually reveal the matter of this ancient cave mansion. We were only allowed to find helpers below the second-order Emperor Realm, and each of us could only bring 1 helper. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered. Although great heart demon oaths were just empty words, when one's cultivation reached the level of the Emperor Realm, this kind of oath could not be made casually. Once broken, a heart demon might appear and affect one's future. Since they were bound by great heart demon oaths, for the time being, they could trust that the other 2 would not casually leak the information. This matter was still a possibility. If I'm not wrong, those 2 will definitely find helpers at the second-order Emperor Realm. Hua Yulu looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and said, "If Elder Yang has any scruples, this mistress will think of another way." It wasn't that she couldn't find helpers at the second-order Emperor Realm, but they really couldn't cooperate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found Xiaosheng. Xiaosheng was the chief disciple of Azure Sun Temple before the Emperor Realm. Although he had just reached the first-order Emperor Realm, if he really went all out, it wouldn't be easy for a second-order Emperor Realm Master to kill him. As for Yang Kai's strength, Hua Yulu had seen it with her own eyes on the day of the coronation ceremony. He could even injure an elder of Star Soul Palace. Although she was also heavily injured, her strength was definitely not simply at the First Order Emperor realm. She should be on par with Xia Sheng. Xia Sheng said from the side, "Junior brother, you can consider this matter yourself. Don't worry about me. I just mentioned it casually. It's up to you whether you agree or not." He was obviously afraid that Yang Kai would be worried about his face and reluctantly agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am also very interested in the ancient cave mansion." Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, "Does that mean Elder Yang agrees?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but said, "That ancient cave mansion can make the three of you so obsessed, and you even went through so much trouble to find helpers to explore it. Presumably, you obtained some benefits from it?" "There are indeed benefits." Hua Yulu nodded calmly. Even if Elder Yang didn't ask, this mistress was prepared to explain it. The three of us didn't explore the ancient cave mansion deeply. Although we broke a few barriers, we only obtained a few benefits. This is the benefit this mistress obtained from the cave mansion. While speaking, Hua Yulu flipped her hand and took out a small flower drum. The small flower drum didn't look special, only about the size of a person's palm. It was unknown what it was made of, but as soon as it was taken out, a very special aura rippled out. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Ancient, exotic treasure! This flower drum was actually just like his mountains and rivers bell. It was a genuine primeval treasure that emanated a pure primeval aura. In ancient times, the world energy tide was very different from the present. So the various secret techniques and divine abilities cultivated by the ancient cultivators, and even the artifacts they used were very different from those of this era. But it was undeniable that ancient exotic treasures should not be underestimated. It was just that ancient exotic treasures were too rare. For nearly 10,000 years, only the mountains and rivers bell seemed to be recorded. Perhaps there were other unknown ancient exotic treasures, but in the entire star boundary, there were definitely no more than 10. Now, one had appeared in Hua Yulu's hands. Chapter 2790. This soul-absorbing drum can intimidate the mind. It's not very powerful, but it's good in concealment, making it impossible to guard against. As Hua Yulu spoke, she suddenly reached out and patted the small flower drum lightly. Strangely enough, there was no sound at all. At the same time, a silent force rippled outwards, like a sharp blade cutting towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Caught off guard, Yang Kai's mind moved. However, as Hua Yulu said, this soul-absorbing drum wasn't very powerful, so it couldn't break through the defense of his knowledge sea. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Hua Yulu hadn't completely refined it and didn't fully activate it. Even so, it was still very impressive. Imagine when two people were evenly matched in strength and were fighting to the death. Hua Yulu suddenly activated the power of the soul-absorbing drum, and her opponent would definitely suffer. If this soul-absorbing drum was used well, it was definitely a weapon that could turn defeat into victory. It was more versatile than an ordinary emperor artifact. Good stuff. Yang Kai personally tested the power of the soul-absorbing drum and praised it generously. Hua Yulu said, "Elder Yang, you flatter me." Yang Kai said, "When the three of you went to explore, you got the soul-absorbing drum. What did the other two get?" Hua Yulu replied, "One of them cultivated a secret technique in the cave mansion. This mistress doesn't know what it is exactly. That person didn't show it, but judging from his expression at that time, it should be quite powerful. The other person's cultivation increased greatly in the cave mansion. Originally, that person's strength was the lowest among the three of us. He should have just broken through to the First Order Emperor realm not long ago. However, when he left, his aura was already the strongest among the three of us. It can make one's cultivation soar." Yang Kai was shocked. It was rare to see an opportunity that could make one's cultivation soar in the Emperor realm. This showed that this ancient cave mansion definitely had a great background. The methods of the ancient Almighty were really extraordinary. After so many years, there are still so many opportunities hidden in that cave mansion. If they really explored it completely, who knew how many benefits they would gain? Previously, when he agreed to accompany Hua Yulu to explore the ancient cave, it was more or less out of respect for Xiaosheng. However, at this moment, Yang Kai was truly interested. A cultivator's cultivation was not a closed door. Going out to gain experience was the most important path. Occasionally obtaining an opportunity was often better than cultivating in seclusion for many years. Since Elder Yang is interested, how about we meet in the southern swamp in 2 months? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and asked. All right. Yang Kai nodded, naturally not having any objections. He would take advantage of this time to go to Star Soul Palace and enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda to cultivate. The two of them immediately exchanged contact information and each engraved their divine soul brand on the other party's compass. In this way, as long as they were not too far apart, they could communicate with each other. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll need you to take care of Little Blossom, junior brother. Xiaosheng smiled. Yang Kai said generously, Brother, don't worry. I will definitely bring Palace Master Hua back in one piece. Xiaosheng smiled and declined to comment. On the other hand, Hua Yulu's cheeks flushed red. She secretly glanced at Xiaosheng and immediately showed a disappointed expression. Looking at the expressions of these two people, Kai Yang vaguely understood the relationship between these two people. I'll be staying in Spirit Lake City for the next few days. If Bian Yuqing comes out of seclusion, please let me know, brother. Don't worry. Xiaosheng said seriously. I will see her from time to time. Yang Kai said his goodbyes, but when he turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, By the way, Palace Master Hua, do you remember the barrier that blocked your way? Hua Yulu was startled and nodded. I remember. Does Elder Yang need it? I can draw it for you to see. That would be best. Hua Yulu immediately took out a blank jade slip, immersed her divine sense in it, and recorded the brand she saw that day. She handed it to Yang Kai and said, This is the barrier. It should be an ancient spirit array. This mistress doesn't understand spirit arrays and can't see anything special about it. I just memorized it, but there shouldn't be any mistakes. At her level of cultivation, having a photographic memory was the most basic ability. I don't understand it either, but I can ask someone else. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Yulu's eyes lit up. Elder Yang knows someone who is proficient in spirit arrays? That would be best. This mistress was planning to go to the Gong family in Heavenly River Valley, but now it seems that there is no need. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was recognized as a master of spirit arrays in the Southern Territory. Hua Yulu was not an ignorant person, so she naturally couldn't completely trust the other two emperors. If she wanted to break this spirit array and enter the depths of the ancient cave mansion, she naturally had to investigate the spirit array. The Gong family in Heavenly River Valley was the best choice. However, with Yang Kai's words, she saved herself some trouble. After all, if she went to Heavenly River Valley and the Gong family asked about the origin of the spirit array, Hua Yulu could only lie. Leave this matter to me. Palace Master Hua, recuperate for the next 2 months. When the time comes, we will meet again in the southern swamp. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Yang. Hua Yulu nodded and thanked him. As soon as Yang Kai left, Xiaosheng stood up and said, Little Hua, you can do as you please. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Hua Yulu looked at him angrily. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you afraid that I will eat you? The corner of Xiaosheng's mouth twitched, and he said, Why would I be afraid of you? It's just that if I don't work hard to cultivate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my position as the eldest brother. With his hands behind his back, he shook his head and walked out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Stinky man. Hua Yulu puffed up her cheeks in anger. her face full of indignation. The host had already left. So, as a guest, what was the point of her staying? She could only follow him and leave, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Kai Yang had stayed in an inn in Spirit Lake City for less than 3 days when Bian Yuqing, who was emitting a strong aura, came knocking on his door. In the room, 4 pairs of eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded lightly, not bad. Bian Yuqing stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled bitterly. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Bian Yuqing was also shocked. She thought that after breaking through to the Emperor realm, she wouldn't feel any pressure when facing Yang Kai, but after meeting him this time, she was shocked to find that she couldn't see through his depths. If she didn't know that he was also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Bian Yuqing would have suspected that he was a Third-Order Master. Why is the gap still so big? You can release it, but you can't retract it. You haven't yet reached a stable realm, Yang Kai commented. Only when you retract your aura can you be considered to have completely stabilized. I will remember. Thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Bian Yuqing responded honestly, but she couldn't help but feel a little strange. More than a decade ago, she was high and mighty in front of this young man, but after more than a decade, the roles were suddenly reversed. It was all thanks to this person that she could survive and break through to the Emperor realm. Thinking back on the past, she couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It seems that you are ready to join my High Heaven Palace. Bian Yuqing smiled. Does Palace Master not want me? Of course not. Yang Kai got up and said, let's go. After leaving Spirit Lake City and flying forward, Bian Yuqing constantly stabilized her newly broken through cultivation. After 2 days of this, the results were very obvious. Her aura from the Emperor realm was obviously much more restrained. Palace Master, where are we going now? Bian Yuqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yang Kai's leisurely appearance. I'll send you back to the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai replied, back to the palace. Bian Yuqing was startled and asked in surprise, but isn't the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory? The Northern Territory and the Southern Territory were hundreds of millions of kilometers away. If they flew all the way there, it would probably take several years. If there were any delays along the way, it wouldn't be strange to spend 10 years. Originally, Bian Yuqing wanted to persuade Yang Kai to speed up or use the space array to teleport a few times. This would save some time, but seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of doing so, Bian Yuqing didn't say anything. In any case, she had now joined the High Heaven Palace, so Yang Kai could do whatever he wanted. There was nothing for him to worry about, and he had even saved her life. After 3 days, the two arrived at a desolate and dilapidated place. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the 1,000 Leaves sect, right? Bian Yuqing followed Yang Kai and landed on the ground. She then turned her head to look around and asked, It is indeed 1,000 Leaves sect. Bian Yuqing sighed. The rise and fall of a sect is like the tide. Without strength, one really can't survive. She seemed to have some thoughts. Looking at the destroyed 1,000 Leaves sect, she couldn't help but think of Blue Feather sect. Speaking of which, the two sects had similar strength, so their endings were almost the same. Come in. While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already stood on the space array in the mountain valley and called out. Although Bian Yuqing found it strange, she still obediently stepped forward. In the next moment, the two appeared in this small world. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just led Bian Yuqing straight to Emperor Heaven Valley. After Bian Yuqing saw the territory crossing space array, a look of shock appeared on her face, and she said in horror, This, could it be? Yang Kai said, You can return to the High Heaven Palace through this. I have 3 jade slips for you to take back. Bian Yuqing collected her thoughts and took the 3 jade slips, asking, Who should I give them to? Yang Kai said, Give this one to a person called Hua Qingxi. She is the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of all affairs in the palace. Give this jade slip to her, and she will arrange it for you. As for the other two, let Hua Qingxi pass them to the Southgate army. Do you remember?" Bian Yuqing nodded seriously. "Yes, I remember." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yuqing walked onto the array and stood there. Yang Kai's hand moved, and many high-rank source crystals were accurately inserted into the grooves. When he urged his space principles, the array hummed and activated. With a flash of light, Bian Yuqing disappeared. Vaguely, before Bian Yuqing disappeared, her lips opened and closed, as if she was thanking him. Yang Kai smiled and turned around to leave Emperor Heaven Valley. Destination: Star Soul Palace. Chapter 2791. There were not many great emperors' sects in the star boundary, at most 3. The Serene Soul Palace of the Great Emperors in the Eastern Territory, the Star Soul Palace of the Bright Moon Great Emperors in the Southern Territory, and the Shadow Killer Temple of the Night Shadow Great Emperors in the Western Territory. Of course, Medicine Pill Valley and Spirit Beast Island were also considered forces of the Great Emperors, but they were not considered sects. After all, they did not recruit disciples. Whether it was Medicine Pill Valley or Spirit Beast Island, there were just places where the 2 great emperors lived in seclusion. Ordinary people had no chance of entering, and any of the great emperor's sects were the stabilizing force of the territory where the sect was located, the god of protection, awe-inspiring and inviolable. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had played such a role for tens of thousands of years, making hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Southern Territory worship it. For tens of thousands of years, the source chi of all living beings had gathered, and the existence of Star Soul Palace was closely related to the fate of the entire Southern Territory. Someone once said that if Star Soul Palace was destroyed one day, the entire Southern Territory would be plunged into an abyss of suffering and suffering beyond redemption. However, with the Bright Moon Great Emperors in charge, it would not be easy to destroy Star Soul Palace unless there was another turbulence like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's era. When Yang Kai arrived at Star Moon Mountain, it was already 7 days later. Star Moon Mountain was extremely high, towering and precipitous, as if it was connected to the 9 heavens. One could pluck the sun and moon with one hand and cover the stars with a flip of the hand. A thick and vicissitudes of life rushed towards him, as if what in front of him was not a mountain range, but a living giant that had stood in the Southern Territory for tens of thousands of years, overlooking the rise and fall of the common people. Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced, and had seen a lot of great sects, not to mention a top sect like Azure Sun Temple. Even Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were on par with it, but no sect could compare to Star Soul Palace. Standing here, it was as if one's entire being had obtained an indescribable sublimation, and it gave birth to an extremely subtle feeling of excitement and delight. In the mountains and fields, rare birds and beasts were frolicking about. Hidden in the clouds and mist, pavilions and buildings were faintly discernible. It was a scene of paradise that was too beautiful to behold. It was so enjoyable that one would forget to leave. "This is the sect of the great emperors," Yang Kai murmured. "Who is it?" Yang Kai had only been standing there for a short while when he heard an angry shout. 2 streams of light flew over from afar and turned into 2 figures. Both of them were young men, and their Tao Source Realm auras were vigorous and pure. At a glance, one could tell that they had a solid foundation and a promising future ahead of them. It was very likely that he would break through the shackles of the Emperor realm and become a master of his generation. Such an outstanding cultivator, if placed in any sect, would be fully nurtured as a successor. But looking at the appearance of these 2 people, it seemed that they were just guarding the mountain. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Star Soul Palace was indeed Star Soul Palace. Only the Serene Soul Palace and Shadow Kill Palace, which were also great emperor sects, could compare with them. This is Star Moon Mountain. Idle people are not allowed to trespass. Go back to where you came from. or we will not let you off easily." Among the two Dao Source Realm cultivators, the one on the left, who looked more stable, shouted at Yang Kai. Although his cultivation was much lower than Yang Kai's, he didn't fear either of them. But whether it was him or the other person, neither of them showed the slightest fear, instead shouting at Kai Yang. This was the confidence of the disciples of Star Soul Palace. In the eyes of the disciples of Star Soul Palace, there were only two kinds of cultivator in the entire Southern Territory. One was from the same sect, and the other was not. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the latter, so no matter how high or low his cultivation was, they didn't need to care too much. Glancing at the two people, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "This one was invited by someone and came to keep an appointment. Please don't be impatient." Invited by someone? The young man who spoke before frowned. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, he said, "Who invited you? Do you know your name? My brother will pass the message for you." Since this person in front of him was invited, it meant that he had some relationship with his fellow sect members. It wasn't good to offend him easily, so his tone softened a little. Yang Kai was about to tell the truth, but suddenly his expression changed, and he smiled. "No need. Someone is here to pick me up." When the two brothers heard this, they both turned their heads to look. They saw a colorful light approaching from afar. It came quickly and stopped not far away in the blink of an eye. The light dissipated, revealing a beautiful figure. "Brother Yang." Lan Sun greeted with a smile. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have lost its color. Your Highness the Princess?" The two senior and junior brothers were dumbfounded in an instant as they stared at Lan Sun, who had suddenly appeared, their eyes almost frozen. Originally, when they heard Yang Kai say that he was invited by someone, the two didn't care too much. It was nothing more than an outsider who had some relationship with their fellow sect members. But now it seemed that the person who invited him was actually the princess of Star Soul Palace. How could it be Her Highness the Princess? Her Highness the Princess was outstanding. Not only did she inherit the bright moon body of the great emperors, but her talent in the martial Tao was also unparalleled. She was born with a heavenly fragrance and was easygoing and approachable. She was very popular in the entire Star Soul Palace and was the dream lover of many young talents. Even the arrogant disciples of Star Soul Palace were proud to be able to speak with Her Highness the Princess. There were very few people who could get this honor. Only Brother Xiao Chen, who guarded Her Highness the Princess all year round, could see the smile of Her Highness the Princess at all times. How could such a person who was regarded as a goddess by countless disciples of Star Soul Palace invite a man here? Shocked, the two of them could hardly think. "Junior sister Lan, you came so fast," Yang Kai replied. When he came to Star Moon Mountain earlier, he contacted Lan Sun, but the other party only told him to wait a little. He didn't expect her to come so soon. She actually called him Junior Sister Lan. The eyes of the two disciples of Star Soul Palace widened even more. Seeing Yang Kai and Lan Sun's extremely intimate appearance, their hearts inexplicably clenched, and they felt so much pain that they wished they were dead. The reaction of Her Highness the Princess made them feel that life was worse than death. Brother Yang sent a message, so little sister naturally hurried over. Lan Sun smiled and gestured with her hand. "Brother, please." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded and stepped into the air. When he arrived next to Lan Sun took a step forward and led the way. It wasn't until the figures of the two disappeared that the two disciples of Star Soul Palace looked at each other in a daze. When Lan Sun appeared earlier, she didn't say a word to them from beginning to end. She didn't even look at them. Instead, all her attention was on the outsider. What did this mean? This meant that Her Highness the Princess valued that person very much. Otherwise, the usually kind Her Highness the Princess wouldn't even give them a smile. Brother Xiao is in trouble." The junior brother, who had been silent all this time, said sadly, "Yes, I don't know if Brother Xiao knows about this. If Brother Xiao knows, the Brother Xiao that the two of them were talking about was naturally Xiaoqin, among the disciples of the same generation in Star Soul Palace. The one who had the most contact with Her Highness the Princess was undoubtedly Xiaoqin. Xiao Chan was fine in other aspects, but he was extremely narrow-minded when it came to Lan Sen. If any brother spoke to Her Highness the Princess, Xiao Chan would hold a grudge against them and find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, Her Highness the Princess only treated him like an elder brother and never had any romantic feelings for him. But now it seemed that the outsider had the intention of poaching Brother Xiao. If Xiao Qin knew about this, what would happen? Brother Xiao is one thing, but the key is Brother Lei. At the mention of Senior Brother Lei, a trace of fear suddenly appeared on the faces of the senior brother and junior brother, as if they had received a great shock. They hurriedly glanced left and right, and after confirming that there was no one around, they hurriedly fled. At the same time, in the Hall of Stars, the core hall of Star Soul Palace, a young man sitting cross-legged in meditation suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with stars, and they were blazing. When he looked up, his gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, seemed to be able to pierce through the ninth heaven and reach the sky. Suddenly, the young man frowned and said in surprise, 9 stars to the moon? How could it be 9 stars to the moon? This king's name is Bright Moon, and it's coming for me. This is an ominous sign, an ominous sign. Few people in the world knew that the great emperors of Bright Moon, whose name shook the star boundary and was like a guardian deity of the Southern Territory, actually looked like a young and inexperienced youth from the outside. As he spoke, he lowered his head again and formed an extremely strange seal with one hand. A strange aura spread out, while his other hand moved his 5 fingers, the tips of his fingers continuously pointing. After a short while, the young man pulled the corners of his mouth, loosened the seal, and muttered, "Old man Tianji's secret technique is really nonsense. He can't calculate anything, yet he still has the nerve to claim to be able to discern heaven's secrets. When I see him, I will definitely pluck out his beard." After thinking for a while with his hand on his cheek, the young man said with flagging interest, "Forget it. It's just a small disaster. Not worth the trouble." After saying so, he closed his eyes again and adjusted his breathing. "Brother Yang, stay here for now. On South Dipper Peak," Lan Sun said after arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation. Yang Kai asked, "Junior sister Lan, when can I enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda?" If he had not made an agreement with Hua Yulu, Yang Kai would not have been in a hurry. After all, this was the sect of the great emperors, so staying here for a while would not be a bad thing. Maybe he would even have some unexpected gains. However, with the agreement, he was afraid of delaying. After all, even if he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he would still have to cultivate for a month. It would take time to travel back and forth, so he could not delay for too long. Lan Sun smiled and said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, since father has promised you, he will not go back on his word. It's just that the 5-colored treasure pagoda will not open for another half a year. But since we have made a promise to Brother Yang, my Star Soul Palace will need to make some preparations, so it should open in 5 days at the latest." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Lan Sun smiled and said, looking at Brother Yang's eagerness, "Could it be that you have an appointment with a beautiful woman?" She joked casually, but Yang Kai was startled and suddenly asked in surprise, "Do you really have an appointment with a beautiful woman?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Don't talk nonsense, but there is indeed an agreement." Lan Sun smiled tenderly. "Brother Yang doesn't need to explain. And I'll go first. I'll inform you when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens." Chapter 2792. South Dipper Peak was a secondary peak of Star Moon Mountain, where Star Soul Palace was located, but the cultivation environment there was extremely good. The world energy here was rich, not inferior to the main peak of High Heaven Palace. The place where Star Soul Palace was located was where hundreds of millions of cultivators sourced chi gathered in the Southern Territory. Not only was it closely related to the Southern Territory, but it also suppressed the earth veins of the entire Southern Territory, so it was natural for it to have such abundant world energy. After arranging for Yang Kai's accommodation, Lan Sun left. For a time, South Dipper Peak was quiet, and Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to be affected a little, becoming extremely calm. Since no one disturbed him, he closed his eyes and meditated, cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique that Zhu Qing had taught him before she left. Time flew by, and soon it was nighttime. Yang Kai, who was cultivating, seemed to feel something and suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flickered, and he stood on South Dipper Peak. What he saw caused him to involuntarily open his mouth wide. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and as far as the eye could see, there seemed to be a beautiful painting spread out in the sky above the Star Moon Mountain. Every star was emitting a dazzling light, as if they could touch it with their hands. What surprised Yang Kai the most was that among the stars there was a brilliant light that connected the heavens and the earth. The brilliance of the stars seemed to contain a magical power, making the world energy of the entire Star Moon Mountain more lively. The heavens and earth were filled with a kind of charm that could not be experienced during the day. It was ethereal, but it was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao. The entire Star Moon Mountain at this moment looked like a paradise, making people forget to return. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze, even forgetting to breathe, his mind unprecedentedly calm. This is the star tide which occurs once a month. The great emperors said that the power of the star tide contains the great Tao of heaven and earth, and if one can learn a thing or two from it, they will benefit immensely. And in fact, many disciples of my Star Soul Palace have gained a lot of benefits from the star tide. They have broken through the shackles of their cultivation or gained inspiration to comprehend the divine technique. Especially for those disciples of my Star Soul Palace who cultivate the Star Moon Divine secret art, the benefits are even greater. A person's voice suddenly sounded not far away. I see. Yang Kai was not surprised at all. He was immersed in the starlight, but he didn't know if it was because he wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace. But even though he felt that this star tide was quite mysterious and marvelous, he didn't get any benefits. After a short while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at a sturdy young man with his hands behind his back. What's your name? The young man turned around and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Thunder. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment. I have long heard of the 4 great emperors of Star Soul Palace. Among them, Great Elder Lei Hong is the strongest, far surpassing ordinary third-layer emperors. What is your relationship with Great Elder Lei? Lei Ting curled his lips as if he was not happy to hear Lei Hong's name, but he still answered truthfully, Uncle and nephew. Yang Kai said, Oh, so you're Elder Lei's nephew. Lei Ting's eyes turned cold. I prefer to hear you say that he's Thunderbolt's uncle. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, Sorry, I have only heard of Great Elder Lei's fame. Lei Ting immediately snorted coldly, light blue arcs of lightning swimming through his hair, crackling as he said in a deep voice, I am in seclusion in Star Soul Palace all year round and rarely travel outside, so you naturally haven't heard of me. But it doesn't matter. You will often hear of my name from now on. Then Brother Lei. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not very interested in his boasting. Why are you visiting so late at night? Lei Ting's eyes drooped as a cold light bloomed from his eyes. I heard that when you came today, Her Highness the Princess personally came to greet you. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Lei Ting's aura surged. Gritting his teeth, he said, So you and Her Highness are very close? Not really. We've only met a few times. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said with a headache, I think I understand why Brother Lei is looking for me. It's good that you understand. Let's fight. If you lose, get out of Star Soul Palace immediately. You are not allowed to see Her Highness ever again. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master surged, as if the person standing in front of him was not the Yang Kai he had just met, but an enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife. Yang Kai was stunned. "You chose the wrong opponent, didn't you? Shouldn't your enemy be Shao Qin? He is the biggest obstacle between you and Her Highness the Princess." Lei Ting sneered. "Shao Qin is nothing. If he dares to be disobedient, I will beat him until his father can't recognize him." Yang Kai was stunned. Shao Qin was a rising star of the Southern Territory, and now he had even broken through to the Emperor realm. Lei Ting might seem stronger, but he was only a First-Order Emperor. So how could he dare to boast so shamelessly? However, Yang Kai had never heard of this Lei Ting before. He had always thought that this generation of Star Soul Palace was led by Shao Chen and Lan Sun. But now it seemed that there was one more person. Thinking about what Lei Ting said before, Yang Kai quickly felt relieved. If he was in retreat in Star Soul Palace all year round and did not go out, it was not strange that he was not famous. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Lei, I think you have some misunderstanding about me." Lei Ting's attitude of finding fault with him made Yang Kai a little unhappy. But no matter what, he was still a guest. If he really had a conflict with Lei Ting, he might offend the higher-ups of Star Soul Palace, especially since Lei Ting's uncle was Great Elder Lei Hong. It would be bad if his plan to cultivate in the 5-colored treasure pagoda was ruined. Yang Kai was only halfway through his words when Lei Ting shouted in a low voice, "Why are you talking nonsense? Hurry up and fight." As soon as his words fell, he raised his hand and a dark purple bolt of lightning crackled, condensing into a lightning whip in his hand before sweeping it towards Yang Kai with great force, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth apart. The rest of Yang Kai's words were stuck in his throat as his expression turned cold. As soon as Lei Ting made his move, he could tell that this guy was indeed stronger than Shao Qin. Furthermore, Lei Ting was stronger than all the First-Order Emperor Realm Masters he had seen. It could even be said that Lei Ting was not inferior to an ordinary Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. This was the result of Lei Ting not using his full strength. If he used his full strength, even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master might not be his opponent. Sure enough, he has some skill. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. As the lightning whip struck, Yang Kai summoned his myriad sword and held it in front of him. With a clang, sparks flew. Although the lightning whip was blocked, the terrifying electric current was transmitted through the myriad's sword to Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, electric snakes swam around Yang Kai's body, causing his hair to stand on end. His emperor chi shook, dispelling the electric current that invaded his body. Before Yang Kai could react, the lightning whip had already returned. In midair, the head of the whip twisted and transformed into a huge lightning python. Opening its bloody mouth, lightning and thunder crackled as it bit towards Yang Kai's head with a terrifying momentum. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and flicked his finger, sending out a moon blade. It cut through the lightning python's head and split it in two. Lei Ting was obviously very surprised. He had cultivated this thunder attribute secret technique for many years, and only he knew how powerful it was. It was impossible for an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master to break it like this. But Yang Kai had split the lightning python in two with just a casual blow. Moreover, the divine technique gave off a very strange feeling. It actually contained fluctuations of space principles. The lightning python dissipated, but Lei Ting had already taken advantage of its cover and moved forward. In a flash, he was already within 3 feet of Yang Kai. He raised one of his fan-like palms. Electricity surged in his palm, crackling as it slammed down on Yang Kai. "That's enough!" Yang Kai shouted angrily, raising his finger and pointing at Lei Ting's palm. If this finger landed, Lei Ting's palm would definitely be pierced through. Yang Kai might also be injured, but it wouldn't be too serious. Just as their fingers and palms were about to collide, Lei Ting's body suddenly trembled. A trace of panic appeared on his face as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. That palm that was slapping down also froze in midair in an instant. He didn't move, and Yang Kai also stopped. He pointed his finger at Lei Ting's palm, condensing his power but not releasing it. "Damn Xiao Qin, you've ruined my plans." Lei Ting suddenly cursed, retracted his divine technique, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, Lei Ting turned around again and stared at Yang Kai seriously. "I haven't been here tonight. You and I haven't met before, and we haven't even fought. Understand?" Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said leisurely, "The night is so alluring. You—" Lei Ting still wanted to say something, but it was obviously too late. He glared hatefully at Yang Kai. Then his figure flickered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 breaths after he left, a ray of light fell on South Dipper Peak. Lan Sun looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. What could be wrong?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "The night at Star Soul Palace is pretty good, so I came out to get some fresh air." "I heard Lei Ting came. Did he cause trouble for you? Who is Lei Ting?" Yang Kai looked at Lan Sun in amazement, a blank expression on his face, but his erect hair betrayed him deeply. Lan Sun glanced at him and smiled. Yang Kai casually wiped his hair and said lightly, "The night wind messed up my hair." Lan Sun said, "Lei Ting has gone crazy from cultivating. He's a little unreasonable. Brother Yang, the next time you see him, let me know immediately. I will deal with him." Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." "Then, Brother Yang, you continue, enjoying the breeze. This little sister will go back first." Lan Sun covered her mouth and giggled, then turned and left. "Lei Ting." Yang Kai touched his chin, thought for a while, and suddenly showed a smile. Not far from the side of South Dipper Peak, Lei Ting grabbed Xiao Chen's clothes and said fiercely, "You did it, didn't you? It was definitely you. If you hadn't informed little sister Sun, how could she have come here so coincidentally? You bastard, give me a little more time and I will be able to drive that guy out of Star Soul Palace. Let go of me and talk. Don't drag me around." Xiao Chen lowered his eyes and stared at Lei Ting's big hand with a disgusted expression. Chapter 2793. Lei Ting snorted, but he let go of his hand and said indifferently, "I heard you fought with that guy before and didn't get the upper hand." Xiao Chen asked with a serious face, "You also fought with him just now. Can't you see how strong he is?" Lei Ting's expression turned serious. He thought seriously for a while and nodded. "This person is a strong opponent." Xiao Chen said, "What's even more hateful is that Sun Air seems to see this guy in a different light. So Lei Ting, let's put aside our differences for now and work together to drive this guy away from Sun Air." Lei Ting sneered, "Work together? Do I need to work together with you? What a joke." Xiao Chen said, "Do you dare to talk to Sun Air? Do you dare to look into her eyes?" Lei Ting's aura suddenly disappeared. After a while, Bain said indignantly, "Who doesn't have a weakness?" Xiao Chen sneered, "You don't even have the courage to look at Sun Air and talk to her. If Sun Air is with him, how are you going to deal with him? Then what do you think I should do?" Lei Ting was annoyed. Xiao Chen smiled and said confidently, "The 5-colored treasure pagoda will open in a few days. You and I will definitely go in. It will last for a month. Are you afraid we won't find an opportunity? Once we find an opportunity, we will give him an unforgettable lesson. At that time, he will have no face left. Work together to beat him up?" Lei Ting was a little hesitant. "That's not good, right? Bullying the weak with numbers is not something we do." Xiao Chen said, "Or you can fight him one-on-one. I will be in charge of restraining Sun Air and not let her disturb you." When Lei Ting heard this, he thought seriously for a while and nodded. "Yes, that's good." He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Then you will be in charge of Sister Sun. I will deal with that guy. So you agree to work with me?" Xiao Chun revealed a hidden smile. Work together, work together. Since your junior brother has said so, as a brother, I naturally have to cooperate. Lei Ting laughed. He was in a very good mood. Xiao Chun said with a sullen face, I'm too lazy to argue with you about brother and junior. Brother matters. As long as I can accompany the princess, I will have a chance to get close to her. As for you, you idiot, just expel the enemy and don't worry about the rest. After the discussion, the two of them parted ways and went to conserve their energy. Ever since that night when Thunder came looking for trouble, no one came to Nandu Peak to cause trouble anymore. The entire Star Soul Palace seemed to be busy with the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and even Lan Sun didn't come to find Yang Kai. With a rare few days of leisure, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion on the South Do Peak. He also consumed the 3 dragon blood pills refined by Jiying. The dragon blood pill was indeed amazing. After refining the 3 spirit pills, Xiao Chun was shocked. Yang Kai clearly felt that his physical fitness had improved a little. Although it wasn't much at his level, every bit of improvement was valuable. If he had more dragon blood pills, he might be able to raise his physical body to a higher level. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. As for the dragon blood pill that Ji Ying said had the effect of purifying the dragon race bloodline, Yang Kai didn't feel anything. After thinking about it, Yang Kai concluded that he wasn't a true dragon race descendant and had only obtained the golden divine dragon source. The effects of this pure dragon race bloodline naturally had nothing to do with him. 5 days later, Yang Kai had just finished refining the 3rd dragon blood pill. Feeling the improvement in his physical fitness, Yang Kai was still immersed in joy when he noticed someone flying in from outside. After a while, Lan Sun's voice reached his ears. Brother Yang! Yang Kai got up and walked out of the hall. Lan Sun said, Today is the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Is Brother Yang ready? There's nothing to prepare. Then come with me, Lan Sun said and led the way. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was one of the most important cultivation grounds in Star Soul Palace. It could be said to be an extremely large sealed world, from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. A cultivator of all realms could experience it and obtain unimaginable benefits. It was rumored that the space sealed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a broken world, so a cultivator could easily comprehend the world principles inside. Although the world principles were broken, they were much easier to comprehend and had miraculous effects on a cultivator's cultivation. The existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror allowed the soul of the entire Azure Sun Temple's masters to surpass that of a cultivator of the same realm. The existence of the 5-colored treasure pagoda also allowed a cultivator of Star Soul Palace to have a far greater comprehension of the world principles. The deeper one's comprehension of the world principles was, the purer the cultivation of a cultivator would be. It would also be easier for them to cultivate. It could be said that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was one of the foundations of Star Soul Palace. However, even Star Soul Palace couldn't open the 5-colored treasure pagoda casually. Every time it opened, it required a lot of manpower and resources. Not only did it require several great elders to work together, but Star Soul Palace also consumed countless precious treasures. Basically, Star Soul Palace would only open the 5-colored treasure pagoda once every 3 years to select disciples to enter. There was also a limit to the number of people who could enter. In order to obtain an opportunity to cultivate, the disciples of all realms in Star Soul Palace would often have to participate in a large-scale martial competition half a year in advance. Only after obtaining a certain ranking would they be qualified to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This time, the opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda was originally scheduled for half a year later. However, because of Yang Kai, it had to be brought forward. Of course, if Star Soul Palace had to open half a year later, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait. However, as the pillar of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had always kept its word and would not do anything that would damage its reputation. The early opening of the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time caused the manpower and resources consumed by Star Soul Palace to increase exponentially. Yang Kai had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda once before. When he arrived in Maplewood City at the beginning of the year, Xiao Yuyang had opened the entrance from afar and allowed all the Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City to enter for experience. Yang Kai had obtained a lot of benefits and had a vivid memory of this magical sealed world. The reason why he chose to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for a month instead of asking the great emperors the 3 questions was because of his previous experience. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was filled with a large number of broken world principles, which were not only of great help to Yang Kai's cultivation, but also of great help to the sealed world bead. Although the sealed world bead was a small world of its own, the world principles it contained had never been complete. Yang Kai had obtained them for many years, but had never had a chance to repair them. Last time, inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of these broken world principles, allowing the sealed world bead to become much more complete. Later, in the Shattered Star Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a large number of broken world sources, allowing it to become more and more complete. If Yang Kai could absorb enough broken world principles from the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, or even absorb complete world principles, the sealed world bead would most likely become completely perfect. A perfect sealed world bead would truly be a small world, no different from the star boundary. Perhaps it would bring about unexpected benefits. Compared to asking the great emperors the 3 questions, Yang Kai was more willing to let the sealed world bead have this opportunity. This would be of unimaginable significance to his future comprehension of the world principles and his aspiration to become one of the great emperors. Last time in Maplewood City, Xiao Yuyang had joined forces with several people from the Emperor Realm to open an entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had not seen the actual 5-colored treasure pagoda, but this time he was fortunate enough to witness it. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was really a pagoda, towering into the clouds and exuding an extremely mysterious aura. When Lan Sun led Yang Kai to this place, he found that no less than 1,000 people had gathered around the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Among these 1,000 people, there were cultivators from the Origin returning realm to the Emperor Realm, and no matter what their cultivation was, each of them had a calm aura. Obviously, they were all future pillars of Star Soul Palace. These 1,000 people were the disciples who would be entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience this time. When the 2 arrived, thousands of pairs of eyes stared at them. Every Star Soul Palace disciple, regardless of whether they were men or women, showed a look of infatuation, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai, their gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, creating a stark contrast. Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these 1,000 people, but there were a few other sharp gazes that forced him to treat them seriously. In front of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, 4 people stood side by side, their auras as deep as the sea, like 4 towering pillars. These 4 people were the current 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang and Xue Zhengmao, whom Yang Kai knew, were among them. The other 2 were old men, one with a ruddy face and a burly figure, while the other had white hair and was hale and hearty. Xiao Yuyang nodded lightly to Yang Kai, but Xue Zhengmao, who had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands, snorted lightly. "This boy is Yang Kai." The ruddy, burly old man looked at Yang Kai and asked. Xiao Yuyang said, "And he is Yang Kai." "He is a dragon among men, but he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. How did he manage to hurt junior brother Xue?" The burly old man frowned. Xue Zhengmao's expression was a little unnatural as he said, "This boy is proficient in the Space Divine technique." Junior brother was caught off guard, allowing him to launch a sneak attack. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being injured by a junior like Yang Kai was really embarrassing. Even if it was a sneak attack, it is still very impressive. The burly old man nodded lightly. Great Elder thinks too highly of him. Shui Zhengmao looked indignant. If we really fought, this old master would have taken his life in 3 moves. The burly old man was the Great Elder of Star Soul Palace, Lei Hong, known as the #1 Emperor Realm Master in the Southern Territory. Lei Hong chuckled. It's not that this old master thinks too highly of him, but have you forgotten how Tenjunhao died? Shui Zhengmao snorted. Didn't the news say that this boy had a monster king by his side? Tanjun, how must have died at the hands of that monster king? What does it have to do with him? Lei Ting shook his head and didn't say anything more. He knew that Shui Zhengmao was quite dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and if he continued to speak, he might become angry out of shame. They were all fellow disciples and elders of Star Soul Palace, so there was no need to provoke him. However, it had been a long time since a young man could hurt a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Yuyang looked at Yang Kai, then at Xiao Chen and sighed. Although he felt that his son was quite good, compared to Yang Kai, he seemed to pale in comparison. Chapter 2794. Yang Kai and Lan Sun landed together, and Xiao Chen and Lei Ting immediately greeted them. Princess. Xiao Chen greeted with a smile, but Lei Ting, who had come with him, looked a little uneasy as he glanced around, as if he was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Xiao, Brother Lei. Lan Sun smiled and glanced at the two. Oh! Lei Ting hesitated as his face suddenly flushed red, not even daring to look directly into Lan Sun's eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he looked at Lei Ting and then at Lan Sun, a playful grin appearing on his face. Brother Yang. Xiao Chen cupped his fists to Yang Kai, his demeanor amiable and easygoing, completely different from his previous overbearing demeanor. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Brother Xiao, Brother Lei, we meet again. Yang Kai returned the greeting. Lei Ting snorted softly and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai didn't mind and said, Are there only 4 of us from the Emperor Realm entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time? Although there were many cultivator gathered here, it seemed that there were only 4 of them from the Emperor Realm. Although the 4 third-order Emperor Realm elders were also here, they definitely wouldn't enter. Lan Sun nodded and said, And there are only 4 of us. The Emperor Realm cultivators from the Emperor Realm have to pay a high price to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda, and they will take up more spots, so there can't be too many people from the Emperor Realm entering each time. Yang Kai nodded. Lan Sun continued, Brother Yang, although you have entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda once for life experience, the situation at that time is different from this time. The 5-colored treasure pagoda has a total of 5 floors, and each floor has many broken spaces. Some of these broken spaces are connected to each other and can be entered and exited from, while others are completely sealed. The higher the floor, the more obvious this situation becomes. The first floor is suitable for Origin Returning Realm Cultivator, the second for Origin Kings, the third for Dao Source Realm Cultivators, and the fourth for the Emperor Realm. The top 5th floor can only be entered by the strongest masters from the Emperor Realm. Only then can you enter. Is there some kind of seal? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Lan Sun nodded. And if you're not strong enough, you can't enter the next layer. The higher the floor, the more dangerous it was. More than 10 years ago, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, an ancient wood spirit appeared on the 2nd floor, killing many people in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang personally experienced this matter, so it should still be fresh in your memory, right? Yang Kai said seriously, How can I not remember? The wood spirit disaster had caused thousands of deaths in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had experienced the whole process and naturally remembered it clearly. Lan Sun sternly said, Although the experience inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda is of great help to a cultivator, it is also very dangerous. Every time the 5-colored treasure pagoda opens, some of my Star Soul Palace's disciples die inside. Can't guarantee their safety? Yong Kai frowned. Lan Sun said there's no other way. It was said that the shattered spaces sealed within the 5-colored treasure pagoda were all ancient battlefields. Various worlds had been shattered. Although these worlds were shattered, they were still in the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Although these worlds are broken, many of the world principles still remain, allowing many ancient races with tenacious vitality to find a way to survive. Later, a powerful master collected these shattered worlds and refined them into the 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda experienced many vicissitudes and passed through many hands before it was obtained by my father. However, even my father cannot fully control the countless shattered spaces inside. After a pause, Lan Sun smiled. Of course, even if he can control them, my father probably won't interfere. If there is no danger in this experience, what kind of experience is it? Yong Kai deeply agreed and nodded. Junior sister Lan is right. Lan Sun smiled. So when Big Brother Yang enters the 5-colored treasure pagoda, you must be careful. Don't be careless. I will remember. Yong Kai nodded seriously. At the same time, almost all the Star Soul Palace disciples participating in the 5-colored treasure pagoda experience had arrived. Great Elder Lei Hong lightly coughed, and the noisy crowd below instantly quieted down as thousands of pairs of eyes focused on him. The 5-colored treasure pagoda will open today. All of you are the elites of my divine palace, the future mainstays of the divine palace. This old master and the elders hope that you can gain something from the pagoda. Of course, the premise is that you must protect your own lives. As fellow sect members, you should help and support each other in the pagoda. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lan Sun quietly sent a message to Yong Kai, telling him about the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yong Kai committed everything to memory. Lei Hong did not speak much, only saying a few words before waving his hand and saying, "If you remember, then get ready to go in." As soon as his words fell, he and the other 3 elders glanced at each other before moving to the 4 corners of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, urging their secret arts and forming hand seals. As their Emperor Qi surged, the 4 of them stretched out their hands and pointed downwards. With a rumble, the doors of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Although their movements were quick, the 4 great elders were sweating profusely at this moment. It was obvious that opening the pagoda was not a small burden for them. When the door opened, a slowly rotating pitch-black vortex appeared from within the door. It was like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast that was about to choose a person to devour. When the vortex first appeared, it was not very stable, constantly twisting and changing, sending out waves of energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. But as the 4 great elders continued to pour in their strength, the vortex gradually stabilized, and the disturbing fluctuations gradually disappeared. This situation lasted for about an incense stick worth of time before the 4 great elders suddenly stopped, all of them pale and panting, their auras extremely weak. At this time, if a random second-order Emperor Realm Master appeared, they would not be their opponent. If we don't go in now, then when? Great Elder Lei Hong suddenly shouted. How could the Star Soul Palace disciples, who had been eager to try, hesitate? Their figures flickered, and one by one, they rushed into the vortex and disappeared. The modesty and courtesy of the disciples of great sects was reflected. Over 1,000 people moved out, and although each of them was as fast as the wind, there was no crowding or shoving, instead appearing extremely orderly. First, the Origin returning realm cultivators entered, followed by the Origin Kings, and then the Tao Source realm in less than 50 breaths of time. Almost all of the thousands of people had left, leaving only Yong Kai and the other 3 from the Emperor realm. "Let's go," Lan Sun called out and took the lead to fly forward. Before rushing into the dark vortex, Lan Sun exhorted, "Brothers, take care of yourselves." "Your Highness, you too." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. showing a timely expression of concern. Sun, Sun, Lei Ting stammered, but before he could finish his words, Lan Sun had already disappeared, leaving him with a frustrated look. I'll make a move first. As Xiao Qin laughed, he charged into the whirlpool. Lei Ting turned his head and glared at Yang Kai fiercely. What are you doing? Yang Kai glared back at him. Don't let me meet you in there, or you'll die, Lei Ting coldly snorted. Yang Kai sneered and took the lead to rush into the vortex. His vision blurred, and he did not fall into a broken world as Yang Kai had imagined. The moment Yang Kai rushed into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, a strange power fluctuation suddenly blocked his figure, and he involuntarily mobilized his strongest strength to prepare for the unexpected. As the space principles fluctuated, Lei Ting felt as if he had hit a ball of cotton and was bounced back. What he saw next shocked Yang Kai. It was as if he was floating in a void. As far as the eye could see, there were balls of clouds and mist all around him. They were illusory. Moreover, these clouds and mist were of different colors. Some were colorful and pleasing to the eye, some were dim and lifeless, and there were even some that were pitch black, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Such existences were everywhere around Yang Kai. There were simply too many to count. What's going on? Yang Kai's head was a little dizzy. This was a little different from what Lan Sun had told him before. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 layers, each of which contained many broken spaces. Some of these spaces were connected to each other, while others were completely closed off. The cultivator who entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda would be automatically placed into a suitable layer and space according to their cultivation. For example, an origin returning realm cultivator would directly enter a broken space in the first layer through the gate of the pagoda. Another example would be an origin king cultivator who would enter a broken space in the second layer. A first-order emperor realm master like Yang Kai would definitely enter the 4th layer. There was no way to enter the 5th layer directly through the gate of the pagoda, so one had to find an entrance from the 4th layer. Yang Kai thought he would definitely appear in a broken space in the 4th layer, as Lan Sun had also said, but now it seemed that something was wrong. This was definitely not a broken space in the 4th layer, because Yang Kai could not feel any principal strength here. What were those clouds and mist of different colors? Releasing his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai was both shocked and horrified, because he found that these clouds and mist were actually some kind of entrances to void corridors. After passing through these entrances, Yang Kai did not know where he would be sent to. Frowning, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before suddenly waking up and looking behind him. What he saw was a huge dark vortex, slowly rotating behind him. Isn't this the entrance to the 5-colored treasure pagoda? How could it appear behind me? If behind me is the entrance, then in front of me is the way out. Am I in a buffer zone inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai's mind raced and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that these cloud-like entrances to the void corridors are... Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai identified a cloud that exuded a dazzling golden light, and his figure flickered as he rushed in. His vision turned upside down, and the world spun as a strange, principal strength lingered around him. By the time Yang Kai came back to his senses, he had appeared on a vast plain. In this plain, there was not a single blade of grass and gravel, looking extremely desolate. There was no sun, moon, or stars, but it was as bright as day. What a rich metal attribute, aura! Yang Kai felt it for a moment, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The world energy here was a bit strange and extremely rich, but it only had one attribute, not natural attribute, but metal attribute. Chapter 2795. If a cultivator who cultivated a metal attribute, secret art, or secret technique were to come here, they would likely be overjoyed by such a cultivation environment. In such a place, the efficiency of cultivation would definitely increase by 10 or even 100 times. Is this the shattered space of the fourth layer? Yang Kai mused. Sure enough, it's a bit distorted. Lan Sun had said before that because the spaces inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda were fragmented and incomplete, even the world principles were broken. In some spaces, the world principles had become extremely distorted over the years. There might be situations where one or more world principles were extremely strong while the other world principles were weak or even missing. This was the case in this fragmented space. The metal attribute world principles had almost dominated the world, leaving no place for other world principles. This distortion was really fierce. Yang Kai had chosen an entrance that exuded a golden light to enter this place. In other words, the color of the clouds and mist should represent the world principles inside the fragmented space. The clouds and mist were the entrances to the fragmented spaces. Through the clouds and mist that exuded different colors, one could enter a fragmented space. Why was this happening? Yang Kai was sure that the other Star Soul Palace disciples had not encountered such a thing, because if it had happened before, Lan Sun would have definitely mentioned it. Since Lan Sun did not mention this, Yang Kai's experience was unique. This was good news because in such a buffer zone, Yang Kai had the freedom to choose which fragmented space to enter, provided that Yang Kai could return to the buffer zone. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai immediately took action. The space principles fluctuated. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore the void in front of him. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. He did not encounter much resistance. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai was relieved. After all, this side of the world was fragmented and the world principles were not complete. So how much interference could it bring to Yang Kai? A void crack appeared and Yang Kai's figure flickered and entered it. When he reappeared, he was back in the buffer zone, just like last time. An inexplicable force came and bounced Yang Kai back. Instinctively urging his space principles, he immediately stabilized himself in the magical buffer zone, surrounded by clouds and mist. So that's how it is. Yang Kai laughed. When he first entered this buffer zone, Yang Kai did not know what was going on, but now that he had come here a second time with the purpose of probing, he finally understood. Space principles, according to Lan Sun. When a cultivator in the Emperor realm passed through the gate of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they would be automatically thrown into a fragmented space in the 4th layer, which inevitably involved the world principles of the space principles. However, Yang Kai was someone who was proficient in space principles, so under the influence of his principles he was able to repel this attractive force, so the 5-colored treasure pagoda had no way of throwing him into any of the shattered spaces. He could only let him stay in the buffer zone. Now I can do whatever I want. After figuring out the whole story, he said, so I can't do anything I want now. When others entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they could only rely on luck. If they accidentally entered a death zone, they could only blame themselves for not checking the almanac before leaving the house. But for Yang Kai, there were many things he could freely control. Once he had made up his mind, Kai Yang immediately began to look around. Naturally, there was no need to pay attention to the dark clouds and mist filled with death chi. Entering them would definitely lead to death, and even the world principles would not be left. What he was looking for was the brightly colored clouds and mist, because the color of the clouds and mist was directly related to the hidden fragmented space. The brighter the color, the more outstanding the fragmented space would be, and the more useful it would be to him. Not long after, Yang Kai identified a colorful cloud and rushed straight in. Sure enough, this was not the case. Although the laws of heaven and earth in this broken world were still broken, they were not distorted. Unexpectedly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely rich, not inferior to that of the first-class sects in the Southern Territory. However, when Yang Kai released his divine sense, he could not help feeling a little stunned. So small! He found that this fragmented space was extremely small, occupying only a few dozen square meters. The edges were filled with nothingness and chaos, giving off an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Such a small space was similar to Thousand Leaves Sex Emperor Heaven Valley. There were some plants, but no living creatures. When Yang Kai's divine sense swept out, nothing in this world could hide. So what if it was small? It was better than nothing. Yang Kai also wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the sealed world bead after refining and absorbing the world principles of this world. He would just treat this as an experiment. With this in mind, Yang Kai immediately summoned the sealed world bead, sat down cross-legged, and placed his palms together, placing the sealed world bead in his palms. With a thought, the sealed world bead's entrance opened. Yang Kai immersed his mind into it, silently circulating his secret art while controlling the sealed world bead to devour the world energy and fragmented world principles of this world. In an instant, the surrounding world energy was continuously devoured by the sealed world bead, like a sea of water. At the same time, mysterious and almost unfathomable world principles poured into the sealed world bead through the entrance, filling up the small sealed world. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, suddenly feeling a hostile aura enveloping him from all directions. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that there was some danger here that he had not noticed, but upon closer inspection, he found that things were not as he thought. There were no living creatures in this world, but the hostility was clear and tangible, as if it was everywhere, wrapping around him. Yang Kai instantly felt like he had fallen into a sea full of hostility. World force. Yang Kai's expression froze as he immediately realized what this hostility was. Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to refine and devour the world principles of this world. So naturally, it would cause this world to reject him. The heavenly way was constant, and the heavens were unpredictable. Even if this was a fragmented world, it was still a world of its own. Amidst the thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning struck down from above. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was immediately struck, twitching all over as he hurriedly circulated his emperor chi to resist. Only then did he feel a little better. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. This was just a small sealed world that covered an area of only a few dozen acres. Yet it was already so powerful. If it were a larger world, how strong would the repulsion and hostility be? Fortunately, Yang Kai had chosen this fragmented small sealed world to experiment with at the beginning. Otherwise, if he had rashly tried to touch a larger world, he might have failed miserably. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Yang Kai clearly felt a strong repulsive force pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to squeeze him out of this world and prevent him from doing whatever he wanted. However, this repulsive force was not strong, so Yang Kai only needed to resist for a moment before remaining as steady as a mountain. Lightning flashed and thunder roared even more violently. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a look of indifference on his face as the lightning continued to fall from above his head. It was as if he was a rogue who had broken into the home of an unarmed old farmer and was about to rob him of everything. World force. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. Instead of feeling frightened, he felt somewhat happy. A few years ago, in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai witnessed the shocking battle between the two great emperors, which allowed him to understand a kind of power called the world force. It was a power that was even more profound than principal strength, a power that only the great emperors could control. Wasn't this world force the world force? Although the world force of this side of the world was not strong, it was after all a legitimate seedling. Not only was it unable to harm Yang Kai, but it also gave him an opportunity to come into contact with and comprehend this power in advance. Faintly, Yang Kai gained some insights. However, good things did not last long. Only 3 hours later, the lightning and thunder suddenly disappeared, and even the hostility of the entire world was annihilated without a trace. This situation did not occur because the world had acknowledged him, but because the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of this side of the world. Even the remnants of the world force had disappeared, and this side of the world could no longer display any hostility or repulsion towards him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smacked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. It was at this moment that the world suddenly collapsed. Huge cracks appeared in the sky, one after another, as if a mirror had been smashed by someone. The ground also trembled, and ravines suddenly appeared. Even the surrounding void also appeared, and the aura of chaos and nothingness emanated from it. Yang Kai hurriedly got up, stretched out his hand, and tore space, escaping from this side of the world and returning to the buffer zone. Just as he returned to the buffer zone, a cloud in front of him suddenly burst apart, turning into dust and dissipating. This side of the broken world had disappeared just like that. Next, Yang Kai muttered to himself, his figure flickering as he swam through the clouds. It didn't take long for him to enter another shattered world. There were many broken worlds here, and although they varied in size, there were still traces of them upon careful observation. Yang Kai did not dare to touch those worlds that were too big, so he only looked for those small worlds to start with. Following the same pattern, in just 3 days, the sealed world bead had swallowed up the world force of more than a dozen small worlds, completely shattering them. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there were some changes in the world inside the sealed world bead. The world force was undoubtedly more complete, but it was still some distance away from perfection. This made him very happy. During these 3 days, Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood, but inside Star Soul Palace, outside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, the 4 great emperor's 3-layer elders were all wearing worried expressions. Because after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened this time, some strange things had happened. Some strange things that had never happened before. 3 hours after the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the 4th floor. At that time, the 4 great elders were all meditating near the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so when this strange event happened, all of them clearly saw it. Lei Hong was shocked and immediately went to investigate. However, he couldn't find anything. The remaining 3 great elders also couldn't find anything. Chapter 2796. Just as the 4 of them were trying to figure out the reason, the scene from before happened again. It had already happened more than a dozen times. For this to happen in the 4th layer, it was undoubtedly because the juniors from the Emperor realm had encountered something while they were in the 4th layer. Among these juniors, Yang Kai wasn't included, but Lan Sun, Xiao Qin, and Lei Ting were all descendants of Star Soul Palace's upper echelons, so no accident could happen to any of them. This matter was of great importance. So Great Elder Lei Hong didn't dare to delay it any longer and could only send a message to the Great Emperors to report this matter and ask the Great Emperors to decide how to deal with it. The Great Emperors still haven't given any instructions. Xue, Zheng, Mao paced back and forth impatiently before suddenly pausing and asking Lei Hong. Although none of the disciples in the 4th layer were his descendants, as one of the 4 great elders of Star Soul Palace, his life was tied to Star Soul Palace, so he was very concerned about everything in Star Soul Palace. If not for this, he wouldn't have bullied the weak that day and dealt with Yang Kai. Lei Hong just shook his head when he suddenly saw a white light rushing over from the distance. Immediately startled, he reached out and caught it, but after sensing it, his expression suddenly became strange. What did the great emperors say? Xiao Yuyang asked in a deep voice. Lei Hong glanced at the other 3 elders and replied, wait and see, how could that be? Xue Zhengmao muttered, not expecting the great emperor's instructions to be like this. Xiao Yuyang pondered for a moment before saying, since the great emperors said so, they naturally have their reasons. We can't interfere rashly. No one dared to disobey the great emperor's orders. Since the great emperors had clearly given instructions, no one dared to disobey. Everyone could only obey. Everyone secretly guessed. Those juniors might not be in any danger in the 4th layer, so the great emperors weren't worried. Half a month later, in a broken space, Yang Kai frowned. During this half a month, he had shuttled through various broken spaces and urged the sealed world bead to devour the world principles of these broken spaces, gaining a lot. Not to mention that he had some understanding of the power of the world. Just the number of laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had absorbed was unimaginable. The shattered worlds were completely annihilated, and each annihilated world represented the laws of heaven and earth that the sealed world bead had completely devoured. And every time, Yang Kai would encounter rejection and hostility from those worlds. There were big and small worlds, and there were strong and weak enmity. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning strikes were common occurrences. There were even some hidden ancient species in the broken worlds. Every one of them was powerful, and they were driven by the will of the world. These ancient remnant beasts came one after another to fight Yang Kai to the death, all for the sake of driving away the external enemy. No matter how well Yang Kai hid, he couldn't escape this fate. Fortunately, this was only the 4th level. Even if there were remnants of ancient remnant beasts, their strength would not be too terrifying. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it would not be too difficult to deal with them. If it was the 5th level, which was the highest level, perhaps it wouldn't be the case. However, it was impossible to enter the 5th floor directly from the buffer zone. He could only find the entrance from some of the shattered spaces on the 4th floor. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had destroyed dozens of shattered spaces, and Yang Kai had killed countless ancient remnant beasts. However, Yang Kai had never found the entrance to the 5th floor. He didn't know if it was because his luck was too bad or because there were too few entrances. After half a month of hard work, his harvest was naturally not small. However, Yang Kai now encountered a difficult matter. He could clearly sense that the sealed world bead had devoured enough laws of heaven and earth. Not only was it enough, it had even reached the point of saturation. However, it still hadn't evolved from quantitative to qualitative. It seemed that something was still missing, and the sealed world bead was unable to take that final step. This inevitably made him feel a little conflicted. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three. 3 begets all things. Yin and Yang become the 5 elements. The 5 elements become one. The world begets 5 elements, 5 elements, as he muttered. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had vaguely grasped something. A moment later, he suddenly stood up, stretched out his hand, and tore space, returning to the buffer zone. His eyes exuded a sharp light as he searched through the countless clouds. After a while, his eyes flashed. Found it! His figure flickered, and he rushed directly into a cloud exuding a dazzling golden light. The next moment, his figure appeared in the world distorted by golden laws. This was the first shattered world Yang Kai entered half a month ago. Since he lacked the 5 elements, he would make up for it. The 5-colored treasure pagoda didn't lack these things. Summoning the sealed world bead, Yang Kai opened the entrance and devoured the laws and metal attribute aura here with all his strength. Yang Kai divided a part of his mind to be vigilant of his surroundings. Having done this kind of thing many times, Yang Kai also had the experience of dealing with it. In any case, this world would definitely not stand by and let him seize its laws. It would definitely interfere and reject him. It was just that, depending on the world and its laws, the methods of interference and rejection would also be different. There were no signs of clouds gathering in the sky, allowing Yang Kai to breathe a sigh of relief. During this time, he had been struck by lightning many times, and whenever he heard an explosion, he would tremble. Fortunately, the golden laws here were distorted, and there was no place for other laws, so naturally no lightning would appear. However, the hostility and rejection of this world was unprecedentedly fierce. If it weren't for Yang Kai's solid foundation and strength, he would have been pushed out long ago. What could it be? Yang Kai's expression was not nervous, but instead a little excited. This kind of experience of being an enemy of an entire world was not something that everyone could experience. Every time one resisted, one could grow. The worlds Yang Kai had searched for before were all worlds with a mixture of different elemental laws. This was the first time he had encountered a world with a single elemental law, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Asterisk Jung. Asterisk, a clear cry suddenly sounded, like a sword being unsheathed. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and suddenly raised his brow. Not far away, a sharp blade exuding a golden radiance suddenly took shape and floated in the air. The long sword rotated slightly, its tip pointing towards where Yang Kai was. Golden sword. Yang Kai grinned. A bit interesting. Asterisk Jung. Asterisk, clear sounds rang out one after another, interrupting Yang Kai's soliloquy. In the next moment, hundreds of golden swords suddenly appeared from all directions, each one seeming to have been carved from the same mold. Moreover, each of these golden swords exuded an extremely sharp aura, as if they could split mountains and sever seas. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk Yang Kai could not help but gulp, his expression becoming a little difficult. With so many golden swords appearing at the same time, each one filled with a strong hostility, Yang Kai really could not be happy. Not only that, there were even more golden swords condensing. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai seemed to be wrapped in a sea of golden swords in the sky and on the ground. Being in such an ocean, he was like a lonely boat in danger of capsizing at any time. After the countless golden swords appeared, they did not immediately attack Yang Kai. Instead, they moved together and gave him a warning, gathering a shocking sword intent that seemed to want to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai was unmoved, but his expression was solemn as he waited. After 3 breaths, the golden swords began to tremble and quickly rotated at high speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. It was as if they were being controlled by an invisible hand, breaking through the barriers of space and instantly bombarding Yang Kai. The myriad sword had already been summoned, and the supreme sword intent erupted. Yang Kai waved the long sword and defended himself like an impregnable fortress. But this defense only lasted for a breath before it was broken. With a series of clanging sounds and sparks flying, Yang Kai opened up and more golden swords came at him, as if they wanted to crush Yang Kai to pieces. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he did not underestimate the power of these golden swords, he still underestimated them. In a hurry, he hurriedly urged the 5 elements' indestructible sword chi to surround himself. But it was broken in an instant. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk with a series of soft sounds. Yang Kai was soon in rags and looked extremely embarrassed. There was even a bloody wound on his cheek, revealing his white bone and blood. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a round of attacks, the golden swords calmed down a lot and did not launch another attack. Heaven's way was to take away what was surplus and make up for what was lacking. For the world will of this side, it would not be so extreme as to force Yang Kai to retreat. Yang Kai had experienced such a scene countless times and was naturally familiar with it. Therefore, although he had suffered a slight setback, he had no intention of stopping and instead urged the sealed world, Bead, to devour the world principles here. The world was furious. The countless golden swords exuded an even more astonishing sword intent and began to rotate more and more violently. Asterisk so. Asterisk with a soft sound, the golden swords attacked again. Yang Kai was already prepared and quickly shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The power of the golden divine dragon source suddenly appeared, and a huge golden dragon head flashed behind Yang Kai and entered his body. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure soared, and his body, which was already a little taller than an ordinary person, suddenly grew to more than 10 meters. Scales began to appear on his exposed skin, and a bulge appeared on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. His hands became dragon claws and were incomparably sharp. A dragon tail appeared on his back, and the flying great ink dragon armor was draped over his body, giving him an awe-inspiring appearance. During this period, whenever he had free time, Yang Kai had been cultivating the true dragon transformation secret technique. With the help of the golden divine dragon source, this secret technique was twice as fast with half the effort. Today, Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique seemed to be even stronger than the last time. The last time he had dragon transformed in front of Hua Qingxi. Yang Kai remembered that he was only 6 meters tall, but now he was already 10 meters tall. If he continued to cultivate, he would likely grow even taller. If it were not for the Emperor artifact, the flying great ink dragon armor, Yang Kai would likely be naked again. The dragon transformation only lasted for an instant before the thousands of golden swords arrived in front of him. Stretching out his dragon claws, Yang Kai grabbed a dozen golden swords and exerted a little force. With a crack, these golden swords turned into fluorescent light and disappeared. Chapter 2797. 2 days later, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open, and his body was covered in blood, as if he had experienced hundreds of life-and-death battles. His dragon transformation's secret technique was still maintained, and except for the places covered by the flying great ink dragon armor, there were wounds everywhere. Hundreds and thousands of wounds of various sizes were extremely terrifying, and even a section of the dragon horn on his forehead was broken. Although his aura was weak, his fighting spirit was as hot as fire. In front of him, a giant golden blade more than 100 feet long stood in the void, facing him from a distance. The terrifying sword, intent, seemed to be able to cut space apart. For 2 days, Yang Kai had fought desperately with this metal-type world. He had used all his means and taken countless pills, and he had finally persevered until now. If it were not for his strong foundation and outstanding physical fitness, he would have been excluded or killed by this world long ago. It was really satisfying to be an enemy of the world. However, Yang Kai was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and correspondingly, this world was not much better. For 2 days, the sealed world bead had been devouring the world's world principles and world energy, wearing down the world's spirituality. If it were not for Yang Kai's huge consumption of energy, this situation alone would have been enough for him to conquer this world. However, it was almost time to end it now. Come, let's see who lives and who dies with the final blow. Yang Kai stared at the giant golden blade and laughed. As if responding to his provocation, the giant golden blade buzzed and chopped down at Yang Kai. This blow was the final blow of this world's power. This blow was also the final display of hostility from this world. Such a terrifying blow was enough to overturn rivers and seas. It was enough to shatter the void. A huge pitch-black mark appeared in the sky. It was like a wound that could not be healed. Yang Kai roared and did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward, swinging his dragon tail, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. A loud dragon's roar sounded, and the giant golden dragon's figure appeared, wrapping Yang Kai's body. The giant dragon's body was more than 100 feet long and lifelike. When it shook its head and tail, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as violent energy ripples swept out in all directions. The space within a radius of 100 miles shattered inch by inch. 2 dazzling golden lights exploded in midair, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The whole world was filled with a golden ocean. Crack! At the same time, a crisp sound was heard. A huge crack appeared on the golden blade. Soon, with this crack as the origin, dense cracks covered the golden blade like a spider web. Crash! Like a broken mirror, the giant golden blade suddenly shattered and turned into specks of fluorescent light. It filled the world. Yang Kai left quickly. His return was also quick. His entire body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing straight into the ground. Even the giant dragon projection covering his body suddenly shattered. Yang Kai fell heavily to the ground and bounced back up. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was so weak that he looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He lay motionless on the ground. Only the sealed world bead continued to devour the nomological laws and spiritual energy in this place. After a long time, Yang Kai let out a groan and moved slightly. He felt pain all over his body, as if all his bones were broken. Taking out spirit pills from his space ring and swallowing them, Yang Kai forced himself to sit cross-legged and silently operated his secret art. Half a day later, Yang Kai slowly got up, his face still pale. The previous battle had consumed too much of his strength, and he would need to rest for a while. However, he could not stay here any longer. He clearly felt that this world was showing signs of collapse, and the surrounding space had become unstable. Taking back the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took one last look at this side of the world before returning to the buffer zone. Another day later, Yang Kai rushed into a cloud of dazzling green light and entered a world with distorted would attribute nomological laws. In this world, Yang Kai encountered an old acquaintance, the wood spirit. Not just one or two wood spirits, but tens of thousands of them. The vitality of the wood spirits was extremely strong, and their seeds had the ability to parasitize. Any wood spirit was an existence that was difficult to kill. Unfortunately, they had encountered Yang Kai. The wood spirits were most afraid of fire attribute, secret arts, and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai now cultivated the space divine technique, when he first entered the martial Dao, he had cultivated a fire attribute, secret art, and his conflagrated knowledge C. The wood spirit could be said to have encountered its natural enemy. In this world, Yang Kai's situation was much better than in the world with distorted metal attribute nomological laws. Defending his position alone and enveloped by his conflagrated knowledge C, the wood spirit could not approach him at all. After another 2 days, the sealed world bead had completely devoured the nomological laws of this world. Returning to the buffer zone, Yang Kai did not stop, unwilling to waste a single moment, as he purposefully searched for the nomological laws of the 5 elements. The monstrous waves of the water attribute world, the ocean cage, the earth stone mongoose of the earth attribute world, each of which had the power to destroy a country, were all cut down by Yang Kai's sword one by one. 25 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the fire attribute world, Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he swung his myriad sword, pouring all of his emperor chi into it to break through the ancient flame demon's body. Space principles fluctuated, and hidden in the sword light, the shattered space turned into a vortex, forming a dark black hole that sucked in the ancient flame demon's body one by one. The ancient flame demon let out a mournful howl, as if unwilling to accept such a fate, but it was still unable to escape the devouring of space and eventually disappeared. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. The ancient flame demon he encountered in the fire attribute world was not as sharp as the one in the metal attribute world. Its defensive power was not as strong as the one in the earth attribute world. It was not as flexible as the one in the water attribute world, and it did not have as many wood spirits as the one in the wood attribute world. The most troublesome thing about this ancient flame demon was its almost immortal body. No matter how serious its injuries were, as long as it absorbed some fire attribute energy, it would be able to heal. Fortunately, Yang Kai's space divine technique allowed him to banish this ancient flame demon into the endless void. Otherwise, he would not have known how to kill it. With the ancient flame demon banished, the greatest threat to the fire attribute world had disappeared. Yang Kai suddenly felt relaxed and focused on urging the sealed world bead to devour the fire attribute world principles here. According to his previous conjecture, the reason why the sealed world bead had not been able to take the final step was because the 5 elements were incomplete. Since the 5 elements were incomplete, Yang Kai had to make up for them. Yang Kai put this conjecture into action. The 5 element principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were all devoured. Now the sealed world bead was filled with a magnificent 5-colored brilliance that connected the heavens and the earth. The power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, circulating endlessly, seemingly undergoing some magical transformation, giving Yang Kai more confidence in his conjecture. A day later, the fire attribute world principles were completely devoured, and the world was on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead, but did not have time to investigate what kind of changes were taking place. Instead of returning to the buffer zone like he had done several times before, his figure flickered as he flew off in a certain direction. There was a void corridor there. It should be the entrance to the 5th layer. Over the past 20 days or so, Yang Kai had shuttled through dozens of broken spaces and had finally found an entrance, so naturally he would not let it go. He wanted to know what was inside the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai plunged into the void corridor and immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. However, he soon landed on solid ground, and before Yang Kai could observe his surroundings, he suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes staring at him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he circulated his emperor chi and looked up, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Brother Lei?" The person staring at him was actually Lei Ting. Yang Kai was quite surprised to encounter Lei Ting here. "You really came to the 5th layer." Lei Ting was not surprised at all, and instead grinned as if he had expected this. "My 10 days of waiting for you here was not in vain." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Brother Lei was waiting for me? Why?" Lei Ting was furious. "Don't play dumb. We haven't finished our battle yet. Don't tell me you want to be a coward." Yang Kai was surprised for a moment before he burst into laughter. "I thought we were done fighting." Lei Ting snorted. "How can we be done without a victor being decided?" "Why do we need to decide a victor?" Yang Kai asked back. Lei Ting said, "Of course." At this point, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry so much. We'll talk about it after the battle." As soon as his words fell, Lei Ting threw a punch towards Yang Kai, lightning crackling around his fist, giving off a terrifying aura. Kai Yang indifferently took a step forward, and without any change in expression, he stepped forward to greet him. Lei Ting's fist instantly stopped in front of him, the electric arcs making Yang Kai's hair stand on end. "What are you doing?" Lei Ting glared at Yang Kai. "Do you know that if I don't withdraw my fist in time, someone will die?" Just now, when he threw a punch, Yang Kai did not retreat, but Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of condensing his strength, letting him hit him as if he did not resist at all. This made Lei Ting feel like he had punched cotton. Although he wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson, what was the point of fighting if his opponent did not fight back? What he needed was a real battle, a fair and square victory. Yang Kai said lightly, "Brother Lei's strength is profound. This one humbly admits defeat." The veins on Lei Ting's forehead throbbed. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, as if it could erupt at any time. Yang Kai, however, turned a deaf ear to Lei Ting's words, glanced ahead a few times, then looked back and asked, "What is this place? Why is there a corridor?" It was not until this moment that he discovered that he was in a long corridor. The place where he appeared was a space array. An end of the corridor was pitch black, like a beast with its mouth open. Lei Ting said in a muffled voice, "Between the 4th and 5th layers, after crossing this corridor, you will reach the 5th layer. As for what lies on the other side, it depends on your luck." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and muttered to himself, "It's a bit similar to the 4th layer." The 4th layer also had a buffer zone, but not everyone could enter it. Only he who cultivated the space divine technique was able to repel the suction force, so he could stay in the buffer zone. Chapter 2798. The corridor in front of him was a buffer zone for the 5th layer, and anyone could come in, provided that they could find the entrance to the 4th layer. No wonder Lei Ting had been waiting here. It turned out that he had already expected him to come to the 5th layer. "Brother, Lei doesn't want to go in and take a look." Yang Kai glanced at the dark entrance and asked. "There's no hurry," Lei Ting replied lightly. Yang Kai counted on his fingers. "If I remember correctly, this 5-colored treasure pagoda adventure will end in a few days, so if we don't seize the opportunity now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." Lei Ting sneered, "That's only for you." He was the nephew of Star Soul Palace's great elder and one of the leaders of Star Soul Palace's younger generation. The 5-colored treasure pagoda opened once every 3 years. So, as long as he wanted to, he could enter almost every time. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to explore the 5th layer. On the contrary, Yang Kai had obtained this opportunity by chance. So, if he didn't seize it, he might not have another chance to come to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in the future. That's true. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and smiled. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Where do you think you're going? Lei Ting roared, his aura firmly locked onto Yang Kai, as if he would teach him a lesson if he dared to move. Yang Kai frowned and said somewhat impatiently, "Brother Lei, you and I have no grievances, so why be so aggressive?" Lei Ting sneered, "We do have no grievances, but you are a rare opponent, so I can't just let you go." Yang Kai thought for a moment before looking at him seriously and saying, "Is this just an excuse?" "The biggest reason is Her Highness the Princess." Lei Ting blushed and waved his hand. "What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned. "I can see that. Brother Lei cares for Her Highness the Princess and admires her. Brother Lei is afraid that my appearance will arouse Her Highness' interest. So you want to use force to show off your strength and make Her Highness look at you differently?" Lei Ting wore an embarrassed expression. "Is it that obvious?" Yang Kai pointed at his eyes and said, "I'm not blind." After being exposed by Yang Kai, Lei Ting seemed to be more at ease. He relaxed and said, "You're right. Sun Er and I grew up together. I've never seen her treat any man so passionately before. You give off a very dangerous feeling, so I have to treat you seriously." Oh, a strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. He smiled and said, "That would be an honor. But Brother Lei, you're mistaken." He shook his head as he spoke. Lei Ting was startled. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai sternly said, "Your Highness is indeed an outstanding beauty with an easygoing temperament. But with your Highness's status and vision, how could you casually fall in love with a man? It was a matter between men and women. Not only do they have to be in love with each other, but they also have to be of equal social status." Lei Ting thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, you're right." Yang Kai continued, "Brother Lei and your Highness are childhood sweethearts. You should understand her temperament the best. Moreover, you and Great Elder Lei are uncle and nephew. Great Elder Lei is the Great Elder of the Divine Palace, under the Great Emperors. With Brother Lei's status, you're barely worthy of your Highness. Being of equal social status is naturally not a problem. As long as Brother Lei can capture the heart of your Highness, you'll naturally achieve good things." Lei Ting laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be so interesting." His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly changed the topic. "Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I'll believe you just because you said a few words?" Yang Kai was stunned. He sighed and said, "Brother Lei, oh Brother Lei, I just want to tell you, I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is someone else." Lei Ting snorted. "Who?" Yang Kai blinked and said, "Who else could it be? Xiao Qin." "Brother Lei, don't you know that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first? When you and I are confronting each other here, I'm afraid Brother Xiao is accompanying Her Highness the Princess. Moreover, Xiao Chen's cultivation and background are not below yours. I have seen Xiao Chen accompanying Her Highness the Princess several times, taking care of her every need. Men and women are different. After interacting with each other for a long time, love will naturally develop. Let me ask, Brother Lei, are you afraid?" Lei Ting sneered. "Xiao Chen? With just him? Who does he think he is? I, Lei Ting, can kill him casually. But you, well, Sun Er's attitude towards you is very unsettling." While speaking, he clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. He approached Yang Kai with a grim smile. "Don't worry, I won't take your life. At most, I'll cripple you. As long as I get rid of you, you won't have the face to appear in front of Sun Er." Then Sun Air will be mine. Oh. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, Brother Lei, do you know that trouble comes from the mouth? Is it really okay to say such irresponsible words? Lei Ting curled his lips and said, There's no need to say anything more. Hurry up and fight. Oh, it turns out that to Brother Lei, I'm actually in your bag. A clear and melodious voice suddenly came from behind Lei Ting. Lei Ting's ferocious face instantly stiffened and his hair stood on end. His fighting spirit seemed to have been drenched from head to toe by a basin of cold water. Swallowing hard, Lei Ting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He mechanically turned his head and saw Lan Sun and Xiao Qin standing side by side on the space array. The former looked at him indifferently while the latter had a look of ridicule and schadenfreude on his face. When Lei Ting was horrified and felt his heart sink, as if he would fall into the depths of purgatory and never be able to turn over again. He kept wailing in the depths of his heart. It's over, it's completely over. Sun Air heard what I said. I'm afraid she won't give me any face in this life. What was most unbelievable to him was that he didn't notice when two people appeared behind him. If not, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. It's Yang Kai. He's deliberately diverting my attention. That's right, he used the law of space just now. I thought he was on guard, but now it seems that he's not on guard at all. He's clearly interfering with my judgment. Lei Ting, how can you say that? Quickly apologized to Her Royal Highness. Xiao Chen was suddenly filled with righteous indignation and shouted angrily. Lei Ting's face instantly flushed red, and he said, helplessly, Lan Sun slightly raised her chin and stared at him, as if waiting for him to explain. Lei Ting couldn't say a word at all. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and rushed directly to the entrance in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lei Ting, come back here. You want to leave without explaining clearly? Xiao Chen was furious. Knowing that Lei Ting couldn't come back, he still kept shouting, but the corners of his mouth hooked up in a subtle arc. Ha 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 ha, Lei Ting was completely out of the game. He was not good with words in front of Her Royal Highness, and now that he was cheated by Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Her Royal Highness in the future. His love rival had been eliminated. Xiao Chen was very happy in his heart as he slowly glanced at Yang Kai. He was different from Lei Ting. Although Yang Kai was a bit of a threat to him, he didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai's words were right. The pavilion closest to the water could catch the moon first. After this experience in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would leave Star Soul Palace. He didn't know if he would have a chance to meet Her Royal Highness again in the future, so how could he be a threat? Only an idiot like Lei Ting would believe his bewitchment. Isn't it a bit cruel? Yang Kai looked in the direction Lei Ting left and rubbed his chin as he asked himself. Lan Sun said, It's Brother Lei who is pestering you. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much about it. Yang Kai smiled and said, Well, if he can understand the word love, his future achievements will be higher. Just treat it as a test. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Brother Yang, you seem to be speaking from the bottom of your heart. Yang Kai coughed lightly. My life experience is a bit richer. Xiao Chen watched coldly from the side. Seeing the two fighting fiercely, he knew something was wrong and quickly jumped out. Brother Yang also found the entrance. Congratulations! It's just a coincidence. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang looked at them suspiciously and asked, But you two, why are you together? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Fate! After entering the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had been looking for Lan Sun. During this period, he had gone through more than a dozen broken spaces and finally found her a few days ago, taking on the role of a flower guardian. Lan Sun said, There are only a few days left before the 1-month deadline. The 5th floor is right in front of us. Brother Yang, do you want to take a look? Of course, Yang Kai nodded and said, "But what is the difference between the 5th floor and the 4th floor?" Lan Sun said, "Of course there is a difference. Answer me." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Xiao Chen interrupted. "The space of the 4th floor is a shattered world. The laws of the world are imperfect. Although there are many spaces in the 5th floor, they're not like the 4th floor. They are independent secret realms." Secret realms. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Xiao Chen said yes. Those secret realms were born from the broken worlds of the first few floors. When the ancient Almighty refined the 5-colored treasure pagoda, they merged the many broken worlds together to form the first 4 floors of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. As for the secret realms left behind in these broken worlds, they were extracted and placed in the 5th floor. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "So, the secret realms in the 5th floor may be related to one of the broken worlds in the first 4 floors." Exactly, but the connection is not big. The many secret realms in the 5th floor are all different, just like the countless broken worlds in the first few floors. Which secret realm to enter is based on luck and cannot be freely chosen. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he sighed. The 5-colored treasure pagoda is really amazing. Before understanding the truth of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai only felt that its existence was of great significance to Star Soul Palace. But now that he understood all aspects, he realized that it was simply a treasure. Millions of cultivators in the star boundary cultivated, and what they sought was opportunities. And where did opportunities come from? Secret realms were the biggest source. Chapter 2799. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to find a sealed world. Many cultivators would never have the opportunity to enter a sealed world for life experience and treasure hunting. But on the side of Star Soul Palace, there were countless sealed worlds waiting to be explored. Did the sect of the great emperors have such a terrifying heritage? Lan Sun smiled lightly and said, "Brother Yang, do you remember the golden armored heavenly book?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm not old yet." This thing was taken away by Lan Sun not long ago, so how could Yang Kai forget? It was also because Lan Sun took away the golden armored heavenly book that Yang Kai had the opportunity to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. Something that happened not long ago was naturally fresh in Yang Kai's memory. However, when she mentioned the golden armored heavenly book at this time, it was obviously not a casual remark, but Yang Kai's expression changed and he asked, "Is the golden armored heavenly book related to the 5-colored treasure pagoda?" Lan Sun nodded and said yes. The golden armored heavenly book was taken out by Marshal Uncle Tan. Tan Jun, how from the sealed world in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Not only is it a powerful emperor artifact, but it is also the key to opening that sealed world. Yang Kai was shocked. In other words, that sealed world was originally in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but because Tan Junhao took out the golden armored heavenly book, Star Soul Palace's disciples can enter that sealed world without needing to go through the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Exactly. Lan Sun nodded. That sealed world originally existed in the 5th layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to enter it, they would have to pass through the 4th layer and have some luck. But since Tan Junhao took out the golden armored heavenly book, disciples can enter and exit it at will. Tan Junhao's luck is not small. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Lan Sun smiled lightly. According to my father's master speculation, there should be many sealed worlds in the 5th layer like that one. They have their own keys, as long as they can find that key. They can open the entrance to sealed world at any time and allow disciples to enter it for life. Yang Kai shook and exclaimed, "There is such a thing!" Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he quietly whispered to Lan Sun, "Your Highness, you've said too much." This matter was a secret of Star Soul Palace, and although it wasn't a top secret, it wasn't something that could be casually revealed to others. However, Lan Sun's identity was different. No one could blame her for saying this. Lan Sun shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that key is not something that can be found easily. My divine palace has been searching for so many years, but we have only found the key to one sealed world." Yang Kai pondered seriously for a while, then cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice." Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. "Talking so much has wasted a lot of time. Brother Yang, let's go to the 5th floor first." Yang Kai nodded. "All right. Junior Marshal Sister Lan, please." Lan Sun's expression turned solemn as she exhorted. "There's one thing that Brother Yang should know. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. You must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, the three arrived at the end of the corridor. Looking around, at the end of the corridor was a rotating nebula, which looked mysterious and unfathomable. A strange aura came from the nebula, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. "Brother Yang, this little sister will go first. Take care. See you outside." After Lan Sun said to Yang Kai, she jumped into the nebula. She disappeared. Xiao Qin stood in place and sighed. He seemed a little depressed. This time, he found Lan Sun on the 4th floor with great difficulty. Originally, he wanted to accompany her until the end of the training. Who would have thought that Lan Sun would insist on coming to the 5th floor? Now they had to part. Glancing at Yang Kai leisurely, Xiao Chen was not in the mood to talk to him and also jumped into the nebula. Soon, only Yang Kai was left in the same place. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai naturally did not hesitate. Anyway, since Lan Sun and Xiao Chen had both gone in, he naturally had to follow. The moment he stepped into the nebula, Yang Kai immediately urged the space principles, trying to see if he could stay in a buffer zone like on the 4th floor. If so, then he could have a lot of room to control, and he could choose a sealed realm that was suitable for him to experience. But this time he was a little disappointed. Under the urging of the space principles, there was no reaction at all. When his vision was restored, Yang Kai immediately heard an anxious shout in his ears. "Anyo, wake up, the beast tide is attacking. Wake up quickly. What are you in a daze for?" At the same time, there seemed to be a big hand grabbing his shoulder and shaking it vigorously. Yang Kai was shocked, not knowing what was going on. His face sank as he reached out to grab the other party's big hand. But who would have thought that the other party's reaction would be so fast? Just as Kai Yang was about to make a move, the other party had already grabbed his wrist. An unimaginably violent force was transmitted from the other party's hand, instantly suppressing Kai Yang's brute force, making him unable to move at all. Yang Kai's expression changed again. While he was shocked by the strength of the other party's strength, he immediately urged his Emperor Qi, and then there was no reaction at all. His body was completely empty, without a trace of Emperor Qi. In an instant, Yang Kai was so shocked that his face turned pale and his soul almost left his body. Before entering the 5th layer of the sealed realm, Yang Kai was still quite confident. After all, his current strength was not to be underestimated. More than 1/3 layer Emperor Realm Master had died at his hands. Even Lan Sun, Xiao Chen, and Lei Ting dared to enter the 5th layer of the sealed realm, so he had no reason to be afraid. He felt that even if he encountered any danger, his life would not be in danger. With the space principles, even if he could not win, he could still escape. But this sudden change left him at a loss. Why was his Emperor Qi gone? Without his Emperor Qi, was this still the Emperor realm? He was not even a beginner cultivator. What was going on? While he was still in shock, Lan Sun's words echoed in his ears. In the many sealed realms in the 5th layer, anything can happen. Big brother, you must guard your heart and not be swayed by external forces. Yang Kai's heart shook and his expression calmed down in an instant. Don't panic. First, I need to figure out what's going on. Perhaps this sealed realm has a principle that suppresses my strength, so I can't feel any trace of Emperor Qi. And although the person who grabbed his wrist was extremely strong, he did not have any hostility or malice, so he should not be a threat to him. Raising his head, he saw a pair of crimson eyes close in on him. They were bloodshot. His field of vision expanded, and a bearded face came into view. This was a young man who looked about the same age as Yang Kai, but his appearance was extremely rough and his body was burly. He did not look like a human, and he was a little different from the people Yang Kai usually saw, as if he had a different bloodline. His clothes were also very simple, only wrapped in animal skin that covered his vitals, leaving the rest of his body exposed. His muscles were as hard as iron, and at a glance, Yang Kai could tell that he was full of explosive power. Yang Kai looked at himself again. Compared to this young man, his arms and legs were as thin as heaven and earth. Having said that, although Yang Kai's body was not burly, it was still quite strong. It was just that this young man was too strong. But why was there a living person here? Was this a dream or an illusion from a sealed realm? It couldn't be a dream, but if it was an illusion, then it was too realistic. Kai Yang couldn't feel the slightest trace of falsehood from the bearded young man in front of him, as if he was a real person with flesh and blood. And the environment here was very simple. It seemed to be just a shabby wooden house. There were no furnishings in the wooden house, only a simple stool made of tree roots, a few wooden planks made of a table, and there were pots and pans on the side. There were a few pieces of unknown beast meat hanging on the wall, which were blackened by smoke. There were some wild vegetables in the wooden basket, and there was a stone bowl with some cold leftovers. What was this place? Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the bearded young man shouted at Yang Kai, "Are you stupid? I told you that the beast tide is coming. Did you hear me?" His voice was full of anxiety, and it was deafening. Yang Kai nodded blankly. "I heard you." "If you heard me, then hurry up and help. There are not enough people in the village, and the defense is about to be broken." As the bearded young man spoke, he grabbed Yang Kai and rushed out as if he was flying. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask, "I haven't asked." The bearded young man stopped and looked back at Yang Kai. His pair of red eyes were full of bestiality, which made people's hair stand on end. After a while, the young man sighed and said, "Are you stupid again?" "I'm Ahu." Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he asked, "You said my name is Anyo?" "Anyo." "Ah, your mother Nyo." He was called Anyo. What kind of bullshit sealed realm was this? The other party was called Ahu, which was a very simple name. "I don't have time to talk to you about this. Hurry up and help. I'll talk to you after the beast tide is over." Ahu hurriedly pulled Yang Kai and ran. Not far from the wooden house, there was immediately a burst of shouts and shouts. Not far away, there was also a burst of beast roaring, which resounded through the sky. Even the earth seemed to be shaking and roaring. Yang Kai looked around and was suddenly shocked. He saw that the people running around were all men like Ahu, who were tall and sturdy like iron towers. All of them seemed to be very strong. Even the women were tall and sturdy. They were unbelievably strong. A woman was carrying a huge stone with a diameter of 20 feet. She ran as if she was flying, as if she was weightless. Yang Kai didn't feel any fluctuation of power from her body. In other words, she was carrying the stone with only the strength of her body. There were also some obviously underage children who seemed to be in their teens, but they all picked up weapons. Their childish faces were full of a common enemy and an expression of facing death with equanimity. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of his head. Everyone was in a hurry, converging in a certain direction. Everyone was wrapped in a few pieces of animal skin. Even the simplest clothes couldn't be seen here. Yang Kai looked down and found that he was the same. His exposed skin was as white as snow, which was a sharp contrast with Ahu's dark skin. Forget it. This is just a small matter." Yang Kai comforted himself. Chapter 2800. There were many wooden houses all around, which were just like the man's appearance, simple and crude. Yang Kai looked into the distance and saw that not far away there was a fence made of logs and stones. This should be a village, and it looked like a very primitive and ancient village. And the waves of beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate came from outside the fence. On the fence, many villagers were standing on it. Some were holding boulders and throwing them down, while others were holding bows and arrows and shooting them. The flames of war were swirling, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people feel nauseous. Suddenly, Yong Kai's eyes narrowed. From a corner of the fence, a 30 feet long, incomparably muscular leopard rushed up like a whirlwind. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the head of a villager. Although the villager was also tall and sturdy like an iron tower and struggled with all his might, how could he fight against such an existence? He only struggled for a moment before his head was bitten off by the leopard. Blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain, which was extremely dazzling under the scorching sun. The villagers around the fence were shocked and angry. They roared and rushed toward the leopard. At the same time, dozens of sharp arrows flew and stabbed into the leopard's body. Under the pain, the leopard roared and was a little unstable. It was pushed down the fence by a villager, and the villager also fell down. No one knew what happened to him. This unforeseen event caused a corner of the fence to lose its defense. The rest of the villagers were quite flustered, and all of them roared continuously. "Quick, quick, quick!" Who pulled Yong Kai all the way to the bottom of the fence and stretched out his hand. He threw Yong Kai up the fence. He said to a strong woman standing on the fence, "Ahwa, I'll leave Anyo to you." The woman called Ahwa glanced at Anyo, her thick eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was a little disgusted. When she was about to say something, she saw that Ahu had already rushed toward the village gate. "Forget it, it's better than nothing." Ahwa muttered impatiently. He stretched out his hand toward Yong Kai and said concisely, "Arrow!" Yong Kai was slightly stunned. To be honest, since he entered the secret realm until now, Yong Kai was still slightly dazed, and he was utterly unable to recover from his shock. This dazzling and unforeseen event caused him to be utterly unable to figure out the situation he was in now. He only knew that he inexplicably appeared in this somewhat primitive and ancient village, inexplicably had the name Anyo, and inexplicably got involved in a great war. He had explored many mystic realms before, but there had never been a situation as complicated as this one. Faintly, he felt that the secret realm he had experienced this time seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He secretly decided to treat it with 120% of his attention. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As for whether these villagers were his hallucinations or not, he had no time to care about it. Everything would go right when it came to it. There was always a way to solve the problem. "Arrow, are you deaf?" Yong Kai was still in a daze. The woman called Ahwa could not help but roar angrily. Her pair of eyes were incomparably red like Ahu's. They were bloodshot, and the anger and hatred in her eyes were almost tangible. This kind of anger and hatred was not directed at Yong Kai, but at the helplessness of seeing so many villagers die in the mouths of wild beasts. Not even their bones were left behind, and she was powerless to avenge them. After being yelled at by her, Yong Kai finally recovered. He hurriedly looked around and saw a pile of wooden arrows at his feet. He did not know what kind of wood they were made of. Each of the wooden arrows was over 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. They looked extremely frightening. Reaching out to pick them up, Yong Kai was surprised because these wooden arrows were incomparably heavy. They were not inferior to the arrows made of fine iron. It was hard to imagine how an ordinary person without Yuan Qi would be able to control them. "Your task is to deliver these arrows to me." Ahwa looked at Yong Kai seriously and shouted, "Do you understand?" "Yes." Yong Kai nodded obediently and took the opportunity to look at the woman called Ahwa. The villagers here were generally rough and old, but this woman called Ahwa had delicate facial features and a hot body. Her chest was wrapped in animal clothing, revealing deep cleavage. Her waist was enchanting, her lower abdomen was flat, and her buttocks were round and round. Well, if she was not so tall, she would be an extraordinary beauty. However, in this kind of environment where natural selection was the rule, it was destined that no one would be able to give birth to a pretty girl. Mortals without power were destined to die. Ah Hua's appearance had a different kind of beauty. Once the arrow was in her hand, Ah Hua immediately pulled the bowstring. The huge bow was instantly pulled into a full moon shape, which made Yan Kai's eyes twitch. This huge bow was able to shoot an arrow that was 10 feet long and as thick as a baby's arm. One could imagine how big the bow was, but in Ah Hua's hands it was as light as a feather. But at the same time, the arrow spun and rushed forward. Yan Kai could clearly see that in front of the arrowhead there was a burst of air. The power of this arrow was terrifying. A huge beast that was flying in the air was nailed into its eye socket by the arrow. The 10 feet long arrow pierced through the beast's skull, bringing with it a spray of blood. The huge beast fell heavily to the ground and struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Amazing! Yan Kai praised sincerely. Ah Hua looked at him coldly and stretched out her hand. Yan Kai quickly picked up an arrow from the ground and handed it to her. Ah Hua pulled the bowstring again and the arrow flew out. Every arrow could kill a huge beast. Ah Hua's archery was extremely accurate. Almost all of the arrows were shot at the eyes of the beasts and directly pierced through their skulls. It could be said that none of the arrows missed their targets. On the fence, there were more than 10 archers like Ah Hua. Each of them was excellent at archery, which made Yan Kai gasp in amazement. In such a harsh environment, if the villagers did not have such rare skills, they would not have been able to survive. The battle on the fence wall was relatively peaceful. Ah Hua and a dozen other archers drew their bows and arrows in an orderly manner. There was no need for them to fight the giant beasts head-on. However, outside the village, there were hundreds of villagers holding all kinds of weapons, fighting the giant beasts to the death. The roars of the beasts and the angry voices of the people were intertwined. Blood splattered everywhere and flesh was torn apart. One by one, the beasts fell, and one by one the villagers died. In front of this nameless village, there was a fierce battle of life and death. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two sides. Only when one side was destroyed would the other side be satisfied. On the battlefield, there was an old voice playing an ancient melody. A stooped old man, holding a walking stick, strolled on the ground covered in blood and flesh. Accompanied by his rhythmic shouts, the walking stick flickered with an inexplicable brilliance, as if it had a mind of its own, and flowed into the bodies of the villagers who were fighting. Every villager who was shrouded in the brilliance suddenly became very brave and powerful. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their skin suddenly turned red, and there was a layer of dark red light on the surface of their bodies. In the midst of their angry roars, they knocked the beasts to the ground. The strange thing was that although the hunchbacked old man looked weak, he was walking on the battlefield defenseless. The giant beasts ignored him as if they couldn't see him at all. Yan Kai's eyes widened, and he cried out, "Barbarian technique! Barbarian tribe? Ancient barbarian tribe." He did not know what this primitive and ancient village was, but after seeing the old man's magical skills, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and vaguely realized something. It was said that in ancient times, before the cultivator was popular, natural and man-made disasters were endless. In order to survive, humans fought against the heavens. Barbarian technique was born because of this. The ancient barbarian tribe focused on the cultivation of the physical body. It was said that when the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, one could almost become a saint. They were immortal and were not inferior to today's great emperors. In that era, there were no endless secret techniques, no dazzling secret treasures. The only thing people could rely on was their own strength and their own flesh and blood. The humans of that era were called the ancient barbarian tribe. They were the ancestors of today's human race. Among the barbarian techniques, the most famous and the most practical one was the bloodthirsty technique. Just like what the old man was using now, it stimulated the power of the human body with an inexplicable force and burned the essence of blood to obtain a leap in power. However, the bloodthirsty technique had a lot of hidden dangers. Once it was used, not only would it cause a long period of weakness, it would also affect one's lifespan. If it was used too many times, it might even cause death. This was because the bloodthirsty technique burned the innate essence of the human body. No wonder the villagers here looked so rough and old. It seemed that this was not the first time they used the bloodthirsty technique. When the innate essence of blood was consumed, the person would undoubtedly age faster. In the ancient barbarian tribe, only a small number of people had the opportunity to master the barbarian techniques. Most of them could only cultivate their physical body. Those who could practice the barbarian techniques were called wizard. The barbarian techniques were also called wizard techniques. The old man was undoubtedly a wizard. However, Yong-kai did not know what level of wizard he was. After all, these things were from a long time ago. Yong-kai had only occasionally heard about them after wandering in the astral world for a long time. How would he know the division of power in ancient times? It was actually the ancient barbarian tribe. It was actually the wizard technique. In other words, where he was now was the ancient era. How was this possible? The ancient era was far too long ago. It had long been annihilated in the long river of history. However, in this secret territory, there was a complete ancient style. Was this place real or fake? Was his name really Anyo? Then what was the matter with Yong-kai? Was he dreaming? The village chief is a wizard. You only found out today. What have you been doing all these years? After hearing Yong-kai's words, Ahua could not help but scold him. Her spittle flew towards his face. You better remember that the village does not raise useless people. If Ahu had not been giving you food, you would have starved to death. Today, you must prove your worth to me. Don't embarrass Ahu. Chapter 2801. After a short pause, Hua's face turned cold, and she said, If you can't prove it, then jump off the wall yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow directly killed the giant beast in midair, but the cold and disdainful eyes were still staring straight at Kai Yang's face, not shifting from beginning to end. Trash! Yong-kai murmured. He looked down at his own body and then looked at the bodies of the villagers on the fence. Well, this body type was indeed trash in this era. However, the old man with the crooked body was the village chief, which surprised Yong-kai. Although he didn't know what kind of witchcraft the village chief used to make those giant beasts ignore him, it was definitely not because of his good luck. As for the wizard from the name, it should be the lowest level of existence, right? It seemed that in this ancient era, there were very few wizards. On the fence, Yong-kai and Hua worked together. After experiencing the initial discomfort, Yong-kai also calmed down and was no longer at a loss. No matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. Maybe this was a test of this mysterious land. One by one, Yong-kai passed the arrows to Ahua, and the pile of arrows at their feet decreased at an extremely fast speed. But soon, a brute race youth came over with spare arrows to replace them. This boy looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and was obviously underage, so he couldn't go into battle with the giant beasts and could only do some logistics work. However, even if he was only 13 or 14 years old, he was still more burly and majestic than most of the people Yong-kai had come into contact with. His bulging muscles were simply not something a person his age should have. In the village, there were many underage barbarians like this boy who were busy working. Time passed slowly. With the village chief's bloodthirsty spell, the attacks of the beasts were greatly suppressed. The villagers paid a very small price to kill the beasts, and there were many casualties. Every villager was extremely excited, as if they saw the hope of victory. Hua's bow was drawn again and again. There was a burst of sound in the air. Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Unlike the optimism of these ignorant villagers, Yang Kai felt that the situation was very unfavorable for the village. On the surface, the giant beast seemed to be suppressed, and there were many casualties. However, in reality, the villagers had consumed too much energy. After a long and high-intensity battle, it was difficult for the villagers to continue. Just look at Ahua. In the beginning, her arrows were like the wind, one after another, almost without stopping. Every arrow could kill a giant beast. But now, she was unable to fully draw the bowstring, and her hands were trembling slightly. There were several times when she needed 2 arrows to kill a giant beast, and the interval between each arrow was getting longer and longer. Ahua was like that, and so were the other shooters. The situation of the villagers outside the village was even more worrying. They, who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique by the village chief, had overdrafted their innate blood essence. Once the bloodthirst technique loses its effect, when the after effects occur, the hundreds of villagers who were fighting outside the village would instantly be covered by the giant beasts, and they would not be able to resist at all. On the other hand, although the attack of the beast tide was still fierce, Yang Kai clearly sensed that the beast tide was stalling for time. It was as if there was a superior being commanding the countless beasts to quietly hibernate, waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. It was time to act. Yang Kai did not act rashly at the beginning because he did not understand the situation he was in. He did not know what kind of changes would occur if he acted rashly. However, after watching for so long, Yang Kai had been infected by the enthusiasm of these barbarian villagers. The inexplicable identity of a Nyo seemed to have become more real, and he had a faint sense of belonging to this strange village. These barbarians were admirable. It was they who stubbornly survived in ancient times, resisting natural and man-made disasters, allowing the human race to flourish and become the mainstream of the world. It was they who passed down their power generation after generation, allowing the human race to gain a foothold in this world. Protect this land, protect this village. My name is Nyo. The blood in his body boiled in an instant. Yang Kai bent down and picked up a giant bough beside him. This giant bough originally belonged to another villager, but its head was bitten off by a giant leopard that pounced on it. He reached out and pulled the bowstring. With a clang, it was as if a war drum was beating in his heart, making him involuntarily have the desire to charge forward. Arrow! Ahua stretched out her hand, her red eyes staring straight ahead, flashing with the light of hatred. However, she did not receive any support from Yang Kai. Ahua suddenly turned her head and was about to open her mouth to curse, but the words were stuck in her throat. She looked at Yang Kai and the giant bough in his hand and said in shock, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, "You should rest. You are too tired." Ahua's outstretched hand was trembling nonstop. Her fingers were full of cuts and blood was dripping. It was a ghastly sight. Their eyes met, and Ahua suddenly exploded. Rest? There is no time to rest. Do you know what will happen to the brothers and sisters below without the support of us archers? I know. Yang Kai was still smiling. He reached out to pick up an arrow and put it on the bowstring. He tilted his head and looked at Ahua. So leave it to me. You. Ahua still wanted to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened, and her face was full of shock. God, what did she just see? Nyo, who was called trash in the village, actually pulled the bowstring? And how could he pull the bowstring? How could he have so much strength with such thin arms and legs? Ahua instinctively thought that she was seeing things because she clearly remembered that during the last training, Nyo was extremely difficult to even pick up the giant bow and arrow, let alone pull the bowstring. But now, what happened in front of her completely overturned her understanding of Nyo. Nyo in front of her did not seem to use much strength because Ahua did not feel the explosive strength from his muscles at all. It seemed that he just pulled the bowstring casually, but the bowstring that made her feel a little tired was actually pulled completely by him. The bowstring was full, and the arrow was released. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ahua could not help but look at the arrow's flight path. In front of the arrowhead, the airflow of the explosion was clearly visible. It was obvious that Anyo's arrow contained a huge amount of power, and it was not inferior to her own attack. Such an attack was enough to penetrate the body of any giant beast. Inexplicably, Ahua had a trace of confidence in the trash in front of her. She felt that with this arrow, he could definitely kill a giant beast. Whoosh! The arrow flew past the body of a giant beast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the villager who was fighting with the giant beast was shocked because, at that moment, if the arrow had been a little bit off, it could have killed him directly. Ahu turned his head and looked at the people standing on the fence. He shouted, "Ahua, watch it!" "Aye." Ahua opened her mouth, and her face was full of grievance. How could such a lousy arrow be shot by her? Even if she closed her eyes, she would not make such a mistake. It was obviously Anyo who did it, okay? After feeling wronged, she was angry. She turned around and stared at Yang Kai. She was blind to have confidence in this trash. "I have a feeling." As Yang Kai spoke, he picked up another arrow and put it on the bowstring. "This is not a place for you to play. If you don't want to help me, get out of here." Ahua shouted angrily, although Ahua was surprised that Anyo could draw the bowstring fully. What was the use of shooting without accuracy? It was better to go down and fight with the giant beasts directly. At least he could be of some use. Excellent archers had gone through thousands of training and countless life and death battles to train. Anyo obviously did not have such experience. "Trust me." Yang Kai looked at Ahua seriously. His hands were as steady as a rock as he pulled the bowstring. Ahua's face was full of anger. She sighed and said, "Shoot at a place where there is no one." Compared to his previous performance, this time he could pick up the bow and arrow and share some of the pressure of the village's pressure. His way of doing things was acceptable. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This time it won't happen again." The target was still the giant beast that was fighting with Ahu. When the arrow was shot, Ahua almost did not dare to look at it, for fear of seeing Yang Kai accidentally injure Ahu. But in fact, when the arrow was flying, the giant beast jumped into the air and opened its mouth to roar. The 3-meter-long arrow poured into the giant beast's mouth and shot out from its tail. The horrible power of the arrow stirred the giant beast's internal organs into a mess. It fell to the ground and whimpered. Blood flowed out like a fountain. "Did you really do it?" Hua stood rooted to the ground, a little dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, Anyo couldn't even pull the bowstring before, let alone shoot an arrow. In other words, this should be the first time he really shot an arrow. Although the first arrow was a little off, which gave people a false alarm, the second arrow was very accurate. What was wrong with this trash? While she was lost in thought, Yang Kai picked up another arrow. Without any pause, he pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow. A giant beast in the distance was killed in an instant. Although Yang Kai could not feel any trace of Emperor's chi in this secret realm, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. Although the giant bow and arrow were difficult to control, it was nothing to in the Emperor realm. The first arrow was just an experiment. With a standard in mind, the next thing was simple. None of the arrows missed their target. A bundle of 10 arrows was shot out by Yang Kai in less than 3 breaths. Except for the first arrow, which did not work, the other 9 arrows all killed. "Brother Anyo, you are so powerful." The barbarian boy in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows and saw the scene of Yang Kai's great power. He immediately admired him. Master Anyo was despised by all the master, saying that he was the trash of the village. He did not contribute at all and wasted food. Many masters suggested that Anyo should be banished from the village and left to fend for himself. If it were not for the kindness of the village chief, Ahu would have given his food to Anyo, and Anyo would have starved to death. Anyo, who was called Trash, was actually so powerful. He was not inferior to Sister Ahua, who was the best archer in the village. The boy was confused. Chapter 2802. It was snowing heavily. No one knew when the snow started to fall in this ancient and primitive world. The sight was dyed white, and the red blood on the ground was even more shocking. Despite the extremely cold environment, the villagers seemed to be unaware of it. Everyone's exposed skin was steaming hot. Outside the village, hundreds of villagers were holding stone axes, stone spears, and other primitive weapons to fight the beasts. On the fence, more than a dozen archers were providing strong support with their exquisite skills. The hunchbacked village chief was still running in the battlefield. His black walking stick would burst out 1 or 2 weak lights from time to time. He was using his poor wizard skills to resist the invasion of the beasts. The blood on the villagers who had been affected by the bloodthirsty spell were getting dimmer and dimmer. That was a sign that the bloodthirsty spell was about to lose its effect. Once the bloodthirsty spell lost its effect, these villagers would fall into a long period of weakness and would no longer have the power to fight. If the beasts were not defeated before then, there was only one fate waiting for the village: destruction. Hundreds of the strongest warriors would become food for the beasts during the winter, and the old, weak women and children in the village would not be able to escape the fate. At that time, the beasts' iron hooves would trample the earth, and the earth would groan. If the beasts did not retreat, the villagers would fight to the death. Behind them was their home, and no one would retreat. Whoosh! Yang Kai's arrows missed 3 times, and the 3 giant beasts were instantly killed. Ahua was dumbfounded by his miraculous skill. If the fact that Kai Yang had pulled the bowstring and not missed his target had shocked her, then the scene that she had just witnessed had left her speechless. Her mind was completely blank. Bow and arrow could be used like this. As the best archer in the village, she had her own pride, competing in archery skills. No one in the whole tribe could compete with her. But Yang Kai's archery skills of missing 3 times in 1 shot was something she had never heard of or seen before. They could win. They could definitely win. Anyo's sudden outburst made Ahua see the hope of victory. As long as he could maintain his current state, the beasts were nothing to worry about. Sister Ahua, brother Anyo. Oh no, we don't have many bows and arrows left. These are the last 5 bundles. Aunt Lee asked me to tell you to use them sparingly. The young man who was in charge of logistics ran up with a few bundles of arrows in his arms. With a shout, Hua felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. A bundle of arrows meant 10 arrows were lost, and 5 bundles meant 50 arrows. Taking everything into account, he could only kill 50 giant beasts. However, how could the beast tied below be calculated by a mere 50? Hua's face turned pale. If they did not have the support of the archers, Tiger and the others who were fighting below would definitely die. She turned around and glared at the young man. How can there not be many left? Where are the arrows in the storehouse? Didn't you take it out? The youth said with a sullen face, I've taken them all out. But you're using up too much energy. Auntie Lee and the others are working on it now, but they still don't have enough time to replenish it. Fast consumption? It wasn't that it was fast, but that it had taken too long. There had never been a beast tide that lasted so long. The giant beasts had paid such a heavy price, but they still didn't back down. This was completely different from the beast tides they had encountered before. Looking up at the sky, the snow was falling like goose feathers. The biting cold wind carried the sound of the wind horn, echoing in the forest. It was winter, and the beasts had to stock up on food to survive the winter. Otherwise, the cold environment would make them starve to death in the cave. What should I do? What should I do? Hua was shocked by this despairing news. She was on the verge of collapsing. She bit her pale lips so hard that they almost bled, but she didn't seem to feel it. She turned her head and looked out of the village. Looking at the villagers who trusted their backs to her, Hua felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. I'll leave this place to you. Hua was stunned when she heard that. She turned her head to look at Anyo and asked, What? Yang Kai took a deep breath and put down the giant bow in his hand. He tilted his head and smiled at Hua. "I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped off the fence and rushed toward the battlefield that was full of blood and internal organs. Hua's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to shout, but her shout was drowned out by the whistling, cold wind. She didn't know if Anyo heard her or not. He was courting death, although Anyo's performance was not bad since he was able to pull the bowstring to kill the beasts. Long-distance shooting and close combat were two different things. Fighting with the beasts that were 30 to 40 feet long required extraordinary physical fitness and courage to face death with equanimity. Regardless of Anyo's courage, his physical fitness was obvious. His body was even smaller than that of the underage children in the village. Even if such a person went to the battlefield, what could he do? He was probably not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the beasts. Getting off the fence, Kai Yang picked up a stone axe. Braving the biting cold wind, he stepped on the strange monsters that were a mixture of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the crowd of beasts. He was like a sheep that had just been born and rushed into a group of tigers. His body was drowned in a moment. Hua couldn't bear to see it anymore. She reached out and picked up a bow and arrow. She secretly decided to avenge Anyo. "Sister Hua, look." The young man hadn't left yet. He suddenly pointed his finger and said, excitedly. Hua looked in the direction he was pointing at. She saw that the giant beasts were sent flying into the air one after another. They flailed their arms and legs in midair before falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. They had all died in an instant. Even more giant beasts exploded in midair. Some were even split in two. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beasts gathered in one place were swept away. A figure that was not very tall and strong stood there like a javelin. The stone axe in his hand was full of blood and pieces of internal organs. How could it be? Hua was dumbfounded. More than a dozen excellent archers on the fence were also dumbfounded. They even forgot to continue to support with their bows and arrows. They all stared at the weak body in a daze. This body, which they had criticized in the past and even despised to the point that they wanted to banish, was actually as tall and mighty as the god of berserkers on the battlefield that was forged from blood and flesh. He stood there as if he could block all the storms, giving people an unprecedented sense of peace. There seemed to be a laugh coming from there. The wind was too strong to hear it clearly, but everyone clearly saw that Anyo's face was full of excitement and joy. The movement here soon alarmed the other beasts. Pairs of red eyes looked in this direction. Vaguely, there was a low roar. Immediately, some of the beasts that were besieging the villagers moved closer to Yang Kai to surround him. With the axe in his hand, Yang Kai's momentum was rising steadily. His sharp eyes swept over the beasts, which made them pause slightly and stop moving forward. Beasts had instincts. Their instincts told them that the person in front of them was not a pushover. The low roar hidden in the cold wind came again, and the beast started to move again. There was an incomplete body of a villager next to him. Until the moment of his death, the villager was still holding his stone spear tightly and stabbing it into the soft abdomen of a beast. He died with the beast, but half of his head was bitten off by the beast. The blood had already coagulated. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone spear. He twirled the spear and the axe in his hand. He took a deep breath and stamped his feet on the ground. Like a thunderclap, he rushed into the crowd of beasts like lightning. Pick, chop, chop, lift, like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. Yang Kai's movements were simple and boring. The weapons he used were also the simplest stone spear and stone axe. But in the hands of the Emperor realm, whose power was suppressed, these two simple weapons had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Not a single giant beast could withstand its attack. One by one, the giant beasts were flipped over and slashed to the ground. Each of the giant beasts had shocking wounds on its body. Those wounds were enough to kill. Whimpering sounds rang out continuously as the giant beasts were forced to retreat again and again. The encirclement formed by hundreds of giant beasts was directly torn apart by Yong-kai. By the time Yong-kai rushed out, 1/3 of the beasts had already fallen. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man who had used countless methods to hide his presence and figure looked like he had seen a ghost. His turbid eyes stared at Yong-kai as if he had seen him for the first time. Because his mind was too unstable, a flaw appeared in his wizard spell. His hidden figure was exposed, and the beasts next to him opened their mouths to bite him. If there was an accident, this old man would definitely die in the beasts' mouths. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the air and shot the beast to the ground. The hunchbacked old man turned his head and saw Ahua nodding slightly at him from the other side of the fence. "Village chief, give me one." Yong-kai was covered in blood, and the internal organs of the beasts were still hanging on his body. His entire body was filled with murderous intent, but he grinned at the old man. The old man inexplicably shuddered, but he still raised his crutch as he was told, and an obscure voice came out of his mouth. With a wave of the crutch, a ray of light hit Yong-kai's body right in the middle. In the next moment, Yong-kai felt the blood in his body boil as if it was on fire. A thick layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, making him look solemn and dignified. The shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger, as if a stormy sea had been set off. His turbid eyes suddenly burst out with a bright light. "This is the bloodthirst spell." Yong-kai took a light breath and clearly felt the increase in his strength. However, this bloodthirst spell seemed to have some drawbacks. While it strengthened his strength, it also weakened the senses of the people's 5 senses. Only Yong-kai, who had the foundation of the Emperor Realm, could ignore this kind of weakening. Ordinary people like who would definitely not be able to resist. It was no wonder that these villagers who were affected by the bloodthirst spell were not afraid of death when they fought. Of course, their courage played a part, but it should also be the bloodthirst spell's credit. Their senses were deprived, so they could not feel much pain or fear. Naturally, they were braver than others when they fought. However, the layer of golden light on Yong-kai's body was a bit of a crane in a flock of chickens. When the others were affected by the bloodthirst spell, their bodies were glowing red, but he was the only one who was golden. It could not be helped. The bloodthirst spell stimulated the congenital blood in the human body, and his blood was golden. Chapter 2803. Village Chief, take care of yourself. Don't run around at your age. Go back and rest. Yong-kai grinned at the old man, turned around, and rushed into the horde of beasts again. The old man's mouth twitched. While he was shocked, he did not forget to cast a concealment spell on himself. He was the village chief and a highly respected wizard. Everyone in the village respected and loved him. In the past, Annyeong did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Why did he dare to talk to him like that today? Annyeong did not contribute anything to the village in the past. He even took away food and shelter. He had thought of doing what the villagers said and banishing Annyeong, leaving him to fend for himself. However, Annyeong was still a villager. The village chief always felt that Annyeong would grow up one day and play his role. But in fact, Annyeong's performance over the years was really disappointing. Until today, Annyeong was shining so brightly that no one could look at him directly. God of barbarians, bless us. God of barbarians, bless us. The village chief opened his mouth and mumbled to himself. He saw Yong-kai return to the horde of beasts and destroy the horde of beasts that had gathered into a sea. He was like a sharp sword in the hands of the god of barbarians. He moved freely in the battlefield and was invincible. Even the thick snow could not hide the glaring golden light. The golden light dashed left and right on the battlefield, quickly plowing open areas of the battlefield one after another. The giant beasts screamed in fear and slowly retreated. The villagers became braver as they fought. 3 people formed a wall, and 5 people formed a shield. It was the simplest combination attack. They chased the beasts out of their homes with unnecessary bravery. Yang Kai had already changed the stone axes and stone spears in his hands. Finally, when the sound of the wind died down and the snow weakened, the horde of beasts retreated. They left behind corpses and blood all over the ground. The villagers chased them for dozens of feet before they slowly stopped. Then they let out roars that shook the sky. The roars were like the roars of beasts, causing the fleeing giant beasts to panic even more. "We won! We won!" The villagers cheered. They were in high spirits because they were able to survive the horde of beasts. Everyone's face was filled with joy as they jumped and shouted. "Ah, no, it's really you." Ahu ran out of nowhere, covered in blood. It could be seen that he was not seriously injured, but his abdomen seemed to have been bitten. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and patted him heavily on the shoulder. I thought I was seeing things. How could he be mistaken? In the entire village, only Anyo had such a physique. Although Ahu had noticed the existence of Yang Kai before, he couldn't believe it until he saw him face to face. Only then did he confirm it. The surviving villagers also looked at Yang Kai curiously. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration. At the last moment, if Yang Kai had not rushed into the horde of beasts and turned the tide, the fate of the village would have been obvious. The world of the barbarian race was very simple. The strong were the kings. This rule had lasted until today, but it lacked the simplicity of the ancient barbarians. This is a gift from the barbarian god. The old village chief trembled as he walked up, holding the black walking stick in his hand. Yang Kai said in his heart that this was his contribution, and it had nothing to do with the barbarian god. However, he definitely could not say this out loud. Otherwise, no matter how much he had contributed to the village, he was bound to become the enemy of the entire barbarian race. Blasphemy against the barbarian god. It was the biggest sin in the ancient barbarian race. "Village chief, we killed so many beasts this time. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Ahu looked at the village chief excitedly, and the other villagers were also full of expectation. There was a shortage of food in the village. This time, hundreds of beasts had died in the horde, which was enough for the village to eat for a long time. A few days ago, the village chief was still worried about the food for winter. Every winter, many villagers would starve to death, and this year would be no exception. But he didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. With the corpses of these beasts, he didn't have to worry about food this winter. The village chief smiled and was about to speak when Yang Kai stepped forward and said, "Village chief, don't you think that the horde of beasts this time is a bit strange?" The village chief frowned and looked at Yang Kai. "You also noticed it." Yang Kai was stunned. "Village chief, what did you notice?" The old village chief was silent for a while before he said, "Savage beast, there is a savage beast that is commanding the horde of beasts." When he said this, many of the villagers' faces changed. Savage beasts were very powerful existences, and only those wizards could deal with them. Flesh and blood were nothing in front of a savage beast. So it's called a savage beast. Yang Kai followed the words. What he felt was just a monster beast that didn't have any intelligence, and that was why it was able to command the horde of beasts, making it so difficult to deal with this time's horde. Winter is coming. Those wild beasts must be looking for food. Although we have repelled them this time, if we don't eliminate them completely, they will definitely come back. The villagers' faces changed again. They all knew that Yang Kai was right. If there was no savage beast, those beasts wouldn't be a problem. But if there was a savage beast commanding them, then the situation would be different. If the horde of beasts attacked again one day, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the village. The village had lost enough warriors today, and they might not be able to deal with the next horde of beasts. "Village chief, why don't we ask for help from the tribe?" Ahu suggested. The village chief shook his head. "If we ask for help, then we will have to give more than half of the spoils we got today to the tribe. Are you willing to do that?" When the villagers heard this, They all shook their heads. So many people died to get these spoils of war. No one would agree to give more than half of it away. In this place, food was the foundation of survival. Then what should we do? Ahu frowned. Yang Kai said, "I'll go and kill it." As he spoke, he turned and chased in the direction where the horde of beasts retreated. Ahu was shocked. He grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said anxiously, "Anyo, don't be impulsive. You can't deal with a savage beast." Yang Kai gently opened his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a savage beast. You just wait for the good news." Ahu was startled, because when Kai Yang had pried open his hand, he had felt a shocking power. Was this still the Anyo he knew? "I'll go with you," Ahu said, and wanted to chase after him. But after just 2 steps, he felt dizzy and staggered. The bloodthirsty skill had ended, and the sequela was about to break out. At this time, even if he went with Yang Kai, it wouldn't be of any help. Instead, he would become a burden. She watched helplessly as Kai Yang disappeared into the snowstorm. He turned his head and asked the village chief, "Village chief, what's wrong with Anyo?" The villagers all wanted to know the answer. The Anyo of today was almost a different person from the one they knew before. The village chief was silent for a long time before he said, "The barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn." The villagers suddenly understood. They didn't seem to doubt this explanation. No one even showed a look of jealousy. Yang Kai went alone with the stone axe in his hand. This experience was something he had never experienced before. He was a living person and a living battle. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of time and returned to the ancient times. He had become a member of the ancient times and witnessed the style of this era. He didn't know what he could gain from this experience, but he knew that the village he appeared in was the key. If he could win the villagers' favor, there might be unexpected gains. Therefore, he traveled alone to hunt that cunning and despicable savage beast. When the horde of beasts retreated, they left a lot of clues. The snow was full of footprints of ferocious beasts. Although the snow was heavy, it didn't cover these traces in time. Yang Kai continued to chase after them, but it didn't take him much effort to catch up to them. However, these beasts moved very fast. It would be impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. It wasn't until the evening that Yang Kai chased them into a canyon. The snow had stopped. There were countless footprints and dark red blood on the canyon snow. Looking from the outside, this canyon looked like a gourd. It was small on the outside and big on the inside. The surrounding cliffs were like mirrors. Even in the middle of the night, Yang Kai's eyesight could reach up to 10 kilometers away. He saw the end of the canyon. It was a dead end. Things were simple. Yang Kai grinned. He didn't want to make things too complicated. It was just a monster beast that had gained intelligence. He stood at the entrance of the canyon with the golden, bloodthirsty light on his body. He put the stone axe on his waist and punched the cliffs on both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The loud noise echoed in the gourd canyon, startling the horde of beasts that had just returned. Countless beasts roared and rushed out from their hiding places. From a distance, they saw the dazzling golden light. The beasts stopped and looked in horror at the only exit of the canyon blocked by falling rocks. During the day, their companions had died under the hands of this golden light. At this moment, seeing this familiar and deadly golden light, they were naturally afraid and hesitated. If they could escape, they would run away as far as possible. They absolutely didn't want to meet this golden man. But now that the only exit of the canyon was blocked, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They had always been the ones to attack the barbarian villages, but they never thought that one day the barbarians would attack them right at their doorstep. These ferocious beasts who lacked wisdom and experience were at a loss for a moment. They didn't know how to react. At this critical moment, a low roar came from the depths of the canyon. As if it was an order, the beasts reluctantly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned brightly, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. He took the stone axe from his waist and stepped forward to meet the horde of beasts. A moment later, the slaughter resumed. Wherever the golden light passed, the beast hordes collapsed like bubbles, falling into pools of blood one after another. Yang Kai's pace was fast and firm as he slaughtered his way into the depths of the canyon. Roars and howls rang out one after another. Soon, the canyon was filled with a thick stench of blood that was extremely pungent. The stone axe in Yang Kai's hand was shattered. He simply abandoned the weapon and punched the beasts, breaking their bones and tendons. Chapter 2804. At dawn, Ahu appeared outside the village with a pale face. He had not recovered from the bloody battle yesterday, especially the after-effects of the bloodthirst skill. Even if he was one of the best warriors in the village, he would be weak for at least a few days. It was impossible for him to fight again in these few days. He raised his head and asked a big tree at the entrance of the village, "What did you see?" A head popped out from the crown of the big tree. It was the barbarian boy who was in charge of logistics on the fence. "Brother Ahu, I didn't see anything," the boy replied. Ahu frowned. His face was full of anxiety. Anyo went to chase after the savage beast yesterday and did not return for the whole night. Everyone in the village was worried about him. The boy hid in the crown of the tree for 2 reasons. First, he was on guard. Second, he wanted to investigate Anyo's whereabouts. But the boy's answer disappointed Ahu. Didn't the village chief say that Anyo is protected by the barbarian god? What are you worried about? Ahua appeared behind Ahu with a longbow on her back. Ahu said, "Anyo was blessed with the bloodthirst skill. Now that a night has passed, the bloodthirst skill must have disappeared. You know what the consequences will be." Even if the barbarian god gave Anyo the power to be reborn, no barbarian could ignore the after-effects of the bloodthirst skill. Once he was surrounded by a herd of beasts in a weak state, he would only end up as food for the beasts. It's useless to worry. Believe in the barbarian god and Anyo. Ahua patted Ahu's shoulder and turned to enter the village. Although the battle yesterday did not affect the village, there were still many things to be done. "Brother Ahu, I saw a person at this moment," the barbarian boy suddenly shouted. "Who?" Ahu raised his head. He asked nervously. "I can't see clearly," the barbarian boy replied. "Open your eyes wider," Ahu roared. The boy was speechless. He thought that it was not something that could be seen clearly by opening his eyes wide. But soon he exclaimed, "It's a savage beast." In his field of vision, he could clearly see the body of the savage beast approaching them at an extremely fast speed. What? Ahu and Ahua turned pale with fright. They looked at each other, and a horrifying thought involuntarily appeared in their minds. The village was finished. The savage beast had left and returned. The fate of Anyo, who was chasing after it, could be imagined. The bloody battle yesterday had caused most of the warriors in the village to lose their strength to fight again. Now that the savage beasts were attacking, who could defend against them? No. The young man changed his words again. His voice trembled with surprise. "It's Brother Anyo! It's Brother Anyo!" Ahu did not know how to scold him anymore. He said weakly, "Did you see clearly? Was it Anyo or a savage beast?" One was a human and the other was a beast. How bad would one's eyesight have to be to confuse them? Ahua did not say a word. In a flash, he dashed out and used both his hands and feet to quickly climb up the big tree. He stood on the crown of the tree and looked into the distance. As a sharpshooter, her eyesight was unquestionable. Just because the young man couldn't see clearly didn't mean that she couldn't see clearly. Ahu stood there uneasily, craning his neck and waiting. A short while later, Ahua lowered her head and smiled. "It's Anyo! Anyo is back with his beast." Ahu was stunned. Anyo killed a savage beast? Ahua had already come down from the tree. She swung her long braids behind her back and nodded. "Yes, Anyo killed the savage beast." Ahu smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He immediately laughed out loud, and then laughed wildly. He turned around and shouted to the village, "Come out, everyone! Agneau killed the savage beast and came back. Agneau killed the savage beast." The villagers, who were busy, were all stunned. They could hardly believe what they had heard and quickly put down their work. They all gathered at the entrance of the village and asked each other, "Did Agneau really kill the savage beast? Who saw it? Ahoo, you're not lying to us, are you? How can a good-for-nothing Agneau be so capable?" "He is not a good-for-nothing now. Thanks to him yesterday, the beast tide was defeated. He couldn't even pull a bow before. Why did he suddenly become a different person?" The village chief said that the barbarian god gave him the power. Yonkai carried the useless monster beast. Before he reached the entrance of the village, he saw a large group of people gathering there. They were all pointing in his direction. In front of the crowd, a pale Ahu waved and shouted at him with a smile on his face. Ahua said that it was Ahu who had always given him food in the past so that he would not starve to death. Although Yonkai did not personally experience this kind of thing, this body of his in this era had received Ahu's kindness. Yonkai could also feel the care that this young barbarian had for him. He replied and lifted the savage beast from his shoulder. He raised it high and showed it to the villagers from afar. The next moment, the villagers shouted and rushed over to welcome the return of the hero. In the blink of an eye, Yonkai was surrounded by hundreds of villagers. Every one of them patted his shoulder warmly. Their eyes were full of worship and gratitude. Then they made way for Yonkai to move forward. Yonkai did not understand if this was some kind of etiquette, but every time they patted his shoulder, Yonkai could feel the respect of these villagers. At the entrance of the village, the old village chief leisurely appeared with his walking stick. His hunched body was trembling, and he was about to die. Yonkai walked in front of the village chief, with countless villagers behind him. He put the monster beast on the ground and said with a grin, "Chief, I killed the savage beast." The village chief looked at the savage beast seriously and nodded. "Well done." There was not much praise, but it seemed more simple and friendly. Yonkai was still grinning. At this time, many young barbarian boys and girls gathered around and looked at the savage beast on the ground. It was as if it was the first time they saw such a savage beast. Their eyes were full of curiosity. There were a few bold ones who wanted to touch it, but they were pulled back by their parents. At this time, a young girl walked out from the crowd with a bowl of turbid liquid in her hand. A faint wine fragrance filled the air. The young girl walked in front of Yonkai and looked at him shyly. Her cheeks were slightly red, but she did not look away. Her burning gaze made Yonkai somewhat at a loss. Strictly speaking, barbarian girls did not meet Yonkai's aesthetic standards. However, this young girl was somewhat different from other girls. Although she was also very tall, Yonkai was somewhat stunned by her beauty. Yonkai tilted his head and looked at the village chief curiously. The village chief said, "Only the most outstanding warriors in the village are qualified to drink this bowl of barbarian god wine. You can drink it." This was really wine. Although he smelled the wine fragrance, if the village chief did not say so, Yonkai would not be sure that this bowl of turbid liquid was wine. Yonkai took the stone bowl from the young girl and drank it in one gulp. A burning sensation spread from his throat to his abdomen. A strange power spread from his stomach and slightly shook his meridians. Yonkai raised his eyebrows, but before he could carefully feel it, he was grabbed by the surrounding villagers and lifted up high. The villagers shouted Agneau's name, threw him up and caught him, then threw him up and caught him again. God knows how many women's hands took advantage of Yonkai, touching his exposed muscles and vital parts. Barbarian girls had always been so unrestrained and direct, making Yonkai's face turn red. It was fine if those young girls took advantage of him, but there were also some old women. Why did they come to join in the fun? The whole village was in high spirits, as if it was the new year. After a long time, the villagers put down the dizzy Yonkai. Yang Kai staggered for a while, only feeling that the aftereffects of the bloodthirsty technique were not so strong. The village chief smiled and stretched out his hand to the side. The boy who was on the lookout immediately took off the stone dagger from his waist and handed it to the village chief. The village chief bent down and dissected the barbarian beast. It could be seen that the village chief was proficient in this field. After a while, he took out a rolling, fingernail-sized thing from the barbarian beast and handed it to Yang Kai. "Soak it in wine, and you will become stronger." Countless villagers showed an envious expression as they stared at the blood-stained ball. Isn't this an inner core? Moreover, it is a low-level inner core. Yang Kai reached out and took it. It turned out that the ancient barbarians directly consumed inner cores. Thinking about it, in this era, martial arts were not popular. The art of alchemy must be in a state of ignorance. How could they refine spiritual pills? Directly consuming a monster beast's inner core could increase one's strength, but there would also be hidden dangers. The inner core was the essence of a monster beast. Not only did it store the monster beast's source of strength, it also contained the monster beast's bestial nature. If a human consumed it, it could affect one's temperament. This barbarian beast is your spoils of war. Take it back too. Consuming it for a long time will also make you stronger. The village chief pointed at the barbarian beast that Yang Kai brought back and said, "Okay." Yang Kai did not refuse. Although he had only been here for a day and did not have time to carefully appreciate the ancient scenery, Yang Kai could feel that these villagers were a very sincere and simple group of people from their straightforward way of doing things. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, "By the way, village chief, in the valley where I killed the barbarian beast, there are more than 300 corpses of wild beasts. Should I ask someone to bring them back? If necessary, I can lead the way." Hearing this, many villagers were overjoyed. The village chief said, "Of course, we can't give up on precious food, but let's wait for a few days. Everyone is too tired." Ahu smiled and said, "Village chief, Anyo is back now. We also have food for the winter. Shouldn't we celebrate today?" As he spoke, his saliva almost flowed out. Although the other villagers did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at the village chief. "You only know how to eat." The village chief raised his walking stick and lightly knocked Ahu's head. Ahu did not dodge. After being hit, he rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly, looking very shameless. The village chief said, "Okay, today we will let everyone eat until they are full." The villagers immediately cheered. Chapter 2805. Food was the most important thing for the people. This was an unchanging truth. In ancient times, being able to eat until one was full was definitely the most extravagant enjoyment. The barbarians' cooking method was extremely simple, and that was roasting. Large chunks of beast meat were skewered on wooden sticks. Bonfires were lit all over the village. The villagers roasted the beast meat on the fire. The golden color and the crackling oil made people's mouths water. Although they had gotten the beast meat yesterday, the entire village, including the village chief, did not eat a single bite, because everyone was waiting for the hero's return. Now that Anyo was back, it was naturally time to celebrate. The aroma of barbecued meat soon filled the village. There were no complicated seasonings, so they directly grabbed the meat and tore it into their stomachs. Some of the meat even had traces of blood on it, indicating that it wasn't completely cooked, but the villagers still enjoyed it and ate it with relish. In front of Kai Yang was the fattest part of a wild beast's body. This treatment was something that even the most respected village chief didn't get to enjoy, because he was the one who repelled the beast horde and killed all the wild beasts. Naturally, he received the best treatment. Yang Kai planned to just casually deal with it. After all, at his level of cultivation, it would not matter much even if he did not eat. But when the smell of roasted meat floated to the tip of his nose, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. At that time, Kai Yang was stunned. He actually felt hungry. How could this happen? He was in the Emperor realm and had long passed the time to eat. Normally, he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his body's needs. But in this strange place, he actually felt hungry and a trace of fatigue. This world was so real, he did not think too much. Influenced by the villagers, he also reached out to grab the roasted beast meat and ate it in big bites. The village women took out the preserved dried fruits, and the village chief also ordered people to bring out the sealed fruit wine. The entire village was filled with an extremely lively and celebratory atmosphere. Even so, the security was not lowered. There were still villagers standing guard outside the village to prevent the smell of roasted meat in the village from attracting the attention of the wild beasts. There was a whole day of celebration. Yang Kai didn't know how much food he had eaten and how much fruit wine he had drunk. In the end, he actually felt a little tipsy. He staggered back to his cabin and fell asleep immediately. Vaguely, he felt that someone had entered his wooden house. Although he was tired, although he was drunk. However, Yang Kai still had the foundation of the Emperor realm. He opened his eyes in an instant and shouted, "Who is it?" Just as he finished speaking, he felt a burning hot body burrowing into his animal skin quilt, reaching out to hug his waist and burying a head into his chest. A delicate fragrance instantly lingered at the tip of his nose. His cheeks were tickled by her messy hair. There was no hostility. On the contrary, the breathing of the person in his arms seemed to be rapid and nervous, and she was trembling slightly. Yang Kai suddenly woke up and leaned his head back. With the help of the hazy moonlight coming through the window, he saw the face of the person in his arms. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai looked at the girl in astonishment. It was actually the tall girl who had toasted him during the day. Yang Kai could more and more feel the amazing elasticity of the girl's body in his arms. "Brother Anyo," the girl murmured and looked up at Yang Kai. There was a hint of boldness in her shyness. Her red lips squirmed. It was extremely seductive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little confused. He subconsciously said, "What are you doing here?" As soon as he said that, he knew that he was being stupid. She had made it so obvious. What else could she do? Sure enough, the girl whispered, "Brother Anyo, I'm 15 years old today." There was not much explanation, but Yang Kai vaguely guessed what 15 years old meant to the barbarian girl. It should mean that she had become an adult, which meant that she had become a woman. On her 15th birthday, there should be a good gift. And it was the girl's decision to give herself to the most outstanding warrior in the village. After realizing this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. If this was the real world, it would be fine. The barbarians should be very open about this kind of thing. They were not as rigid and conservative as the women in the mortal world. At most, it was just a brief love affair. No one would feel that they had lost out. But the problem was that this was a secret place. Even now, Kai Yang couldn't tell if this was real or if he had fallen into an illusion. If it was the latter, then what was the meaning of all this? At most, it was just a dream. Just as Yang Kai's mind was spinning, the young girl once again snuggled into his arms. Her hot body pressed against him, as if wanting to melt him. She whispered softly, "Brother Anyo, do you like I?" Yang Kai braced himself and said, "Yes, I do." Everyone loved beauty, not to mention such a pure and beautiful girl full of ancient charm. I smiled brightly. She turned around and sat on him. She reached out and pulled, and the simple animal skin clothes on her upper body fell off. Under the moonlight, the girl's beautiful and perfect curves were clearly visible. Yang Kai suddenly had the urge to have a nosebleed. How many years had it been since he last touched a girl's skin like this? Since they left the territory of the hometown star, it seemed that they had been hanging together like shadows. Seeing such a stimulating scene for the first time, even though Yang Kai's mental cultivation was good, he still couldn't bear it. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "What's wrong?" And I looked at him curiously. Yang Kai's mind turned quickly. He swallowed and said, "I'm injured. Seriously injured." And I covered her mouth, as if she was frightened. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai said awkwardly, "It's nothing serious." "Then it's okay." And I reached out to take off Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai held on tightly. Deep in his heart, he was in a dilemma. He said, "And I don't be impulsive." And I paused and looked at him in disbelief. She said, "Brother Anyo, do you hate me?" "No, I don't." Yang Kai hurriedly denied. "Then why?" And I pursed her red lips, as if she had been hit head-on by a giant beast and suffered great damage. "I just think that we should be more cautious about this kind of thing," Yang Kai said seriously. And I looked at Yang Kai seriously. After a while, she turned around and grabbed the clothes that had been thrown aside. She turned over and jumped off Yang Kai's body. With tears in her eyes, she rushed out of the door. And I... Yang Kai called out, but there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little lost. After being disturbed by the girl, Yang Kai's sleepiness was completely gone. He simply got up and sat cross-legged on the bed. His mind was a mess. It took him a while to calm down and think about what to do in this sealed world. This strange place had completely suppressed and sealed his Emperor Qi, so he could only rely on his physical strength. Previously, when he was chasing the monster beast, Yang Kai also tried to mobilize his spiritual energy, but found that his spiritual energy was sealed just like his Emperor Qi. He could not feel the slightest trace of it. There were only 5 days left until the 1-month deadline, and he had already stayed in this village for 2 days. In other words, there were only 3 days left before he had to leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda. What could he obtain from this sealed world in these 3 days? But no matter how he looked at it, what could this dilapidated and ancient village give him? At his peak, he could probably destroy dozens or even hundreds of such villages with a single blow. Subconsciously thinking about his secret art, Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. He actually felt a trace of power flowing through his meridians. Although it was very weak and could even be said to be illusory, it was definitely his Emperor Qi. Why did his Emperor Qi suddenly appear? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly remembered that today, when he returned from killing the monster beast, and I toasted him. After drinking the bowl of barbarian god wine, he vaguely felt a trace of abnormality in his meridians. At that time, he wanted to check it, but was interrupted by the enthusiasm of the villagers. Was it the effect of that bowl of wine? At today's celebration banquet, although he also drank wine, it was not the same as the bowl and I toasted him before. The bowl and I brought was definitely specially given to her by the village chief. This discovery made Yang Kai a little overjoyed. A bowl of turbid wine could make his meridians produce some Emperor Qi. So what if he had more of that wine? Could he recover some of his strength? Or even recover to his peak? He could not wait to ask the village chief for more wine to confirm his thoughts. Although he had not encountered any danger since entering this sealed world, Yang Kai had to take precautions. In this ancient era, there was the existence of shamans. The powerful shamans were not as lame as the village chief. They were experts who were not inferior to the warriors of the present day. Turning his head to look out of the window, Yang Kai sighed. Everything could only wait until tomorrow. He did not know when he fell asleep again. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai woke up immediately and walked out of his wooden house. Many of the villagers had already woken up early and were busy in the village. When they saw Yang Kai, they showed respect and nodded slightly, but when they turned around, they could not stop laughing. A few of them even gathered together and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. 1 or 2 of them would not be a big deal, but the key was that all the villagers he met were like this. Yang Kai wanted to ask where the village chief's house was, but he did not know where to start. What was going on? Yang Kai was confused. I heard that when I went to your house last night and then came out very quickly? Who appeared out of nowhere and asked Yang Kai with a sneaky smile. Yang Kai was shocked. How do you know? Who couldn't stop laughing. He pointed his finger and said, Everyone knows that. Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. No wonder these villagers behaved so strangely. It turned out to be because of this. How did everyone know? Yang Kai looked embarrassed. It did not matter to him, but he did not know if it would affect Ani's reputation. After all, the village was not big. Once this kind of news spread out, it would definitely be known by everyone. Ahu said someone on night duty saw it. Then she moved closer to him mysteriously and whispered, "Are you impotent? You are incapable." Yang Kai was angry. Ahu laughed. Chapter 2806. Village Chief, good luck. In the old wooden house, Yang Kai met the only wizard in the village. Although the village chief was old, he still woke up early. At this time he was holding a bowl of noodles and drinking with relish. Hearing the voice, the village chief glanced at Yang Kai. After he finished the food, he put down the stone bowl and said, "Anyo, what's the matter?" "I want to ask you for some barbarian god wine." Yang Kai went straight to the point. Barbarian god wine. The village chief was stunned. He stood up and asked with his cane, "What do you want it for?" "It's delicious. I want to drink another bowl." Yang Kai replied. The corner of the village chief's mouth twitched, but soon he seemed to have realized something. He looked Yang Kai up and down, his turbid eyes shining with an astonishing light as he asked in a trembling voice, Did you awaken the power of a shaman?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. The village chief's thought process was too fast for him to keep up. "Give me your hand." The village chief excitedly reached out to grab Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai was suspicious, he did not refuse. He let the dull hand grab his wrist. The next moment, he felt a weak force invade his meridians and spread up his arm. The village chief trembled even more. His old face was red as if he had aged a few decades. He said in surprise, "It really is the power of the wizard. It really is the power of the wizard. My Tsongnan village has a successor." "You mean this?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He activated the little emperor's core in his body and a light burst out from his fingertip. The village chief stared at it and nodded repeatedly. "This is the power of the wizard. This is the power of the shaman." As he spoke, the shaman's voice rang out. As he spoke, he walked out of the wooden house and knelt on the ground. His face was full of sincerity. He put his hands together and said, "Thank you, barbarian god, for your blessing." Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked forward to help the village chief up. He did not want the village chief to die from being too excited. The village head took a deep breath. He patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Anyo, you are now a member of the wizard. I am very happy." Yang Kai said, "But I'm very confused." Village chief chuckled. "There's no need to be lost. The barbarian god will guide you in the right direction. You came to find me because you felt this power, right? Is that why you came looking for my barbarian god wine?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and stuck his head into the house to take a look. Although he was the village chief, there were only 4 bare walls in the wooden house. He could see everything clearly at a glance. Yang Kai didn't see any trace of the barbarian god wine. "There's no more barbarian god's wine. The bowl from yesterday is the only one left in the village." The old village chief seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions and explained, "The barbarian god wine was originally brewed for us barbarians to activate the power of the wizard. It requires a lot of materials, and the brewing process is extremely complicated. That bowl was also left over from the ceremony 2 years ago." "Ceremony?" Yang Kai frowned. Village chief said, "Did you forget? 2 years ago, you, Tiger, and the other young people in the village all participated in that ceremony. It was a ceremony to determine if you have the qualifications to become a wizard. Unfortunately, none of you passed at that time." Yang Kai vaguely understood what he was talking about. "I didn't expect you to have the power of the wizard now," the village chief said with a relieved expression. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Is there really no more barbarian god wine? Yang Kai didn't give up and asked. He still wanted to see if he could use the barbarian god wine to restore part of his power. But he didn't want to hear this bad news from the village chief, which made his plan fail. Previously, he also tried to use his cultivation method, but it didn't increase his power. The spiritual energy of this era seemed to be different from that of his era. It was somewhat incompatible with what he learned. The village chief shook his head and said, "There's no more. And since you already have the power of the wizard, the barbarian god, wine has no effect on you. Whether it has any effect or not, I'll only know after I try it." Yang Kai complained in his heart. Village chief suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Using a bewitching tone, he asked, "Anyo, do you want more power? Do you want to become a more powerful wizard?" Yang Kai immediately nodded his head, like a chicken pecking rice. Village chief laughed and looked like a child who could be taught. He waved his hand and said, "Come in." The two of them entered the house, one after the other. They saw the village chief rummaging through boxes and cupboards. Soon he found something that looked like a tortoise shell in the corner. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Practice according to the instructions on it. In time you will become a wizard, or even a great wizard. I'm old, but you're still young. In the future, the village will be handed over to you." Yang Kai took the tortoise shell with a solemn expression. It was as if he had received a mission in the face of danger and was responsible for the safety of the world. It was as if his whole body had been cleansed and sublimated. His body suddenly became a lot taller. Then he scratched his head and asked, "Village chief, what is this?" Village chief looked at him in astonishment and explained, "This is the wizard's practice method." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the tortoise shell in his hand in disbelief and said in astonishment, "This is the ancient wizard's practice method." "What do you mean by ancient times?" Village chief shook his head. "If you practice according to the instructions on it, you will soon become more powerful." "But I can't understand it." Yang Kai helplessly looked at village chief. On the tortoise shell, there were some densely packed small characters, but they were completely different from the characters that Yang Kai knew. He couldn't recognize any of them. Village chief's mouth suddenly opened wide. After a long time, he sighed and said, "It seems that we should start from teaching you how to read." For the whole day, Yang Kai was holed up in village chief's house. He didn't come out until evening. In one day, village chief explained the wizard's practice method recorded on the tortoise shell to Yang Kai. Then he taught him many ancient characters. Originally, Yang Kai was not very willing to learn this. Anyway, as long as village chief explained the practice method recorded on the tortoise shell, there was no need to learn any ancient characters. But village chief's words made him dispel the idea in his heart. When you become more powerful, there will be more methods for you to choose from. At that time, you won't be able to read, so how can you practice? Yang Kai thought that village chief's words made sense. Anyway, there was no loss in learning more things, so he calmed down and carefully studied. Kai Yang's perception was so high that it made the village chief overjoyed. That practice method recorded on the tortoise shell, village chief had studied it for 3 years before he could completely understand it. But now, in just one day, Yang Kai had already mastered it. Even with village chief's guidance, this child called Anyo's high comprehension ability was unprecedented. Originally, Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm. He had come into contact with countless secret techniques. He had almost reached the realm of understanding one technique and understanding all techniques. It was just a practice method of the ancient wizard, and it wasn't very profound. Naturally, he understood it with just a little bit. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't recognize those ancient characters, Yang Kai wouldn't have needed village chief's guidance. Returning to his wooden house, Yang Kai's stomach was rumbling. He was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. This feeling of hunger made him miss it. He had no choice but to cut some beast meat and cook it in a pot. After eating a full meal, Yang Kai began to practice the wizard's barbarian method. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he started to practice the method. Last night, no matter how he tried, he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But now, it really began to flow into his body. Under the guidance of the wizard's barbarian method, it slowly turned into his own strength. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt an energy source in his abdomen. Traces of inexplicable energy spread out from his abdomen and filled his meridians and dantian. This energy source was somewhat different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But under the transformation of the wizard's barbarian method, all techniques returned to the same place. It was the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood. Yang Kai instantly understood the truth of the matter. What he had eaten before was the monster beast's flesh and blood. At this moment, under the guidance of the barbarian method, the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood was completely transformed into his own strength. Moreover, the power of refining the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood was more convenient and faster than swallowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, a rumbling sound came from his abdomen again. The monster beast's flesh and blood had been completely digested. He actually felt hungry again. Yang Kai frowned. The sudden decrease in his cultivation efficiency made him quite unhappy. He quickly got up and cooked another pot of beast meat. Soon, he was full and started to cultivate again. At midnight, the entire monster beast had been eaten by Yang Kai. Only the bones were left. If the other villagers knew about this terrifying way of eating, their eyeballs would probably pop out. How could the flesh and blood of the monster beast be eaten so easily? If there wasn't a strong power to suppress it, the demonic chi hidden in the flesh and blood would definitely affect one's mind. However, Yang Kai's strong foundation was there, not to mention an insignificant monster beast. Even if a level 12 monster beast came, he would still eat it without hesitation. After a while of cultivation, Yang Kai deeply understood the simple and violent way of the ancient barbarian wizards' cultivation. Just like demonic beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. The biggest way for them to become stronger was to devour their own kind, using food to become stronger. The more they ate, the stronger they would become. From a certain point of view, the ancient barbarian wizard's cultivation method coincided with the monster beast's way of survival. Then, after countless generations of improvement and evolution, it created the current state of many cultivation methods in the world. After the monster beast's flesh had been eaten, Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration. He took out a round and rolling monster beast's inner core from his bedside. Since the flesh and blood could be eaten, the monster beast's inner core should also be eaten, right? It was just an insignificant monster beast's inner core. With Yang Kai's current body, he could safely digest it. If it was someone else, they might have to think twice. Otherwise, the village chief wouldn't have told Yang Kai to drink the inner core with wine. However, Yang Kai just opened his mouth and swallowed the inner core into his stomach. Circulating his cultivation method, Yang Kai quickly felt a burst of energy in his lower abdomen. It was more than 100 times fiercer than before. The monster beast's inner core was the essence of its body. It was the most valuable part of the monster beast. Even if a wizard like the village chief directly swallowed it, he would most likely explode and die. However, for Yang Kai, at most, he would feel a little hot in his abdomen. Then there was no then. Chapter 2807. You. In front of the shabby wooden house, the village chief stared at Yang Kai in shock. His mouth opened and closed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't even speak properly. After a night, he found out that Anyo had become a real wizard's disciple. A wizard's disciple. He had worked hard all his life to become a wizard's disciple, but he didn't expect Anyo to achieve it in just one night. In comparison, he felt like he had lived a dog's life. He could feel that Yang Kai's blood was extremely vigorous. The wizard's power lingered around his body, and it seemed that he was more than twice as strong as a wizard's disciple. Village chief, time is of the essence. Let's not talk nonsense. If you have any special skills, quickly teach me. Yang Kai walked straight into the village chief's wooden house. He had been in the village for 3 days, and there were only 2 days left. Naturally, he had to hurry up. The village chief was stunned for a moment, but he followed him in. The two of them spent the whole morning teaching. In addition to teaching Yang Kai a few wizard skills, the village chief also explained to him the division of wizard's power. Yesterday, Yang Kai had just activated the power of a wizard and received the recognition of the barbarian god. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real wizard. But today, he was a real wizard's disciple and also a wizard's beginner. Above the wizard's disciple, there was the wizard, then the wizard, the great wizard, the wizard king, the wizard saint, and the highest realm was the wizard god. Every realm was further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. For example, the village chief was a mid-rank wizard's disciple, but today, Yang Kai was a real high-rank wizard's disciple. He was 1 rank higher than the village chief. He was only 1 step away from becoming a wizard. After becoming a wizard, he could learn more powerful wizard skills. Unfortunately, the village chief didn't know how to teach him, so naturally he couldn't teach him. According to the village chief, the most powerful wizard god was only a legend among the many realms. It had not appeared for many years. There were a few wizard saints, but they were all in the most powerful tribes. Songnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. The most powerful wizard in the tribe was only a wizard king, which was 1 realm lower than the wizard saint. After a whole morning of teaching, Yang Kai not only learned more ancient characters, but also gained a deeper understanding of the ancient world. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had learned bloodthirst. This was Yang Kai's first harvest in this secret realm. The wizard training method that he had learned yesterday was of no value. It only allowed him to cultivate in this world. Once he left this secret realm, the cultivation method would become useless. Sometimes the bloodthirsty technique could be used. However, the village chief had also said that the bloodthirst technique he had grasped was only the lowest level of bloodthirst technique, not to mention the short duration. The after effects were also very serious. The bloodthirst technique that the great wizard of the big tribes had mastered was much better than his. Although there would be after effects, it would not make people weak for a few days. However, using that kind of bloodthirst technique required a lot of power as support. At noon, Yang Kai walked out of the village chief's house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to improve, but the village chief had nothing to teach him, other than those ancient characters. The village chief had already taught him everything he had learned in his life. Yang Kai had digested everything in one go, which made the village chief feel like he was a celestial being. From now on, come here every day to learn for 2 hours. You will have to rely on your own efforts to cultivate. I have nothing else to teach you. When the village chief sent Yang Kai out, his tone was a little lonely, but also a little gratified. Although no matter which era it was, the new generation would replace the old generation. Yang Kai's outstanding performance still made the village chief feel that he was incompetent and powerless. Waves of painful shouts and screams entered his ears. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the village was under attack again. When he looked up, he found that he was thinking too much. He saw that in the spacious area of the village, there were many barbarian people who were in extremely strange positions. It was even more shameful for humans. Their muscles were trembling non-stop, and large drops of sweat rolled down their skin, wetting the ground. Under all kinds of positions, these barbarian people seemed to be persevering with great difficulty. From time to time, they would let out 1 to 2 screams, but they were still persevering. Yang Kai's eyesight was outstanding. With a glance, he could tell that this was a kind of body refining technique. He immediately walked over with some surprise. Although he didn't know what kind of effect this kind of body refining technique would have, He knew that this body refining technique was definitely not ordinary by looking at the physique of the barbarian people in the village. Anyo! Ahu, who was bending his body into the shape of a bow, suddenly shouted when he saw Yang Kai coming over. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, his face suddenly changed. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. His bent body suddenly bounced up and flew more than 10 feet away. He heavily hit a big tree and spat out blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly walked over and helped Ahu up. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ahu grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be used to it. "Congratulations, I heard from the village chief that you have activated the power of a wizard." "It was just a fluke," Yang Kai responded with a smile. Ahu shook his head. "This is not a fluke, but a gift from the barbarian god." He patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and said, "Anyo, you are a wizard, so you will be the next village chief. Practice hard. The future of the village depends on you." Yang Kai responded with a few words with a wry smile, thinking that he was going to leave in 2 days. How could he have a future? But Yang Kai did not say much in front of the characters in the illusion. He changed the topic and said, "I see that you are practicing." Ahu said, "Yes, do you want to practice with us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't know how to do it." "Come on, I will teach you." Ahu was very enthusiastic. He pulled Yang Kai to join the practice army, laughing very happily. Anyo was really different. After receiving the favor of the barbarian god, he really changed. In the past, Ahu wanted to ask him to practice with him, but he was rejected every time. It seemed that he would rather hide in his house than communicate with the villagers. But today, Anyo took the initiative to practice, so Ahu was naturally overjoyed. Although Anyo was a wizard, a strong body was still the foundation. Then, Ahu began to teach Yang Kai how to practice. These barbarians were not wizards, so they did not have the power of a wizard. Their practice was naturally aimed at the physical body. In other words, they were practicing the physical body. Ahu explained to Yang Kai the various postures of this body-tempering secret art to the surrounding barbarians, who were using all kinds of strange postures. Yang Kai naturally memorized everything. The role of the physical body was not only important in the ancient barbarians, but also in today's world. Most of the cultivator today only focused on the improvement of their cultivation, but they ignored the refinement of their physical body. They did not know that the physical body was the carrier of all power. Only when the physical body was strong could they exert more power. Yang Kai himself benefited from a strong physical body, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. In less than half an hour, Kai Yang had completely mastered the barbarian body secrets. He was shocked. Although he did not practice it himself, the body refining technique was undoubtedly a very advanced body refining technique. Did the ancient barbarians use this kind of technique to refine their bodies? No wonder they were all as strong as dragons and tigers. It did not matter whether this place was an illusion or not, or whether the people and things he met were illusions. The body refining technique alone was enough to make Yang Kai's trip worthwhile. Yang Kai's physical body was indeed strong. The body refining technique did not give him much room for improvement. But what about the disciples of the High Heaven Palace? What about his friends and family who were still in the territory of the hometown star? If they practiced the body refining technique, their physical attributes would definitely improve by a few levels. It would also be easier for them to improve their cultivation. After testing it himself, Yang Kai was even more certain of his guess. The body refining technique was really not to be underestimated. Even with his current physical body, he still felt a little tired when he practiced it. While his whole body was aching, his body seemed to have become more condensed. He spent the whole afternoon practicing. When night fell, many of the barbarians returned home exhausted. Ahu warmly invited Yang Kai to his house. Yang Kai thought that since he did not have any food at home, he might as well go to Ahu's house to eat and drink. He immediately nodded and agreed. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai repeated the same life. In the morning, he would go to the village chief's house to learn the ancient language. After that, he would train his body with Ahu and the others. At night, he would return to his wooden house to meditate and train. Without the supplement of the monster beast's flesh and blood essence and inner core, Yang Kai's training speed slowed down. After 2 whole days, he still could not cross the threshold of wizard. However, it did not matter. It was already the 5th day, and the 1-month deadline was almost up. It was time to say goodbye to this world. He sat in his wooden house and did not want to see anyone, waiting to be expelled from this world. 3 days later, Ahu came to knock on the door. Not long after, the door opened. Yang Kai looked at him with his blood-red eyes. "Ah, no. Why haven't you appeared for a few days?" "The village chief asked me to ask about the situation. Everyone is very worried about you." Behind Ahu, hundreds of villagers stood there neatly. Even Anai, who was angered to tears by Yang Kai that night, was standing in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. "Did something happen?" Ahu asked nervously. "Nothing. I'm practicing the wizard skills that the village chief passed to me. Sorry for the trouble." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Ahu was relieved. "That's good, we thought." "Oh, right. The village chief said that he wants to go to the canyon to bring back the dead beasts. He needs you to lead the way. It's going to snow soon. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave the village." "Okay, you go first. I'll follow you later," Yang Kai replied and closed the door. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai roared in his heart.